able to be alone, I get very agitated. It's a weird battle that I have with myself, that I want this solitude and I want this time away from everyone, but for some reason when I get it, it's very difficult for me to sit with it. I think it's just a generalized anxiety that I have that sits with me. I have a hard time sitting still or not being occupied by something, and I think that that's my biggest factor, or was my biggest factor in drinking, was not knowing what to do with myself when I wasn't drinking.
Hey everyone, it's Julia Bainbridge, and this is The Lonely Hour. In this episode, we continue with our group of explorers, people who broke away to take a moment, or a week, or a month, or even a couple years, to get some perspective, have a think. Brandon Baltzley is the chef and co-owner of a restaurant called The Buffalo Jump in East Falmouth, Massachusetts. It started as a pop-up, and right before he brought it to life as a brick-and-mortar space last spring, he left. Brandon wanted to sober up, and he wanted to do it for himself, which sounds really hard to me. I'm no stranger to drinking. When left alone with those demons, they tend to grow more intense. I think anyone's would. Most forms of recovery require community and structure, not going at it alone, but Brandon felt strongly that that's what he needed. And so, in the middle of January, he went to Denmark, Maine, to stay in what was basically a tent. The idea was that he'd have to put down the bottle in order to survive the elements.
I'm going to start with the first night that I got there. I got there just after dark. I did have a headlamp, but I didn't have boot spikes yet. And I was carrying a backpack full of food that I had for the first night. And I didn't even have ski poles. So I tried to climb this snow and ice covered hill for about a quarter mile, falling around every 10 steps, sometimes falling the entire way back down. It took me about 2.5 hours to get up to the yurt.
Brandon had been to this place before the previous summer when he went foraging for chanterelle mushrooms. In the dead of winter, though, it was an entirely different experience.
I was going to go away for a month because I wanted to quit drinking alcohol, and I thought that that would be a good time to stop drinking alcohol and kind of work on myself and try to deal with the anxiety that troubles me. I don't think it had gone below 0 that night. I think it was hovering around the 10 degree, but it was cold. It was very cold, and I was able to get a fire lit in the yurt once I got there. The next day I had to get all my supplies up, so I had to get my bedding, I had to get all my food, I had to get everything that I had, which took about 3 trips with a sled that I found. And then my days early on were filled hiking to go get water from the stream, or there was a faucet a little further up. So on the days that I could get up to the faucet, I would do that. On the days that I couldn't because of the weather, I would go to the stream.
The yurt is part of a group of yurts that make up a kind of eco-retreat. No one else was bold enough to rent one during the winter, though, so Brandon was the only tenant. And that was the idea.
I'd have to load wood every day, keep the fire going 24/7, which seems not that big of a pain in the ass, but when your body temperature depends on it, keeping that fire roaring hot in a very small wood stove 24/7 is a task. And you don't sleep much either, because when you go to sleep at night, you have to be up every hour and a half, 2 hours, and your alarm is the cold. When the fire dies down, you get so cold that you wake up. So sleep was done in about an hour to 2 hour intervals, pretty much the entire time I was there.
Clearly, Brandon wanted to put himself through a very personal exercise. But he also has a child named Faunus and a wife, Laura.
We do have a 2-year-old daughter, Faunus. And luckily, though, we have a basement apartment in my parents' house. And I was able to use my parents, and we still do a lot for babysitting and helping with child care. So having that backbone is something that has allowed him to go do something he needed to do to work on himself, because I had that built-in support system myself to help me pick up Fauna from daycare, or, you know, whenever I needed to be at work, they were there to provide for her as well. And without them there, if we were just a married couple with our daughter living on our own, it would be an entirely different decision. I would have probably said, no, you can't go. I need you. And we have a business to run, and you need to just figure this shit out on your own or together with us. And you can't be alone because we need you. I mean, we've been married and a boyfriend and girlfriend for quite a while, so I can see, like, the way his personality works, and he's someone that has grew up, you know, more or less alone. So you can kind of tell when he gets to a point where he needed to go on his own and be by himself. So, and I was aware of that, and I can see it happening.
This episode of The Lonely Hour is supported by HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a meal kit delivery service that shops, plans, and delivers step-by-step recipes and pre-measured ingredients right to your door every week in a special insulated box. The idea is that you spend less time meal planning and grocery shopping, but you're still cooking. There are 3 plans to choose from: classic, veggie, and family, with the option to switch between them. And then there are special menu features like 20-minute meals and one-pot wonders for when you need even quicker and easier options. But no matter what you choose, all meals come together in 30 minutes max, and they all call for less than 2 pots and pans. I ordered the veggie plan. I'm not a vegetarian, but it's a good way to make sure I'm getting my vegetables. There was a comforting roasted broccoli and potato chowder with pepper jack cheese, and a really nice Mediterranean-style supper with asparagus and tomatoes on top of couscous with almonds and feta. Super tasty. For $80 off your first month of HelloFresh, go to hellofresh.com/thelonelyhour80 and enter thelonelyhour80 at checkout. That's $20 off your first 4 boxes. Again, it's hellofresh.com/thelonelyhour80 and enter promo code thelonelyhour followed by the numbers 8 and 0. Enjoy it. This episode of The Lonely Hour is supported by Care of, a subscription service that delivers personalized vitamin and supplement packets right to your door once a month. I've been doing a lot of work trying to be my healthiest self, meditating, avoiding alcohol, but when it comes to vitamins, I'm at a loss. There is so much information out there. Care of helps you figure out what you need with an online quiz. You'll answer questions about your diet, health goals, and lifestyle choices, and 5 minutes later, you've got recommendations from Care of's team of doctors, scientists, and nutritionists. My top concerns are my stress and energy levels. So now I'm taking ashwagandha to better my focus, rhodiola for burnout, and the on-the-go quick sticks. I have a powdered mixture of vitamin B12 and other nutrients for when I need an afternoon boost. The chic little packets arrived at my house with my name on them. It's really cute. 2 more things I love about this company. You can track your progress with the Care of app and earn rewards when you remember to take your vitamins. And a portion of every sale goes toward the Good Plus Foundation, which provides expectant mothers in need with valuable prenatal vitamins. For $50 off your first month of personalized Care of vitamins, go to takecareof.com and enter promo code TheLonelyHour50 at checkout. Again, that's takecareof.com and use the promo code TheLonelyHour50. That's The Lonely Hour with the numbers 5 and 0 after it for $50 off your first month. To try to understand Brandon's extreme measure, we have to look at his childhood in Jacksonville, Florida.
My mom was an alcoholic, still is. She was very active in the dating scene. I grew up in gay bars. My mom's gay. It was a transient kind of lifestyle. My mom was big into cocaine. And if you just know about the bar, cocaine, alcohol lifestyle, it can be a bit hectic. So we were either moving in with someone new every few weeks, or she would land an apartment and then there would be people coming through every few weeks. She had the little dinette station where she would make like 2 entrees a night in the back of a gay bar called The Junction, and I pretty much grew up in that bar. I think the earliest memory I have of like knowing like what the hell is going on is I was on the swim team when I was young, and I had a swim meet for like state or something. If I have to think about it real hard, I was probably like 8 or 9 maybe. And And I remember having to like get her up out of bed, pull her out of bed, and like get her to take me to the swim meet. And like she definitely drove like blackout fucking drunk to the swim meet with me, and got in the bleachers and was basically like falling down the bleachers the entire time. And that was like my first memory of her being super fucked up. My dad's non-existent. My dad was a coke dealer in the 80s. It's probably why my mom banged him. She likes girls, so I don't know why else she would have. And knowing what I know about his occupation back in the day, I can only put one and one together.
Brandon's own use started young, at 16 years old. By the time he was touring with a metal band, at 19 he was doing cocaine, and that eventually led to crack. Life on the road was tough.
I was tired of living off of $50 a week per diems while we were on the road, and like $150 when we got home.
He had grown up in his mother's kitchen, so Brandon decided to cook. He worked at a few restaurants in New York, during which time he also sold drugs, and then he spent a few years at the esteemed Alinea in Chicago before moving to Boston. At times he was sober, a year here, 6 months there, and as he puts it, he traveled in and out of recovery.
Part of it had to do with the way I was raised. This is like normalcy, or at least that's how I transcribed it. But I think a big part of it too was just not feeling comfortable enough in my own skin doing what I was doing, where I always had to be on a different like level. And I think being on a different level helped me kind of escape a lot of the past issues that I've had. Whether it's growing up the way I did, or whether it's, I've been arrested a few times. I was in a gang for a little while.
By the time Brandon and Laura moved to East Falmouth, he was drinking a fifth of whiskey a night and had developed alcoholic hepatitis.
When you drink that much, I don't think you really care too much about your life. I mean, I was 220 pounds, drinking my face off every single night, not really spending time with my family, isolating, not motivated to work on things, not motivated for much of anything other than coming upstairs and getting a drink.
In his mind, Maine was the answer.
2 days I thought about it, and then I looked online, found the place, talked to my wife, got the place, and then I was out by like noon the next day. I think there's an impulsivity to my psyche that's always there. It's always been present. I mean, there was literally maybe an hour and a half of conversation with my wife before I was making the booking and renting a car and trying to leave. I had packed everything in my house within 45 minutes. Laura's mom was here and her father. They were asking me what was going on. I just told them I was going away for a little bit. Her mom was very upset. Her dad understood and was okay. And then I backed the rental car out and drove 6 hours north.
Wasn't he worried that he was going to drink again? Brandon could have very well spent his days up there in a haze if he wanted to. And as for the other stuff, for me at least, figuring myself out is a lifelong journey. What did Brandon intend to accomplish in this finite amount of time away, alone, without therapy or AA or any other support network? Perhaps I shouldn't have, but I pressed him about this after our interview. His answer was that he felt focused, intent. When he has a real goal, he can usually stay on the path towards it.
When I had a problem that needed to be dealt with, in my mind, the only way I could deal with it is if I went off alone. And if I didn't do that, then I wouldn't be around anyways, so it's worth the shot. I had already known about the place. It was this like Buddhist retreat in the mountains of Maine, and I knew that in the winter there wouldn't be anybody there. So I was like, man, maybe I can go to this place for a month, get a good price on it, because it's the middle of the winter and nobody in their right mind would ever want to stay out here during that time. I actually thought it would be quite relaxing. I thought that it would be therapeutic, and I'd be able to keep the yurt warm, and I'd be able to keep my clothes dry, and I'd be able to read a book and eat sardines out of a tin can and just go about my ho-hum day and be fine. And it became strikingly clear the moment I got there in the dark and had to scale that ice-covered hill to get indoors how hard it was going to be.
There was frost on the walls. Brandon missed his family. Why didn't he just go home?
I think that if I had cut it out too soon, if I had quit, it would have given my wife an impression that I was going to go back to drinking. I think that for my own mental space, I needed to be able to complete it. I have a really hard time sticking out through things and completing tasks, and for myself, I needed to complete it.
Before the trip, Brandon weighed, as he mentioned earlier, 220 pounds. The morning we spoke, which was about 6 months later, he weighed 159. He runs every day, and while he worries that this may be a new kind of addiction, he hasn't been drinking. And he's planning a trip with his family. As he put it to me via email, isolation is a hell of a drug, and sometimes I need a break from it as well.
We've already booked a cabin for the month of January, except I'm taking my family with me, but I intend to spend it mostly in one part of the cabin writing. I feel like this last experiment that I did spoke to me in a way that I kind of want to continue to do it every year in some way, shape, or form.
But not always alone.
Not always alone, no.
Thank you to Brandon Baltzley for sharing with us here at The Lonely Hour, and thanks to you all for listening. Do you have strong thoughts or questions about this episode? You can email me at thelonelyhourpodcast@gmail.com. You can reach me on Twitter and Instagram at lonelypodcast, or you can find me on the Lonely Hour's Facebook page. Sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com, and you will be the first to know when the next episode drops. Until then, enjoy yourself. This episode was produced at The Listening Booth with the help of executive producer Terrence Mickey and audio producer Chris McLeod, who also composed our theme music. I hope you liked this episode. If you want us to keep making more, please become a member of The Lonely Hour on Patreon. That's the best way to support the show. Go to patreon.com/thelonelyhour. That's patreon.com/thelonelyhour to learn more. Thank you for your generosity and for believing in this project.
We always joked that our marriage was a arranged marriage. You know, before I met her, my mom, who was the church secretary at the time, came home and said, "Oh, I just spoke with Pastor Nick, and he said there's a new family in church, and he just met the girl you're going to marry." And that's exactly how it went. There was never a question. There was never an allowance for questioning. I remember being on a rooftop with friends out in the Palm Desert. We were staying at a host home, a friend who was in another band, and he said, "This is my favorite part of my week. I come out to my favorite spot, look out at my favorite view. I smoke like a clove cigarette and have my favorite coffee, and I just sit here and I just really enjoy." And I remember him saying the word favorite so many times that I had this random thought that has stuck with me ever since. And I was like, I don't think if somebody asked me that I could answer what's my favorite color. I don't know if I know my favorite anything. I don't know myself. I don't know who I am. And that little thought caused me to start the process of, hey, James, who are you? What do you like?
Welcome back to The Lonely Hour. This is Julia Bainbridge. We've been using this mini-series to share stories of people who went off the grid in search of solitude. And James, who requested that we don't use his last name, is our fourth and final guest. James grew up in a born-again Christian community in New Hampshire, where a few families lived communally. They slept in dorms together, they ate meals together, and they traveled the United States and Central America on a tour bus, performing plays and preaching the gospel. Eventually, James's family moved to Long Island. His parents were the youth pastors at church, and that's pretty much exclusively where he socialized. James wasn't allowed to listen to non-Christian music or watch movies rated above PG, not even once he got to college. Students had to report to their RAs about whether or not they drank alcohol, smoked tobacco, got tattoos, or even danced.
Oral Roberts University, I will call it out by name. Yeah, it was a televangelist-led or founded college, and very much they called themselves a ministry before a school.
Students certainly couldn't date, but even having romantic thoughts about one another was forbidden. James was grilled about, for example, whether or not he noticed a female student's bra strap showing in the hallway.
Basically, in the Bible, the Bible can and has been manipulated a million different ways by many groups. So the message would be, hey, in the Bible it says, if you have thought an impure thought about a woman, you've basically defiled her. So yeah, they're equating even thinking about sex with rape. So that's, I forget the exact question now. I just got lost.
The question had been about masturbation. It was also seen as sinful, something that James had to confess to his pastor if he had done it. Anyway, there was a special woman in James's life. They had met when they were 12 years old, and they both ended up attending Oral Roberts.
We never, ever used the word dating. We called each other best friends. This is getting into embarrassing territory, but because of all the abstinence stuff, we were like barely physical contact. We didn't kiss till after college, but we were dedicated. We were kind of a couple. We never used that word. I guess we would use the word courting, but we never used that. And then suddenly we just got married at some point. So
this was James's world. Things even as big as marriage just fell into place. There was a template to follow, a way to be. Behavior that was defined as good or bad.
I spent a lot of time believing that, and I saw the benefits. And honestly, until the events of recent, that's when it all kind of came down crashing on me.
Before everything came crashing down on him, James was bolstered by strict rules, by a clear way to live, by a religion that guided his life. But in college, he started to see flaws in that system.
While I was still there, every man and woman has curfew. Ladies are earlier curfews than guys, and we're all, separated. I only bring up the gender stuff because it was a sticking point that was so upsetting to me then, that if a woman was pregnant, she would be kicked out, but the man wouldn't. Anyways, weird stuff like that. And there was mandatory chapel. If you missed it, you literally paid fines. And for a college student, that was devastating. But it functioned as a school in most aspects. Like, you'd go take a Spanish class. I would go to my music classes. But also you had to take things like charismatic healing, where you were taught what Richard Roberts, who was the president at the time, would do to heal people. You put your hand at this place on their forehead, you say these words, and, teaching you the techniques of, here's how the Holy Spirit can use you. Now, Tulsa, Oklahoma is the Bible Belt. It is God country. Every corner of Tulsa is populated by a giant structure that used to be a Walmart supercenter that has now been bought by a church and is a mega church. Not just one, several. I'm coming from Long Island, where I didn't know Christians outside of my youth group. Tulsa was a culture shock of Christianity running things. And at chapel, they told you, hey, here's who's running for mayor or whatever local office, and here's who you vote for. It was all tied up in, again, the televangelist thing, where it's a lot about money. You're seeing these giant structures and being held up by, millions of dollars. And that was a lot of the message. I had never heard the prosperity gospel before, but this was a place where I was exposed to seed faith and the prosperity gospel, which means kind of the more money you give, the more God you get. If you're sick, if you need healing, which was a very big theme there, you basically go give as much money as you can. And if you're not being healed, your faith isn't strong enough, aka your giving is too weak up that, That was so different than what I experienced, and I started to see the big Christianity that was getting poked fun at in The Simpsons or in the little pop culture things I had been exposed to. I'm like, oh, this is why people don't like this. And by the way, I'm starting to join up with the side of people that don't, that see this as an issue, see this as kind of taking advantage. And it's not this personal spiritual journey, it's a business.
James was in a band, and somewhere in the middle of college, they got picked up by a record label and started touring. So for a few years, he and 4 to 8 guys, plus a road crew, traveled on a bus, stopping along the way to play gigs.
Even though I still had my small bubble around me, we were what Christian artists would call playing crossover venues. It wasn't exactly playing churches anymore. We were out there playing bars, and we're getting in touch with, you're meeting people all over the country that these are the people my parents warned me about, or that the church cursed and said, get these people out of your life, whether it's homosexuals or people that are visiting bars at all. And I'm meeting these people, and I'm becoming friends with them, and I'm having these beautiful, wonderful experiences with them, and starting to question, like, is this what they were worried about? This is what they were hiding? Like, just normal people? So that definitely started to challenge my long-held beliefs even further.
James's female friend would visit when she could.
Yeah, she would come out on the road with us sometimes when she could, and that was really rough because we weren't sleeping together. So if we crashed in the Salvation Army for a week, we would all, me and the other guys in the band would be together, and then she would be alone in some other room with, transients. That definitely wore on us. I felt bad, but I also felt righteous somehow. We would stay in host homes and say, okay, and here's your bed. And I'm like, no, she can stay there. I'll go sleep on the couch. And I thought I kind of had a mark of pride about that.
Eventually, they got married. Even the proposal was a communal event. On Christmas Eve, in his family's living room, James asked his girlfriend, yes, let's call her girlfriend now, to marry him. His parents were a model couple in the church, and that's what James and his wife, she said yes, we're going to be too.
So we got married, rushed off to a honeymoon for maybe 10 days. We got back home, and I right away left for tour. There was never, that was the time when you're supposed to finally have a sexual relationship and start that and nurture that. But there was all this start and stop to even that because I was still touring. We never really established the man and wife relationship because even right when I stopped touring and finally we were really, really alone, we moved into a house with a bunch of friends. We did that twice. So even then, we still never gave ourselves the real alone-focused thing.
We'll be right back. This episode of The Lonely Hour is supported by Away. The luggage company was started by 2 friends from New York who found themselves at JFK with dead phones, delayed flights, and a bright idea: suitcases with power. And so the Away carry-on was born. Both sizes of the carry-on, the regular and the larger one, are able to charge all cell phones, tablets, e-readers, and anything else that's powered by a USB cord. A single charge of the Away carry-on will charge your iPhone 5 times. All of Away's suitcases, which include medium and large sizes for extended stays and 9 color options, have a compression system, a TSA-approved combination lock, and they come with a lifetime warranty. If anything breaks, they'll fix or replace it for you. I don't own any other kind of suitcase. I did away with all my other bags when I discovered how indestructible, lightweight, and well-designed Away suitcases are. I have a carry-on and a large, both in sand, a neutral color that still stands out from the sea of black at the airport. For $20 off a suitcase, visit awaytravel.com/thelonelyhour and use promo code TheLonelyHour during checkout. Again, visit awaytravel.com/thelonelyhour and use your promo code TheLonelyHour during checkout for $20 off. This episode of The Lonely Hour is supported by Audible. Could listening inspire you to start something new? Listening is, in fact, what led to the start of The Lonely Hour. And there's never been a better time to start listening on Audible. With Audible, you get access to an unbeatable selection of audiobooks, including bestsellers, motivational works, mysteries, thrillers, memoirs, and more. It has the largest selection of audiobooks on the planet. I'm listening to The Source of Self-Regard, a selection of essays, speeches, and meditations by the great Toni Morrison right now. And then there's Audible Originals, which features content made just for members. Those members can choose 3 titles every month, 1 audiobook and 2 Audible Originals you can't hear anywhere else. You'll also get access to exclusive audio fitness programs. Unlike a streaming or rental service, with Audible you own your books. Listen on any device, anytime, anywhere. And there's a great listen guarantee. If you didn't like the book, you can swap it. With the app, you can share audio excerpts with friends, you can control the speed, listening faster or slower, and you keep your audiobook library forever, even if you cancel. Get started with a 30-day trial when you go to audible.com/thelonelyhour or text The Lonely Hour to 500-500. Again, that's audible.com/thelonelyhour or text The Lonely Hour to 500-500. Audible, the most inspiring minds, the most compelling stories, the best place to listen. All right, now a lot happened around this time. The band broke up as some members started to question their faith and others didn't. James toyed with the idea of a career in graphic design, but eventually turned to the family business in Long Island. And by this point, he had become what he calls a hardcore atheist. And while he was clear about that, he missed the idea of forgiveness from God as well as the idea of an afterlife. He self-medicated with booze for a while. At the same time, his wife got a job in New York City. Every once in a while, if she needed to work late, she'd spend the night at a friend's house in the city. And because James had spent a lot of their marriage touring, he didn't give her trouble. He just didn't question her absence much.
I was like, yeah, this is kind of us. We're a weird couple. We're very much our own individuals and lead individual lives. That's fine. But it went on for, over a year, where then it started turning into 3 or 4 nights a week. My wife is not home. Again, I was in a very numbed out place. I knew something was up, but was not in a position to confront it. I was just drinking through it. And I, like I said, I always had my own personal projects, music, graphic design going on, so I could just get lost in those for hours and hours and hours. And if she called and said, hey, I won't be home tonight, sometimes I'd be like, oh, all right, well, I guess I'll just spend the night recording. But at a certain point, you call work enough times and she's not actually there. Friends make comments here or there. And I also had, I knew a guy that she was getting close to.
At the same time, James and his wife had started distancing themselves from their community.
It was watching my entire world change, My life path had disappeared. My church world had disappeared. I still was hanging on to this small group of friends and this girl. And even over the years of that, I, lose touch with friends. Many people do lose touch with friends from their childhood, but this was like a big thing for me. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be going to church with you anymore, so I probably won't see you. And there are sort of lines drawn between sometimes, churchgoers and non-churchgoers, and that started to happen. Once I stopped going to church, there's certain people I never heard from again. So I really turned inward for my journey of, okay, who am I?
Drinking continued to be the answer for a little while longer.
And I just retreated further and further into substance abuse, kind of tuning out everything, not taking control of my life in any way, shape, or form, just letting it have its way with me. You know, get up, drink to get through the day of work that I don't like, and get home, turn on the TV, drink more to not have to be faced with my own thoughts. And I tuned out of my life, and I tuned out of my marriage. And she needed, she was going through this hard time as well, so she turned elsewhere.
His marriage was declining, but James was starting to turn things around for himself. Here's a guy who was given a ready-made religion, a prescription for how to live, waking up to the fact that he doesn't even know what his favorite color is. James wanted to get to know himself.
It started in silly ways, like me just taking a bunch of personality quizzes, trying to answer questions about myself, which was more difficult than I thought it would be. And also, being a musician and an artist my whole life, I was always reading. I was always, that was one area that I could explore, I guess, things that I liked and my interests and not feel bad about for some reason. I started to have this memory that when I was a kid, some of my favorite times in life and most meaningful times were I would lock my door and put on a record and just sit there and be alone, listen to the music, read along with the lyrics. That was a powerful experience to me. Or B, it would be wait until my entire family went to sleep. Then I could go put on the TV or put on something online that I knew that they wouldn't approve of. Not even like, horrible things, just like Mystery Science Theater. I'm gonna sit here and watch this, and I realized, I'm in love with this. Or I would go research. I'm a kind of a research nerd. I would go and read about things that interested me on the internet, and I realized, all those times that whatever I can pin myself as like having a personality or at least an area of interest, they developed out of alone times. And I started realizing what I know now, like, I have not developed myself much because I haven't been alone much. And the things that I do, consider these pillars of my personality, if any, they were born out of alone times.
Somewhere along this road to self-discovery, James found something called chaos magic. So, what is it?
So chaos magic is a very creepy name for something that is just really practical. Chaos magic is like the stripped down, no nonsense, quick and dirty punk rock version of the old school robes and altars, ceremonial magic from the Western esoteric tradition. It takes principles from ancient religions like Babylonian and Gnostic religions, all the way through Enlightenment era, alchemist, Hermetic, Kabbalist orders, but it distills it all down to, hey, you don't need all the props, and you don't need to memorize occult libraries, and you don't even really need other people to practice this. You don't need to become a part of an order. Here's a few meditation techniques that you can use to alter your perspective, therefore alter your life. If your life is, or if your reality is to a large extent based on your perspective, then if you can change your perspective a little, you're kind of changing your life or your approach. So like from a psychological perspective, it's really about trying to reach an altered state of consciousness, maybe through meditation techniques or things like a runner's high, where you're having sort of a peak experience. On the high end, like ecstatic experience, or a very low end, like meditation, think of nothingness. It's getting into those states, and then while you're in touch with your subconscious, because your ego isn't being sort of the goalie at that moment, focus all of your attention onto a sigil, which is a symbol that you have created that represents your will, some specific intent. Maybe it's, I want this internship to turn into a full-time position, and you've turned that into a symbol, symbolism being the language of your subconscious. It's like those life-changing religious experiences that I had, but kind of stripped of the spiritual fluff that was turning me away from it all. It seemed more like a psychological approach that was very similar to some of the powerful experience I did have in church, but without the church, and I could do it as a loner. It's all on your own terms, and I didn't have to subscribe to any funny stuff about worship this God or that. It's kind of make up your own stuff. I used that technique to cold turkey stop smoking cigarettes, drinking booze all day, every day. And I made a few specific sigils that kind of triggered this whole thing that was about confronting the problems in my marriage. And those things came to being, and it changed my life.
James felt clear-headed. He felt empowered to ask his wife what was going on. One night, like so many others, James texted her to ask if she would be coming home for dinner. He received something along the lines of, "Oh, I'm with a friend, but coming home soon." Then an update, "Oh, wait, I'm going to stay here a little longer." His response?
"What you're doing is destroying our marriage, so it's time to talk about that."
She didn't admit to anything that night, but months later she confessed that she was sleeping with someone. James guessed who it was. His wife pleaded that they try to work it out.
"Okay, if that's what you really want, then I think we can do this. I think we can save our marriage, and I'm willing to work on it if you're willing to work on it."
Then he caught her with a burner phone that she was using to communicate with her lover.
Even though I had just made all these healthy changes in my life, it all started to feel shaky. So I was like, okay, I do not want to slip into deep depression or anything. I need to find the courage to walk away from this relationship for a little bit to get some self-care in. That was really hard because at this point I had been watching her every move. You know, in order to try and trust her, I had to keep trying to watch, where is she, who is she talking to? And so I got very, very obsessed and caught up in all that. So to step away from that at all was like a big thing for me, to allow whatever was going to happen while I wasn't watching. That was like too big an idea to face, but I was inching towards that and eventually did get to that point.
James took 10 days in the Catskills to think. His cabin could only be accessed on foot. To get there, he drove down the highway, past the small towns that dotted it, and then up into the mountain roads. Those turned into dirt roads through the woods, and about a mile from the house, all roads stopped. James left his car and walked to his secluded little space. His days would start with long hikes, and nights would be spent performing chaos magic rituals in the hopes of gaining clarity.
I really wanted to walk away from that experience deciding something. I wasn't ready to decide if my marriage was over, but I wanted to decide maybe I should create more space here and move out. Just get away from her a bit and stop trying to control things and let it happen. So it was night after night kind of facing aspects of that. And journaled. I don't journal as much as I should. I keep a bit of a dream diary for like magical purposes, but I sat there and on top of a specific spot on a mountain and filled an entire journal with my thoughts. And by the end of that trip, I had decided two things. One, that it was time to move out. And two, that if at the end of this I ended up alone, that I would be okay. At this point, I had really related to my my Myers-Briggs diagnosis of being an introvert, and what I kind of think that means is like around people, I'm very aware of and in tune with what's going on with them, or it's like an empath thing or an empathy thing, where if I'm in a room with someone, and I think this is part of me being a music performer as well, if I'm in a room with someone, there's a part of me that wants to be the host or curate the experience. And that means constantly thinking about what are they thinking, how's their experience going, and what should I do to make it better. So I'm just very drawn to and wrapped up in other people's thoughts, so that I don't always think for myself. I don't always think, hey, what's best for me in this experience? In my marriage, I started to see that pattern. Like, I'm so wrapped up in her concern and being concerned for her that I'm not even thinking about how this is affecting me. People kept scaring me, saying, James, the longer you stay in this, the more scars you're gonna have, and more shit you'll have to work through at the end of it. And I kept asking more specifically. I'm like, what do you mean? What's gonna happen? Tell me. Because I wasn't tuned into that at all. So that's why I needed to be alone. I was like, I need to be fully alone to really get in tune with what I want or what's best for me. And to confront being alone for real. If I keep calling myself an introvert and I feel good in those situations, well, then my place of power is alone.
The 10 days were up, and James returned to Long Island.
That night, funny enough, what came up was we sat around and told old stories. We reminisced about the college days, and it was a nice time talking about, hey, the past, and that was nice, wasn't it? And at the end of that night, I said, okay, I'm not coming home. I set myself up a different place, a couple towns over. That's where I'm going. And she said, okay, I understand that. And she said, I want you to know things are over with me and the guy, her affair partner. And she's like, I'm going to use this time to prove to you that. And I want you to not worry about me. I want you to go take care of yourself. I'm going to take care of myself. We'll both be stronger. I'll see you at therapy. So that's where we left off, and I moved out.
But his old house, where his wife was still living, was close to where he worked, and one night after working late, he drove past it, and he saw an unfamiliar car in the driveway.
And I pulled in, and I texted her, hey, I'm just coming by to stop, pick up some books and stuff. All right if I come in for a minute? There was commotion upstairs. It took quite a while for her to answer the door. We had very little closet space in this place. There was one closet in the house. I walked in the house, I walked right to that closet and opened it up to find her affair partner in there. I opened the door. He says, hey. I closed the door and just went, oh. And then she, from the other room, says, what's wrong? And I said, your trash bag boyfriend is in here. And that was it. I was like, okay, there's your answer. This pattern is never going to break. She'll never break up with this guy. And James, what more of an answer do you need? This will never stop.
His wife still, unbelievably, tried to play it off as nothing. But James was done.
Yeah. We did still talk a little more after that, and still, there's still attachment, after something like that. We were, lifelong friends from when we were kids, if not even having a romantic relationship anymore. So yeah, we still talked a bit more after that, and then we did have a nicer closure night where I came over and. We talked calmly, and it was like officially like, okay, I'm no longer putting the effort into this. I gotta go take care of myself now. Because I grew up in belief in spirituality, my belief is a very strong muscle. So, for example, when things were clearly bad in my marriage, my belief in us gave me the strength to keep on fighting for us. And then that trip allowed me to pivot my belief from putting all my effort into keeping us together to putting all my effort into keeping myself together. And when I did break up with her, I finally found out the answer to, hey, what's going to happen to me?
What's happened to him is that he's gotten into therapy. He's gotten into nutrition and taking care of himself. He does yoga, he meditates, and he's about to move further east on Long Island to a more rural area.
I had a friend that lived out in that area and knew someone that runs a horse rescue, so I won't be working there. They just had a rental space available there, and I went by and looked at it. It seemed really nice and just provided a lot of solitude, which is I'm really drawn to. So yeah, I'm excited. And you know what? My mom has been taking care of my cat for me for a little while, and I will finally get to be reunited with my little asthmatic cat.
James, thank you for sharing this story with us.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Yeah, it took more courage than I thought to come out of the closet as an introvert and be okay with that.
Yeah. That's it for our 4-part miniseries. Do you have strong thoughts or questions about this episode? You can email me at lonelyhourpodcast@gmail.com. You can reach me on Twitter and Instagram at lonelypodcast, or you can find me on the Lonely Hours Facebook page. Sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com and you'll be the first to know about what we're up to next. We need to take a minute to figure that out, but we will. We promise. Until then, enjoy yourself. This episode was produced at The Listening Booth with the help of executive producer Terrence Mickey and audio producer Chris McLeod, who also composed our theme music. I hope you liked this episode. If you want us to keep making more, please become a member of The Lonely Hour on Patreon. That's the best way to support the show. Go to patreon.com/The Lonely Hour. That's patreon.com/The Lonely Hour to learn more. Thank you for your generosity and for believing in this project.
It's ranunculus season. I don't know if you know about ranunculus, but anyway, they're my favorite flower. Yesterday, took my daughter. I was like, we are on the hunt for ranunculus. And we went to find them. Yeah, I just love the way they look, and I'm not going to feel guilty. They're in this beautiful blue vase, and every time I see them, I just, this is life. We're alive. It's good.
Hello, listeners of The Lonely Hour. This is your host, creator, producer, etc., Julia Bainbridge. I'm experimenting with something new here, a mini-series that I'm calling Inner Lives. In an era when we're seemingly busier than ever, we're inundated with content, we're performing on social media, how do people maintain their inner lives? There are plenty of columns out there dealing with how to manage emails, commutes, and chores, and relationships with colleagues, friends, and family members, and I love reading them. But as I do so, I find myself thinking, what about our relationships with ourselves? Now, defining inner life isn't easy, but I think of it as the private self, the self we deal with during times of mental repose, during times when we're alone. The strength of our inner lives often affects that of our outer lives. I'll hopefully come to a better understanding as I learn more along with you by talking to the 4 authors who will participate in this series. So, let's get to it. My first guest, whose voice you heard at the top of this episode, is Manoush Zomorodi. She's the host of the Note to Self podcast, which explores technology's impact on us, and the author of Bored and Brilliant, a book in which she makes the case for rethinking our digital habits and being more purposeful about putting boredom into our lives.
It occurred to me that I was never bored anymore since I'd gotten an iPhone. It made me wonder if these very human states, if we got rid of them, what would we be missing? We never wrote on our schedule, spend time being bored. Then I thought, well, maybe we have to start writing it down. You don't write on your schedule, spend time on your phone. We just do that all the time now. It made me think there are human things that we are sort of weeding out of our lives, and maybe that's not such a good thing.
One statistic in particular stood out to Manoush.
A decade ago, we, on average, switched tasks every 3 minutes. And now we switch tasks on average every 45 seconds.
She spoke to neuroscientists and cognitive psychologists who explain that multitasking is a myth. What we're really doing when we think we're simultaneously watching a show and sending a tweet and listening to a friend talk about her day is we're switching between these tasks. And every time we switch, we use up glucose in our brains. We have limited amounts of that stuff, and the way we're switching these days, we burn through it fast. So if we don't want to drain ourselves, we've got to focus on one task at a time.
Somebody who's knitting, you make the initial purl, and then you connect the next one, and you have to hold it in place so you can loop the other thing around, right? You have to be able to hold these ideas and string them together. Writers, this sounds probably very familiar. It's why you need that, again, you need the mental space, because you're connecting everything together to make something new. That's creativity. If you are trying to do that and tweet, you just can't. It's not physically possible.
Beyond this single tasking, there's boredom. Our brain's default mode network, which is the neurological basis for the self, lights up when we allow our minds to just wander wherever they want to go.
That's when the good stuff starts to happen. That's when you do the deeper thinking. You don't just do the surface work, tick things off your to-do list. This is when you really crack a problem, whether it's a relationship that is struggling, or a career that you're rethinking, or even smaller things like, what should you make for dinner instead of just buying takeout? If you allow your mind to travel through all the cupboards as you're riding the subway home, you might come up with something kind of weird and cool. This idea of giving yourself space to just think. I don't think I would have said that sentence a decade ago, but now many of us find that we really need it, and we need to prioritize it, and we shouldn't feel guilty or that we're not being productive, because the science and the data and the stories that I have collected certainly back up this very precious mental space that we need.
So, Manoush, how do you find this space?
I used to have it in my life a lot until I had kids, and then your life just becomes very full. And it's really one of the hardest things I struggle with, in that my introversion is not conducive to family life, you know? I am a person who craves solitude. I had too much of it in my life in my 20s. I think I was lonely, and not in a good way. It's weird to think that this was pre-social media, right? So how did you meet people? For someone who's, I know it's crazy to think, but I am actually kind of shy. That was hard for me to meet. So I went to college in Washington, D.C., and then I stayed there to work at the BBC's Washington Bureau. I was the youngest producer in the entire office, and I worked my butt off. You know, I'm a person who will really get into work and just pour my everything into it, which meant that I didn't have any energy left to figure out my personal life a lot of the time. I'm not on Facebook personally, but, you know, I wonder if it would have been different if I could have more easily joined a group that was doing kayaking on the Potomac or something like that. It's crazy to think of, but in the late 90s, you really had to seek out social situations, or you had to rely on serendipity, which was how I met some people. It's good to have friends outside of work. I didn't have much time to do that, so it was hard.
So now you have a husband, 2 children, a job that involves public speaking. It's a challenge, I imagine, to find time for yourself and for this deeper thinking. When are you successful there? What does your inner life look like?
When I jog, much as I should be listening to everybody else's podcasts, I don't. I just listen to my little slow footsteps. It kind of lulls me in my mind. The first 10 minutes usually suck, but then after that, I inevitably work something out in my brain. Or I'll wake up really early. I hate it when people say that, but I will. I will wake up early so I can be in the house when it's quiet. I like that. I like being in the house when it's quiet. Like when we're folding laundry and just kind of spacing out. And actually, that is where some of our most creative and original thinking happens, and where we do something called autobiographical planning. You look back at your life, you take note of the highs and lows, and you build yourself, you write a story. You tell yourself the story of you, how we are sitting right here now. I'm speaking to you, Julia, and you are listening, and other people are listening. There's a story that got us here. And then you start to think about where you're going to go next. 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 Where you're going to go next.
Thank you to Manoush for spending time with us. Please check out her Note to Self podcast, which you can find on Luminary. I hope you like this series so far. Again, I'm playing around a bit, and I hope that you keep tuning in. Otherwise, you can email me at lonelyhourpodcasts@gmail.com. You can reach me on Twitter and Instagram at lonelypodcast, or you can find me on the Lonely Hours Facebook page. Sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com, and you'll be the first to know when more episodes of both projects drop. And as we always say here at The Lonely Hour, which, by the way, will be back, enjoy yourself. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson. Hello, Lonely Hour listeners. This is Julia Bainbridge, and I'm back with our Inner Lives mini-series. I'm interested in how people tend to their private selves in this overstimulated era. Serendipitously, right as this idea started to marinate, 4 authors, each of whom has published works related to this topic, came to my attention. Those authors will be our guests for this 4-part exploration. Today we've got Priya Parker, a group conflict resolution facilitator whose TEDx talk on purpose has been viewed over 1 million times. Priya wrote The Art of Gathering, a book in which she sets out to reinvigorate the way we meet. It arrives at a time when she believes coming together is more important than ever.
Our arbiters of meaning are changing, and the places from which we used to derive meaning are no longer places we trust. And so the weight that comes into our informal time, our social time, has actually increased because we're now relying on each other even more than ever before to create meaning, rather than going to a house of worship, or rather than getting our core identity from a company that we spent with for 25 years.
So there's the book and the book tour. There's Priya's work, which is all about putting the right people in the right rooms and basically helping them experience a sense of belonging. And there are her husband and children. What about Priya Parker's inner life?
To me, a well-lived life is when your outside is reflected of highly conscious decisions internally. I'm fortunate to have a mother in particular who cultivated and questioned my inner life from a very young age and who valued it. So growing up, and I grew up in these 2 homes because my parents were divorced and they had joint custody, but in my mother and stepfather's home, for a series of years, when I would wake up and go downstairs and have breakfast, the first question they would ask me is, what did you dream about? I mean, a lot of my dreams, at least in my teenage years and my early 20s, I would say there was 2 themes. One was finding my voice. So whether it was dreams of trying to speak and feeling like I couldn't get the words out, or my mouth was garbled in some way. Some of them were related to the role of the masculine and the feminine in me, how the masculine or men would show up in dreams and how women would show up in dreams. And I would share my dreams and then we would analyze them. And they would have a kind of a belief that, or a question or a frame that basically would say, if every person in the dream was you, what are those parts that they represent? And I think in part because of my mother, this was her frame on it, but was a continual evolution of how do I speak what I want to say, even if people around me aren't ready to hear it. You know, I also played softball very competitively through my elementary school, middle school, and then early high school. And a huge part of my softball development was not only my prowess as a pitcher or a catcher or my willingness to call plays or shape the team in various ways strategically, but was also a willingness to literally like yell cheers from the dugout. Softball is a very vocal sport. I think exploring other worlds, whether it's dream or whether it's something like Tai Chi or painting or just something that's not just your everyday, can be a helpful metaphor to help you understand your own life.
Thanks to her mother, Priya started developing a vocabulary with which to explore parts of her inner life and make meaning of them from a very young age. As she puts it, she was equipped with the tools to deeply understand what it was that she desired.
Today, I have a full life, and I have 2 children and a partner and my work. And every day, at different parts of the day, I continue to just check in with myself and in big ways and small ways and just say, is this what I want? Do I choose this? Do I still choose this? And if and when the answer is, this doesn't really feel like what I want, I pause and I think about how did I make the decisions that got me here? This happens less and less the more comfortable I am saying no to things, but it could be at a social gathering where I come and it feels kind of vague and diluted in some way. Like I'm not really sure why I'm there. I'm not sure who everybody else is. I'm quickly realizing that the conversations that are being had are not the conversations I necessarily want to be having. People are looking over my shoulder. There's a sense of FOMO. Like it's just sort of, it's a gathering that I feel like I, particularly now, would much rather be with my children. So I'll pause and say, why did I say yes to this? And in most contexts right now, if I say yes to something I don't totally want to go to, it's usually out of obligation or loyalty to a specific person. So then I pause and I think, I care about this person, and because this was the form that the invitation came in, I wanted to honor it by saying yes to that invitation. But if I had paused and either picked up the phone or written a note and said, hey, I miss you, I love you, can we actually go for a morning walk instead? I would have found my need to exercise honoring my friend, but not only in the version of the invitation that it came in. And I think friends and particularly elders that I know who have created a life that they thought they chose and ended up in a place they didn't want was because they believed that decisions they made were unreversible. And so I've just been very conscious to continue to say, do I want to live here? All the way to with my husband, I like, do we want to live in the city? And almost thinking about renewing your vows to a decision that you made, not every day, but maybe every 3 years, every 5 years, to just check in and be like, this is the life that we've chosen. Is it one we still want?
When we talked, Priya mentioned a 2014 episode of the On Being podcast, in which host Krista Tippett asks writer Paulo Coelho about love and how he's been married to the same woman for 34 years.
And he paused and he said,
but is she the same woman? I don't think so.
I'm like, it was such a beautiful answer. And he said,
she changed a lot. So did I. You can imagine in 1982, I was dreaming about being a writer in 1979, And I was a person who was totally frustrated. And she had her dreams. And throughout all these years, our marriage went through many moments of destruction, so to say. Not destruction in a bad way. For example, it's like you build a house, and then you say, this house does not fit me anymore. So let's reorganize, but let's continue to live here. We don't need to move because I love you and you love me. So let's reconstruct this house.
And he was using it as a metaphor, but what I loved about that example was we are all evolving both individually and in relationship. And often the decisions that we make outlive or don't outlive the way we change. And so a huge part of how I consciously live is to just make sure at different moments, sometimes casually, sometimes much more intentionally, is, do I choose this life?
Thank you to Priya Parker for spending time with us. Please check out her book, The Art of Gathering: How We Meet and Why It Matters. As for me, you can email me at lonelyhourpodcast@gmail.com, follow us on Twitter and Instagram at lonelypodcast, or you can find us on the Lonely Hours Facebook page. Sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com. Otherwise, as I always say, enjoy yourself. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson.
You have to bring a bit of silence into your life. Taking the headphones out of your ears and starting to pay attention to what's speaking to you, to what's about to precipitate out of your life, to what's coming into season. The invitation to make a friend with the stranger who's just about to walk into your life, the stranger that is you.
Hello, Lonely Hour listeners. This is Julia Bainbridge, and I'm back with our Inner Lives mini-series. I'm interested in how people tend to their private selves in this era of overstimulation. Today, my guest is poet and philosopher David Whyte. He is, in my estimation, one of our greatest living thinkers on the topic of aloneness, and I feel extremely privileged that he agreed to speak with me, with us. While this episode delves into David's inner life, particularly through his poetry, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to discuss loneliness and solitude in general with him. His answers were, as I expected, chillingly eloquent. So I won't waste any more time with this introduction. Here is David Whyte.
I've always felt that when you do feel loneliness, it's always a kind of inverse measure of what you actually belong to. That it actually tells you where to go. But it's an invitation into a very raw form of vulnerability that most of us have had very little introduction to. We're not told that that's actually the doorway you're supposed to go through. We have so many forces in life and in the media telling us to become this 100% paragon of perfection. If you can just actually speak the pain of your aloneness and the pain of your loneliness, the sense of isolation, and say it exactly in a line, in a poem, or just out loud to the mirror, or walking around the park by yourself, you get an understanding of actually what you need in your life, or who you need in your life, or how you need what you need and who you need in your life.
Do you use alone and lonely interchangeably, or how do you distinguish what loneliness is?
Yeah, I'd say loneliness is the sense of being unmoored and unanchored and not belonging, and the sense that you won't be found by the world in the way you want to be found, or by another person. And so it's a state of exile in a way. But as I say, if you can just actually not resist that exile, but actually try and see it as a foundation for understanding yourself, of stepping off from it. Now that's all very well my saying it. It takes practice to do that. It takes help. I've had a lot of help from various teachers, other poets I've read in my life, and you could say Buddhist teachers and the great literary tradition. If you're completely isolated, then it's a very hard circle to get out of. You need help. And I often think that one of the necessary dynamics of getting out of aloneness and loneliness is asking for help. And I would say asking for, especially for what I call invisible help. It's difficult enough for us in this age when we're supposed to be completely self-sufficient to ask even for practical help from other people. We're always saying, I can do it myself. Invisible help is the help that you do not as yet know you need. And the only way that you find out what you need is by paying incredible attention to what's around you. And of course, one of the desperate parts of loneliness is you become numb and you stop paying attention. So the first step is just to start feeling more, even if it's feeling the raw vulnerability of not being where you want to be, and starting to pay attention.
Do you think we struggle to pay that attention, perhaps especially in this day and age?
I think one of the difficulties of today is we've put all our eggs in one basket, in that we try to hold the conversation simply through human forms. And yet throughout our evolution as human beings, we've always held a conversation with a multiplicity of qualities, like with the blue in the sky, or the red in the sunset in the evening, or the movement of leaves, at the very top of a silent wood when the breeze is coming through. The sound of an owl in the evening. The smell of grass, the feel of a summer breeze on your skin. These are all conversations. These are actually all qualities. And it's just very strange that we've now defined the fact that you're just not in conversation with another human being as being alone. You're not alone, actually. You're just not paying attention to all of these other thousands of qualities that we've actually co-evolved with over the thousands of years. So one of the reasons we're lonely is we've forgotten that we have a friendship with the sky, we have a friendship with the ground, we have a friendship with our bodies, we have a friendship with the way our bodies respond to the natural world. I remember one springtime, actually it was the springtime before 9/11, and the very spring before it happened, and I was in Central Park on what was really the first day of spring. New York had had terrible weather, and then suddenly, on a Sunday morning, the sun came out and the sky was deep blue. And I was in Central Park very early, and then suddenly I saw thousands of people literally streaming into the park. And they were all just brought alive by that first day. And of course it was a Sunday, so they could take time. But you could see that ancient kind of seeking for this other form of friendship. The sky, the smell of the blossoms in the park, and your body, the way it feels in the spring and the summer. So these are all ancient friendships that we have that we would do well to reestablish.
I love the use of the word friendships there. I get a sense of that kind of friendship from your poem, The House of Belonging. The way I read it, anyway. It's about your own remembering that you're not really alone when you're alone, right? You have relationships with the things in your home.
In a way, it came out of a kind of difficult loneliness and a wonderful, nourishing aloneness, both at the same time. I'd moved into a new old house. It was a very old house on the island where I live in the Pacific Northwest. But it was a new house to me, and for myself and my son, I was going to be a single parent father in that house. But it also felt like I was resurrecting parts of myself that hadn't been able to emerge in the relationship that I'd been in. And that's not to blame the other person, it's just one of the dynamics that happens in relationship is that certain parts of you get avalanched over or neglected, especially when you're a parent and you have to put other people before yourself and put the other person before yourself and before your desires quite often. So one of the nourishing things of being alone again is finding out who this stranger is inside you. And I always feel you meet the new you always meet the new you in the form of a stranger. And in order to meet that stranger, you actually have to spend time alone. in order to get to know yourself at this new threshold. So this is my waking up into the house after a difficult, turbulent period, and suddenly realizing that I was alone in the house when my son wasn't there, but I had a new kind of communion and community with the world and with the future. So this is the house of belonging. I awoke this morning in the gold light. I awoke this morning in the gold light, turning this way and that, thinking it was one day like any other. I awoke this morning in the gold light, turning this way and that, thinking it was one day like any other. But the veil had gone from my darkened heart, and I thought, it must have been the first easy rhythm with which you breathed yourself to sleep. It must have been the candlelight that filled my room. It must have been the prayer I said, speaking to the otherness of the night. And I thought, this is the good day you could meet your love. This is the good day you could meet your love. This is the grey day someone close to you could die. This is the day you realize how easily the thread is broken between this world and the next. And I found myself sitting up in the quiet pathway of light, the tawny, close-grained cedar burning round me like fire, and all the angels of this housely heaven ascending through the first roof of light the sun had made. This is the bright home in which I live. This is where I ask my friends to come. This is where I want to love all of the things it has taken me so long to learn to love. This is where I want to love all of the things it has taken me so long to learn to love. This is the temple of my adult aloneness, and I belong to that aloneness as I belong to my life. There is no house. I belong to that aloneness as I belong to my life. There is no house like the house of belonging. It's interesting to think of aloneness, even loneliness, as a doorway to becoming. Quite often a difficult and vulnerable doorway, and one you don't want to go through, but one that's simplifying our lives and bringing us down to a foundational understanding of what's the simplest thing we want and need in life.
And that's a doorway we can go through no matter what age we are, right? Adult aloneness is one of the phrases that stands out to me in that poem. Can you expand on what that is to you, adult aloneness?
We all know what adolescent aloneness looks like, you know. It's the fear of missing out, it's a sense of boredom, it's not knowing what to do with yourself. And actually, it used to be actually a doorway that everyone went through before you had phones and screens, and you had to, when you were alone in the house at home, around your very tedious parents, you had to figure something out to do yourself, yeah. So it's quite difficult, I think, for young people today who don't actually have periods where they're left to themselves, and they actually have to dig a little deeper. So, and digging deeper is coming to a form of maturity in your aloneness. Even just going for a walk, a 20-minute walk without your phone, you are actually a different person on that walk than you are if you take your smartphone with you. Yeah. If you go for a walk for the shortest time, there's another person waiting beneath the surface for a deeper conversation that's not distracted. So I'd say the adult aloneness has to do with finding what is nourishing. There are certain thresholds of maturity you can't go through without spending significant time living and breathing by yourself. Yeah.
You spoke with me before about practicing being alone, getting more comfortable with it. Because if you can, there's understanding to be found there. There's freedom to be found there.
You just start building your stamina for aloneness. And that aloneness is just ceasing to name everything as you see it. Because we're always naming people in too small a way. We name ourselves in too small a way. So the part of the mind that's naming things is trying to control the world. So we're trying to get another part of us engaged, which isn't trying to hold everyone by the shirt collar and coerce them into what we think they should be doing, and to let go of your own shirt collar in the mirror and let yourself alone in a radical way. Leave yourself to be yourself. Whatever that self is, to begin with, it's a mystery, it's an unknown, and it can only be approached through not speaking and not naming to begin with, until slowly another voice starts to speak back towards you. And strangely, it's like an old memory. It's actually our old voice. We may have had a brief experiences of it, visionary experience of it in childhood, but it's just an understanding of the unique way you were made for the conversation of life, which every child has a glimpse of at one time or another, and which starts to return to you like a nostalgia to begin with, but actually a real memory after a while. I always say that nostalgia really felt is not the past coming to visit you, but real nostalgia is the annunciation that the past as you know it is about to end. You're feeling the past in such a physically, bodily way, almost sometimes to the point of nausea. It's an annunciation that your understanding of that past is just about to change, actually. And you're about to understand your mother in a different way than through the name you've given her for the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, explaining who she was. Yeah. You're about to re-understand your father. Yeah. You're about to re-understand your childhood, actually. And you're about to re-people it in a different way. So aloneness, is a lovely, necessary clearing of the space in order to re-people it again. It's really interesting to think that we shouldn't be in this binary mode of trying to cure loneliness in order to be socially cemented to others, but to see it in a kind of seasonal way, that it's necessary for every human being to go through thresholds of deep loneliness at crucial stages in their life. And if they didn't, they wouldn't change. They'd just stay in the old conversation.
I get the sense that your poem, Just Beyond Yourself, is about reaching those kinds of deeper states of aloneness. Would you read a bit for us as we close out here?
Just beyond yourself. Just beyond yourself is where you need to be. Just beyond yourself is where you need to be. Half a step into self-forgetting and the rest restored by what you'll meet. Half a step into self-forgetting and the rest restored by what you'll meet. There's a road always beckoning. There's a road always beckoning. When you see the two sides of it closing together at that far horizon and deep in the foundations of your own heart at exactly the same time, when you see the two sides of it closing together at that far horizon and deep in the foundations of your own heart at exactly the same time, that's how you know it's where you have to go. That's how you know it's a road you have to follow. That's how you know you have to go. That's how you know. It's just beyond yourself. It's where you need to be.
Thank you, thank you, thank you to David Whyte. Please read his work if you haven't already. There are a number of books to choose from, but my favorites are The House of Belonging, one of his collections of poetry, The Heart Aroused, Poetry and Preservation of the Soul in Corporate America, and Consolations, The Solace, Nourishment, and Underlying Meaning of Everyday Words, which he dedicated to words and their beautiful, hidden, and beckoning uncertainties. Man, I love that. David is currently at work on another book, 3 chapters in, he says, on how to deepen conversation. If it's me you're looking for, please email lonelyhourpodcast@gmail.com, follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Lonely Podcast, or you can find us on the Lonely Hours Facebook page, and sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com. Otherwise, as I always say, enjoy yourself. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson.
I took my design class on a field trip to an open space preserve. And then they all had to go back to campus basically because they still had class. And I just stayed and I walked around for another 3 hours or so, basically until the sunset. It's funny that I should be surprised by this, but I felt so much better than I had in the entire last month. Just like I could think again, or I could breathe again. It's like I had half of my brain back. And it wasn't just being alone. It was being alone there. I was like, oh, right. This is not a nice little luxury that sometimes I can get away with. This is something that I need to actually be able to be fully myself.
Hello, Lonely Hour listeners. This is Julia Bainbridge. I'm here with the last episode in our little Inner Lives mini-series. As I became interested in understanding how people tend to their private selves in this overstimulated era, 4 authors, each of whom published works related to this topic, came to my attention. They've been helping me explore this idea of the inner self. Today, we've got Jenny Odell, whose voice you heard at the top of this episode. Jenny is an artist, a teacher at Stanford University, and the author of How to Do Nothing: Resisting the Attention Economy. My first question for her was, what is nothing?
I think it's kind of anything that is opposed to the kind of default analytical or judgmental mindset that we are asked to be in most of the time. So things like listening, any form of observation, something where you are sort of observing without judgment, things involved with curiosity, wandering through the library. That's one of my favorite examples. That's sort of my like rainy day activity. If I can't be wandering around outside, then I will be wandering inside in a library. You know, the library that I spend the most time in is the Stanford Library because I work there, and it's really, really big. It's also sort of surprisingly confusing. The layout is not intuitive, so it's actually really easy to get lost in, which is not something I mind if I have a lot of time. I like the difference between idly seeking information in a library, the difference between that and something like Googling something. If you Google something and you don't find the answer, usually on page 1, you're sort of done. People tend to Google things and read 3 or 4 headlines. Or now sometimes Google even gives you the answer at the top in the little box. And so, you know, like the difference between that and saying, oh, there's this subject that I'm sort of vaguely curious about and I have no starting or ending point. I'm just going to see what's there. Even when you look up a title in a catalog, you don't really know what that book is going to be like. You don't even know what size the book is going to be. And so I really like going to some section that I have some loose reason to be interested in, and then going outward from there. I found this amazing book called The Colonization of Time. And it's such a strange and amazing book. It's definitely like an academic book. It has this horrible cover with a really bad font. It looked like it had not been checked out in a really long time. And this book was life-changingly important for me to read. So I think with something like that, I will just then sit there and like read as much of the book as possible. But other times, you know, I might find a book and it's sort of interesting, but not exactly, or oftentimes it's something that's way over my head. And then I'll just look around that book and kind of wander down the shelf until I find something that is closer to what I'm looking for, even though I don't quite know what I'm looking for, but some things grab you and other things don't. I will stay for as long as possible. So it depends on when I get there. I will be there until it closes, basically.
Why does this seem so radical?
This is part of the reason I'm so interested in the idea that time is money. That idea goes all the way back, you know, as I learned from the Colonization of Time book, not only to industrialism, but to honestly like Puritanism and this idea that it's immoral to waste time. Sort of like you have a bank of time that you were given, and if you don't produce something with that time, then you're kind of wasting it, and it's similar to wasting money. I sometimes think, you know, on the days that I wander around and do quote unquote nothing, it sometimes unfortunately feels expensive. And so I think that's a pretty deep-seated thing. It's kind of hard to get around. So the situation that we're in right now, I think, is just that same problem taken to a new level by how granular it's become, how it's not even some time is money. It's like all time is money. Even time that you're sleeping is potentially money. It's this kind of inability to even like conceive of off time, or this idea that every moment that you spend should be sort of, you should have something to show for it. I think it's telling that even leisure time now is something that we package. I mean, not everyone, right? But it's pretty common on Instagram to frame your life experiences in a certain way, sort of like a product that then gets ratings in the form of likes. So there's this kind of constant expression, externalization, and this idea of yourself as a producing body. A lot of the most meaningful moments in my life, or the most productive in the sense that I consider productive, have been in off time. So yeah, last week I went on a hike on one of my favorite trails, and it happens to not have cell reception. It's also not very well known, so I don't tend to see a lot of people on it. And I honestly struggled to even describe it to myself in my own journal. I was technically gone for 6 hours, but it felt like 3 or 4 days. And I just saw so much that it really made an argument for the idea that I sort of believe in, that not only is time not the same. I quote John Muir in the book saying, "Longest is the life that contains the highest amount of time-effacing enjoyment," something like that. Basically, like, your life, that's the longest life, is the one that has the most moments like that. So for me, that's why that matters, or that's why it's a problem to not be able to access off time, or even the idea of off time, is that for me personally, that kind of time is when I'm reminded that I'm alive. It's really important for me, and it can't be expressed not only on social media, but it can barely even be expressed at all. And I think that, you know, I'm fine with that.
The question of technology comes to mind. You're not anti-technology, right? You had your phone with you on this walk?
I did have my phone with me a lot on that hike because I was using that app, iNaturalist. Although I didn't have cell reception, so I wasn't finding out what the plants were at the moment. I had to wait until I got home. But because it's spring, there were a lot of wildflowers. And just in general, when things are flowering, that's kind of when you get to find out what they are, because there are a lot of plants that look the same otherwise, or not the same, but it's hard for an app like iNaturalist to just use the information of like a bunch of leaves. And so I actually ran out of space on my phone. I mean, that's also because I'm really bad about deleting things off my phone. But I ran out of space because I took so many photos of plants to then later put into this app. And I learned 10 or 15 new species just on that one hike. I also, like, because I was running out of space, but I didn't know when I was going to be back, so I really needed to take these photos. I ended up deleting almost everything off my phone. Like, I deleted Instagram. I deleted Spotify. What else? Facebook. I just was like, no, I don't need any of these things. I just need to know what this plant is. I think I enjoy uses of technology that are just tools for observation. I mean, the other quote-unquote technology I had with me was binoculars. And it's similar in that it's aiding my human vision. And I'm really, really glad that I had them because, again, this is one of those things that doesn't sound that amazing when I describe it, but I saw this, it's a bird called a vireo, and I haven't seen them very often, and it's also just really hard to see birds in the forest because there's just a lot of redwoods and it's just not easy to spot them. And I saw one and it was feeding its baby. You just have to take my word for it that a vireo is already like an extremely painfully cute bird. So a baby one is kind of too much to handle. When I saw that bird and its baby, I don't really know where I went. I basically stood there until they left because I was pretty sure I would never see anything like that ever again. And I was so focused on them and I was trying to memorize every detail. And I was also just so flabbergasted by even having seen them at all. And oddly enough, if you asked me when did you feel the most yourself, it would probably be a moment like that. But it's really weird because actually in the moment it's like I was replaced with these two birds or something. Like I was so outwardly focused that my ego self was not even present. And so I think that's a really interesting thing that happens with things like listening and observation where you're so focused outward that the kind of dense ego sense of the self just completely disappears. But it's still you. That is still an experience of the self. And there's no way I would have seen that without binoculars. I think there are moments where technology in some way can help you see something that you just wouldn't see otherwise, and that gives you more access to the present.
You make a connection between capitalism and loneliness in the book. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, I think that there's a really strong connection between capitalism and obviously ideas of competition, and especially individualized competition. It's something, you know, I remember even from high school, honestly. I went to high school in Cupertino, and a lot of students there were it's a public high school, but it has a really high college acceptance rate. And I recently was going back through old journals, and I was really struck by how much there was this model of individual excellence, test scores, evaluations, performance, right? And not as much, I don't know, like collaborative work or work where you get surprised by something, or these less goal-driven kind of activities. And now, you know, I'm an art instructor and I'm at Stanford, and I'm seeing it from the other end where I see my students having come out of things like that. And Stanford itself is a pretty competitive atmosphere. So I think that there's something about that kind of atmosphere that encourages viewing oneself as a product, or one's life as a product. And once you start seeing things that way, it's possible to optimize that product. So doing everything in order to optimize oneself, that becomes the only criteria for deciding whether or not to do something. And it's just such a narrow understanding of the self. I think it cuts off all of these other sources of meaning that you could get. It certainly doesn't bode super well for relationships with other people, because in a super hyper competitive situation, it's very much every man for himself. And it's very much like, what do I need to make myself better? And that's the end of the story. And it seems, you know, I lived in San Francisco before Oakland. Not that you don't see this in Oakland too, but I just feel like there was a personality type where you have someone who's hell-bent on self-improvement and still miserable, and just thinks that they're just not doing a good enough job. And so they get really obsessed with this self-improvement, because all of their feeling of being miserable, they chalk up to not doing a good enough job. And I would see that, and I would, you know, it's like, oh, the answer is so simple. If you just walked sideways, if you just get off a ladder or just look around, it's really not as difficult. It doesn't need to be that difficult. I mean, we're not here alone. So, you know, when I say look around, I mean at other people, but also at where you are, and at the non-human inhabitants of where you are. I have that description in the book of being in the rose garden and reading about species loneliness for the first time, which is this term that describes the loneliness that humans feel not being connected to other species. And that at the moment that I read that, I kind of looked over at this song sparrow. There's lots of song sparrows in the rose garden, and that I looked at it in a different way because of that. I mean, I was already a bird enthusiast, but I think there's a really big difference between seeing, it's like you can see, okay, there's just birds, or you can see there's specific birds, or you can see beings with agency that have their own understanding of the reality that you also have an understanding of, you know? And I think, to me, that is the most unlonely feeling.
Thank you to Jenny Odell for spending time with us. Please check out her book, How to Do Nothing. And thanks also to our other guests, Manoush Zomorodi, Priya Parker, and David White. I hope you liked this series. If you did or didn't, please tell me. You can email me at lonelyhourpodcast@gmail.com. You can reach me on Twitter and Instagram at lonelypodcast, or you can find me on the Lonely Hours Facebook page. And sign up for our newsletter at thelonelyhour.com. The regular show will be back in the near future, and that newsletter is the best way to hear about new episodes. That's it for now. Until we find our next stories to share with you, please enjoy yourself. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson. Hello, Lonely Hour listeners. It's been a while. This is Julia, and I know things are feeling strange right now. We've been thinking of you, and we will have some new episodes coming your way starting later this week. I hope that what we've made will soothe you. Until then, be well, and please stay home. More from us soon. Hi, it's Julia. I am on a walk to the grocery store. The first time I've been out in 3 days or so, even if just for a walk, because I've been scared and ultra distancing. And sorry, I just held my breath because I passed someone who was 2 feet away from me. I didn't see them coming. And I don't think that tactic makes a lot of sense, but that's what my body naturally did. Strange. Anyway, I'm just going to the grocery store. Welcome, or welcome back, to the Lonely Hour. It's Julia, and I've missed you. If you have the privilege, you are likely listening to this from home. Maybe you've had a brief outing to the grocery store like I just did, but that's about it. The coronavirus has shut down businesses, schools, movie theaters, and festivals. We are social distancing, a term with which we're now all painfully familiar, in order to slow contagion. Before I get into the bulk of this episode, and it is a bulky one, I want to say that production has been made possible by Kin Euphorics. Kin is a new category of alcohol-free beverages that, as founder Jen Batchelor likes to say, sparks conscious connection through a mixture of herbs, botanicals, and supplements. Kin makes 3 products: High Road, which is herbaceous and tart and intends to boost serotonin, then a canned, ready-to-drink Kin Spritz, and finally Dreamlight, a nightcap containing ingredients meant to relieve stress and wind down the body. Jen is giving us her personal discount code, ALLBLISSWITHJEN, for 20% off all online orders right now. Again, use ALLBLISSWITHJEN at kineuphorics.com. Normally, on this show, I act as the narrator for other people's stories when I'm needed. And while in one sense now feels like the time to be cautious with words and opinions, I also feel I must lift the curtain, so to speak, and talk with you directly. I launched The Lonely Hour in 2016. That was before former U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy first called loneliness an epidemic, and before the Cigna, BBC, and Kaiser loneliness surveys were published. A bunch of things had been knocking around in my head for a while. There's the decline of social capital that Robert Putnam outlines in Bowling Alone. Layer on top of that the information age and the toxic information in it, which has made us feel angry and powerless. More and more people around me were joining the new economy of freelancers and gig workers, and while there are upsides to the nature of that kind of work, it can also result in a feeling of loneliness and insecurity. The video gamification of dating was making modern romance seem pretty bleak, to be honest. And combined with dropping marriage rates and changing attitudes towards long-term monogamous partnership, finding someone was feeling increasingly impossible. We belong to very little today. Union, church, and club memberships have declined, and our arbiters of meaning are changing. Finally, more and more people are living alone than ever before in human history. All of this came together, and I wanted to explore it. Ultimately, I decided that loneliness wasn't something I wanted to put in the problem box. You know, we're often reluctant to talk about loneliness because we're part of a problem-solving oriented culture, and we feel that loneliness can't be fixed. Actually, it's central to the human experience. So my approach has been to talk openly about loneliness, cataloging people's experiences with it in a narrative-driven format, in hopes of destigmatizing it. Maybe that would soften the blow of the feeling, which is an inevitable one, or at least make people feel less alone. I still think the way I make the show has value. In fact, I know it does because you tell me so. But I've wondered if it wouldn't be more useful to focus on chronic loneliness. This is where the real danger lies. The resulting stress breaks us down physically and mentally. It sends us into self-preservation mode, ultimately leading to more isolation. This builds on itself and makes you unable to reach out when you most need to. You don't really need me to break all of that down right now. The research is out there, but according to Kaiser, 22% of adults in the US struggle with loneliness. That's more than the number of adults who have diabetes or who smoke. We shouldn't try to eliminate loneliness because it does actually have merits. Again, the issue is when it becomes chronic. And that's why I'm at least making this episode differently, because the coronavirus is threatening to take some of us there. We're trying to stay healthy by staying apart from one another, and that's the right call. But I worry about the mental health issues that will worsen, what Murty calls the social recession. Habits are hard to break, and right now we're getting into a habit of being alone. This is dangerous for a species that's hardwired for connection. I worry also about the elderly and those living in poverty for whom this is harsher, and about people with substance use disorders for whom isolation is the enemy. The restaurant industry, which it's hard to overstate how important it is to me, is struggling to figure out how to survive. I fear for the safety of Chinese Americans, of Asian people in general. Bigots are blaming them for the coronavirus, which President Trump labeled the Chinese virus. My friend Sung, who was born and raised in Korea, now works for the CDC in Atlanta. Recently, she volunteered to travel to New York and help screen passengers at JFK Airport.
I was on my way to deployment to JFK. I was in line to get coffee at the airport, and a random man coughed on me and yelled, "Virus, virus," while waving his hand away from him. I thought to myself, wow, I am going to be in front lines protecting him and his family, but what is he doing? And of course I didn't say anything to him because I also don't want to get hurt. So I just got my coffee and walked away.
This kind of verbal abuse is unfortunately a tame example of the kinds of racist attacks Asians are facing right now. Fortunately, lots of efforts are being made to help those in need. And this episode is one of the ways I'm trying to do the same. The following episodes in this series will be truer to the DNA of the Lonely Hour, but I can't share them without first taking what we're facing seriously and addressing what some of you have been telling me are your more urgent needs. Some of the segments in this episode are meant to help you get through this period of isolation. Some are light and hopefully entertaining, and some will soothe you. So, on we go. Dr. Amelia Aldeo is a psychologist and founder of Together CBT, a New York City-based clinic specializing in group therapy for anxiety, stress, and depression. Part of the reason she believes in group therapy is because it allows people to connect in person. But, of course, we can't connect in person right now. Not with group therapy classmates, not even with friends.
When we are near other people, when we're close by, when we are physically touching people, we tend to feel good in many cases. And sometimes that's driven by oxytocin, which is the love hormone in our brain. This is not just in the context of romantic relationships, could be friends, could be other people, and it actually has really good effects on our brain. So that is a bit of a concern in these times. There's really not much of a substitute per se. This is a time to really focus on a lot of activities that bring you pleasure. They could be guilty pleasures. That's totally fine. It might be binging a dating reality show. It could be baking. It could be exercising. It could be anything really, but we need to make sure that we're engaging every day in a lot of activities that give us a dopamine rush so that we can counteract some of what we're not getting from the social reinforcements of being physically in the same space as people.
Amelia believes the media's focus has been on techniques to fight anxiety, but that we should also look at the other side of the coin. How do we increase positive emotions? One way is to connect with others using the technological tools at our disposal, and that's definitely happening. People are pulling together. They are clinking quarantinis at virtual happy hours using Google Hangouts, or undergraduate students have created a FaceTime dining hall, congregating over meals while scattered across the country. My friend Janelle's husband just emailed me to plan a surprise birthday party for her using Zoom. And it seems the good old phone call is back. All of this is great, but Amelia has 2 caveats.
Make sure that you're talking about things other than COVID. What I did with some of my friends is I started a WhatsApp chat group that is called Only for Laughs. And we just send funny things, and every once in a while somebody misbehaves and sends something that is remotely stressful, so then we actually force them to turn that into some sort of joke. We self-police because we really don't want it to turn into a thread for anxiety related topics. And then the second caveat is to not overdo it. There's been a flurry of activity and people texting and talking and setting up a lot of virtual hangouts, and I think we're going to be in this new life of social isolation for quite some time. Pacing ourselves is really important as well.
I'm ashamed to admit that now in my 4th week of being alone in my apartment, I'm becoming a bit neurotic about social media. The normally relatively tame kind of anxiety I can have over interactions, or lack of them, on Instagram in particular, is being exacerbated by my loneliness here. I told Amelia that one friend in particular seems to be actively engaging with other people and yet not with me, and watching it play out has become a painful obsession of mine. Sometimes I'll snap out of it, like, all right, there's an algorithm, maybe he didn't see the post, and we're all busy right now, the volume of communication has been turned up and it's hard to manage it. But there's still a part of me that thinks, if we're not being purposeful with each other about connecting in this time of crisis, then what are we?
This is a great time in our life to focus on the people that matter. Maybe begin to spend less mental energy in those people who don't really add much to our lives, those people who are perhaps a bit toxic, those people who are ambivalent, those people who are flaky, those people who are not always there for us, who are not always showing up. Maybe we cut them a lot of slack in other times, but maybe this is a time to actually focus again on those people who are there for us day in and day out.
Romantic partnerships are one concern of Amelia's. Many of those who cohabitate but work separately are now forced to be together all day, and others who are dating and live in their own spaces don't know when they'll be able to see each other next. This brings stress and uncertainty, which brings more stress. I have actually been experiencing something, dare I say it, pleasant. I don't know if it's the world is ending, so screw it-ness of it all, or if they're just feeling lonely, but a few people have confessed to me their crushes.
That is amazing. Who would have known? It only took a pandemic to find out. There's a shift right now because the future has become so uncertain and people are really focusing on the present. I think your example is a fantastic one, that people, who maybe were waiting for the perfect moment to tell you that they liked you, they're telling you right now because there's nothing like the right now.
Which leads us to phone sex.
Now that we have this very different new rules of social connection, it's opening up the door for people to try things that maybe they wouldn't have tried before, whether it's sexting or phone sex or video sex or, I don't know, maybe even virtual reality sex. My advice in general for people is to try different sexual experiences and see what that's like.
On that note, I asked some friends to comment on their experiences with phone sex or video sex or any form of not in-person sex.
I am a big proponent of good old-fashioned audio-only phone sex. It forces each person to vocalize what they want, what they fantasize about, what they think about the other person's sexual experience. There's so much that happens when we're with someone in bed that is unspoken, and that's really interesting when you are forced by virtue of being on the phone to talk about it.
I think I would be too shy to do it with like a stranger, I mean not a stranger, like a first time person that's like kind of vulnerable and awkward. I think I don't know if I could do it with somebody that I haven't done that with.
I've been talking to someone that I've never actually met in person aside from social media, and I've been attracted to her for a while, and we got to talking for about 2 weeks now after this whole coronavirus started, and we've talked about what we like in bed, we talk about what we don't, we talk about what we would do to each other if we were in the same room at this moment. We're getting to know each other and connect in the hopes that we get to see each other after this is all over and actually get to be physical with each other. I feel that by us sharing all these things, by the time we actually meet each other, it will be very natural because we've talked a lot and, we've masturbated over the phone together. It's funny because I always said I would never do this, but I ended up really enjoying it once I opened myself up to this and once I started exploring my body.
I've been using the apps in this time to try and find sort of like a willing and game partner that I feel could be a safe space to explore this with, especially because it's a little weirder not having had the physical connection first to try to make that happen through a digital connection. But I'm hopeful. It's been confusing. I've been on Field and Tinder, but so far Tinder has just been full of sort of repulsive people who say just the crudest things. At 9 a.m. I'm getting a message from a guy who's like, can I blow a load while you watch me on FaceTime? And I was like, I don't know, let's start with the basics. Like, how's your morning? What are you into? Anything that was sort of treating me like a human and not just like a bot on the other end. So it is a bit of a struggle, but I'm persevering and looking forward to finding the sort of unicorn of phone sex while I'm stuck indoors.
The internet is looking kinder right now. Choreographer Ryan Heffington is hosting dance workout sessions on Instagram, where DJs and musicians like Diplo, Biz Markie, and Questlove have been streaming sets too. People have started calling DJ D-Nice's sets Club Quarantine.
Strictly vibes right now. Strictly vibes right now. Strictly vibes. Let's dance. Strictly vibes. Once again, this is D-Nice. Club Quarantine's takeover. Let's go. Big loves, I see you.
Chefs and food writers are teaching their followers how to cook. TED Conferences has launched TED Connects, a live daily conversation series on its website. I just got an email from the editors at the Washington Post showing a schedule for upcoming live Q&A sessions between their journalists and readers. All of this is free. There's so much going on that Priya Parker, author of The Art of Gathering, who was a guest on our Inner Live series, has launched a newsletter to help people navigate it. When I saw that Kin Euphorics, a brand of alcohol-free beverages, was streaming live entertainment on Instagram, I reached out to founder Jen Batchelor to learn more. And somewhere in the middle of our conversation, without my mentioning it, she offered to support The Lonely Hour in producing this episode. We are so thankful to Kin for that help and for Jen's belief in this show. But back to Tune In Together. Every Wednesday at 7, 6 Central, Kin is sharing a variety show of sorts: comedic sing-alongs, virtual dance parties, musical performances, cocktail tutorials, you name it, on the company's Instagram page at Kin Euphorics.
We were like, okay, well, what does the world need now? How can we continue to deliver on our values and create a safe haven for people online where they can actually just consume something really light and fun and hopefully inspiring?
What's up, guys? Jen of Kin here, hosting our first ever inaugural episode of Tune In Together, a new series that we here at Kin have designed just for you in response to the wild times that we're facing as a community right now. For me, it's both finding a way to stylishly promote non-alc as a way to have a great time without compromising your values or risking your health. And I do fear for folks because there's a lot of content out there right now that can be very triggering, whether it's the news or it's 70 people gathering for a Zoom happy hour and comparing notes about how their vodka tastes.
Jen grew up in Saudi Arabia, where prohibition is still the law. Her father, though, was an aircraft mechanic by day and, as she calls it, a desert moonshine distiller by night.
And so he was sort of everybody's dealer in that sense, a dealer of joy.
Jen saw how powerful a social ritual like drinking can be, but also how destructive alcohol can be. She wanted to tap into her studies in Vedic psychology and herbology to create something new.
How can we then take the perceived benefits of alcohol and try to recreate that for someone who still wants to go out and socialize? We started out 4 years ago concepting a new ritual. We didn't even know what it was. We didn't know if it was going to be a drink. We didn't know if it was going to be a candy. We just knew that people were ready to elevate their social rituals. It's like, okay, now we really care about the ingredients that we're putting in our bodies. Where do they come from? And more importantly, how do they make us feel? To give you the full anthropological deep dive on how we came to the term euphorics to sort of describe the drink itself and also the life and science behind it is the etymology of euphoros, the root word of euphorics, breaks down to mean to bear well within, to feel like yourself again, basically. It was coined by physicians in the 1700s, where they would sort of mark in their medical notes the moment when their patients went from really feeling sick and unwell to post-treatment, them finally emerging and feeling healthy again. So they were like, oh, patient achieved euphoros. So we're really trying to revisit and honor the original intention of the feeling of euphoros by incorporating ingredients that really do make you feel well in the moment and that help you over time curb the things that make us feel unwell, predominantly stress and anxiety. Our first formulation has rhodiola rosea, which is a fortifying agent. It's a root used in Ayurveda that helps with energy and cellular stamina.
But are bottles selling right now, I wondered? The crisis from the economic slowdown is most acute for small startup companies.
In one sense, we're growing because the benefits are very much hitting. People are realizing that they're still saying my self-care is essential, especially in a moment like this. But on the flip side, we're having to rethink what that means for our IRL business. It's been an interesting both block and tackle and also just show up every day and try to serve the guest as best as we possibly can, albeit virtually.
That was musician Shane O'Malley, also known as the Ferdy Main, from the other night's broadcast. Tune in to Tune In Together on Instagram at Kin Euphorics every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now, here's something for those of you who prefer to lose yourself in the pages of a good book.
Hi, everyone. My name's Angela Ledgerwood, and I host a books podcast where I talk to amazing writers every week called Lit Up. And Julia was kind enough to ask if I'd share some soothing reads with everyone. Even though we can't go physically to other places at the moment, reading is a way that can transport us to other places, and it can also soothe us and be a bit of a balm for the soul. It also helps answer some of those existential questions, which I think we're all dealing with now. And it can really remind us that humans have dealt with adversity before. So the first one is one of my very favorites. It's a non-fiction book called Joyful: The Surprising Power of Ordinary Things to Create Extraordinary Happiness. And it's by the industrial designer Ingrid Fattel Lee. I think so often we're told that we have to find inner peace and happiness from within, but she decided to work out what colors, what physical things in our environments can help bring us joy. I could go on and on about this book, so I'm going to shut up now and move to the second one. This book is Man's Search for Meaning. It was written in 1947 by Viktor Frankl, who was a psychotherapist who found himself as a prisoner in a Nazi concentration camp during World War II. It sounds dark and heavy, but somehow you end up feeling utterly positive, and it's really about how the perspective we take on any given situation and how we act to ourselves and to those around us will impact how we move forward. I started reading Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte on the weekend, and going back to a very specific time and place in England was wonderful, and it's a psychological thriller. It's pretty sexy as well, so I think it's a really lovely one for being absorbed in this time. Two books that I think really complement each other, although they're quite different, are both by Courtney Maum. The first one that I think will bring a little laughter to your life at the moment is called Touch. For me, it was part rom-com, part exploration into how technology is affecting our interpersonal relationships. Courtney's most recent novel, Costa Alegre, is heavily inspired by the real-life relationship between the heiress Peggy Guggenheim and her daughter Pagine. In Courtney's book, our protagonists are called Leonora Calloway and her daughter is Lara. In the lead up to this war, they have escaped to a Mexican jungle, and what they've done is they've brought all these artists, particularly the surrealist artists, this gaggle of strange misfits, along with them, and they're waiting for this ship to come with all their precious art to pick them up and take them to New York. It's a poignant mother-daughter story. I'll leave it at that. I do want to do a lightning quick round of some more that are just those epic, sweeping types of stories that take you to another place. And they are Manhattan Beach by Jennifer Egan. Then there's City of Girls by Elizabeth Gilbert. The Dutch House by Anne Patchett. Pachinko by Min Jin Lee. The Overstory by Richard Powers, and Americana by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. They're also different in their ways, but they're a guaranteed good read. Thanks so much for listening. I hope I haven't rabbited on too much, and I hope some of these books bring a little comfort. Bye.
Find Lit Up at thelitupshow.com. Angela has interviewed two of the authors mentioned here, Ingrid Fattel Lee and Courtney Maum, and some of my other favorite Lit Up episodes have featured Dolly Alderton talking about love, relationships, and our bodies, and an uplifting chat with Australian author Trent Dalton. Those of you who know me personally or who follow me on Instagram know that philosopher David Whyte is an idol of mine. He graced the show with his thoughts on loneliness and what he calls the conversational nature of reality in our Inner Life series last year. I'm sharing again his recitation of a poem he wrote called The House of Belonging. As he explained recently, it's really about seeing endless horizons within the confines of a very small house. It's also about waking into new possibility, having gone through a dark time. Here is The House of Belonging.
I awoke this morning in the gold light. I awoke this morning in the gold light, turning this way and that, thinking it was one day like any other. I awoke this morning in the gold light, turning this way and that, thinking it was one day like any other. But the veil had gone from my darkened heart, and I thought, it must have been the first easy rhythm with which you breathed yourself to sleep. It must have been the candlelight that filled my room. It must have been the prayer I said, speaking to the otherness of the night. And I thought, this is the good day you could meet your love. This is the good day you could meet your love. This is the grey day someone close to you could die. This is the day you realize how easily the thread is broken between this world and the next. And I found myself sitting up in the quiet pathway of light, the tawny, close-grained cedar burning round me like fire, and all the angels of this housely heaven ascending through the first roof of light the sun had made. This is the bright home in which I live. This is where I ask my friends to come. This is where I want to love all of the things it has taken me so long to learn to love. This is where I want to love all of the things it has taken me so long to learn to love. This is the temple of my adult aloneness, and I belong to that aloneness as I belong to my life. There is no house. I belong to that aloneness as I belong to my life. There is no house like the house of belonging.
David believes that the coronavirus will be a test and a reordering, not only of our health and our political and financial systems, but also of our mutual compassion and our willingness to work together. Disruptions create societal shifts. Some argue that the birth of the modern state began in response to the plague. Could this, too, result in radical change, but for good? Look, I don't want to romanticize this crisis. It's horrific. Here in New York, the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak, at least at the time of recording, some city hospitals' morgues are at capacity. Refrigerated trucks have been called in to hold bodies. The economic fallout, too, will be devastating. It already has been. We can't yet fully comprehend how profoundly this thing will impact us. But a breakdown is a peculiar opportunity to rebuild in a healthier way. Will this be a wake-up call for world leaders to work together? Might having been through this and seeing how the environment is in some small ways recovering while humans are on pause inspire us to actually respond to the climate emergency? Might we reckon with the overlooked dangers of capitalism and consider a fairer system? Might we redefine what success means to us, tearing down a society centered around ambition and conquest and building one centered around people? Might we try to reinvent how we live together, binding ourselves to others by social solidarity and commitment? We are designed to be interdependent. What heals human loneliness is feeling that you have a reciprocal relationship, that you're in it with another person. We are certainly in it with each other right now. Might some good come from having shared a common purpose and felt a common urgency? We've been operating within a system that has been making us sick for a while. Those who survive this epidemic will have some decisions to make. Singer-songwriter Nick Cave put it best in his newsletter, The Red Hand Files, which I highly recommend subscribing to. We will need to put ourselves back together again, not only personally, but societally. In time, we will be given the opportunity to either contract around the old version of ourselves and our world, insular, self-interested, and tribalistic, or understand the connectedness and commonality of all humans everywhere. In isolation, we will be presented with our essence of what we are personally and what we are as a society. We will be asked to decide what we want to preserve about our world and ourselves, and what we want to discard. Personally, I cannot imagine going back to a life in which I pump out content. I'm going to have to put off my dream of buying a house, but I can focus on seeking deeper meaning through my work. What do you want to focus on? We have some more episodes coming soon, episodes that feel more like The Lonely Hour than this one does. Thank you for allowing me to change format and address what you've told me are your needs right now. Be well, and please, if you are able, if you have one, stay home. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson. Peyton Turner is our illustrator. And special shout out to Carrie Ann Thomas, the Lonely Hour's former production assistant, who offered her help without prompting out of the goodness of her heart and her belief in this project. Now I'm going to leave you with a little bit of DJ D Nice's recent Instagram live set, which I listened to along with tens of thousands of people, including Doug E. Fresh, Michelle Obama, and Bernie Sanders. Until next time.
I don't want nobody else to ever love me. You are my shining star, my guiding light, my love fantasy. There's not a minute, hour, day, or night that I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember in the days when I was scared to touch you, how I spent my day dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You must have known that I had feelings deep enough to swim in. That's when you opened up your heart and you told me to come and found my love. Deep nights. A thousand kisses from you is never enough. I just don't wanna stop. Oh, my love. A million days in your arms is never enough.
And there's someone roaring along on their motorbike. Another really sweet thing tonight was FaceTiming with those guys, and there was a plane that was very low in the sky, not far from me, and I was saying, oh, I'm seeing a plane really low in the sky. I'm not used to seeing planes that low in the sky, and there's not many planes in the sky right now. And they were seeing the same plane over in West Hollywood. And I was saying, oh, it can't be the same plane. And then, oh, it's turning. Oh, it's getting lower. Oh, it's coming in this direction. We were watching the same plane, and somehow that was immensely comforting, like some 90s ballad about, you know, being under the same sky.
Hi everyone, welcome back to The Lonely Hour. It's Julia, and I hope you liked the last episode. It was a bit of a departure for us, but now we're going to get back to what I think we do best, which is sharing other people's stories. In this case, they're stories of social distancing and isolation. You just heard, and will continue to hear today, from Polly McIntosh, to whom I'm actually related.
My dear cousin Julia, whose podcast this is, of course, said that I should probably mention my age and what I do and whatnot. I'm Pollyanna McIntosh. I have just turned 41 years old. Woohoo! I'm an actor, known best for Walking Dead, for playing Jada/Anne on Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, of course. And I'm also a writer-director. I had a film that came out last year, my first feature, called Darlin, DARLIN', which is available now to stream on all platforms and on DVD and Blu-ray. I live in Los Angeles, California, in Silver Lake, and I'm a family of me and my wee 1 year and 8 month-year-old terrier, maybe poodle schnauzer mix, doglet, Sammy Davis Jr. I think that covers it.
Now, movies Polly had been working on have been delayed, conventions she was supposed to attend pushed back, an award ceremony in Moscow canceled. But in her words,
I'm not in the business of stressing about it, like work and finances and stuff, when I'm in such a better position than so many other people and that everyone is affected.
Polly says she's not stressing the small stuff or the big stuff right now, and she feels lucky. Not everyone is able to take this approach to managing life during a global pandemic.
When I do feel overwhelmed by the enormitude of the pain and suffering that's going on out there from this thing, along with everything else, it can feel quite overwhelming in the chest. And I think where my mind always goes is, well, do you want to add to that mass stress? Or do you want to put out some good vibes? And good vibes, thank you, is the bloody answer.
When I listened to all of Polly's diary entries, what stood out to me was her focus on finding joy right now. I've listened to the tape over and over, actually. Polly has become a kind of guide to staying positive for me, a model. Maybe she can be for you too. So that's what this episode is about, joy. If you look at Polly's Instagram account, Pollyanna McIntosh, you'll find photos of Sammy at bath time, photos of a mural Polly's painting in her backyard with giant pastel-colored flowers on it. She's been regramming uplifting dance videos. And she's been taking dance classes through Instagram too, with choreographer Ryan Heffington. They're called Sweatfest.
And he used to go to his nightclub, which he also co-ran with Mario Diaz, Full Frontal Disco, which was a wonderful, colourful world of weirdos and wildness. And he has been so kind and lovely as to do live Instagram dance-alongs, which I highly recommend. It's Ryan.Heffington. And I did one a couple of mornings ago, and it literally got me high. There is no way I would have been in the sustained state of joy and just those endorphins, you know, if I hadn't done that big old dance in the morning.
A couple moves that we always do them with me. So, draw a big square on the floor. I'll say square. We have squares today? We have squares today. You walk forward, and you start in the back of the square. So do it with me. You walk forward, you go, 1, 2, 3, to the side. 1, 2, and back. To the side, do it again, do it again, do it again. Take it back, work one more time, a little faster. You can do anything you want in that square.
I learned some of my other friends have been taking the class too. There's Kong Fan and Shannon Belisario and their son, Felix.
Well, I'm glad I got to be part of that. That was always fun. Felix, what'd you think? Is that fun?
Always such a release. You never know what you're going to get in class, if it's going to be laughter or tears, but it's always a good way to spend time with your friends and strangers from all around the world.
Darren Bresnitz, who runs the food, music, and culture podcast Snacky Tunes, has also gotten into Sweatfest.
There was this moment for today's class where there was a pause or delay in getting started.
Just trying to get everything to work. Trying. Hold on. Technical difficulty day. Good times. Please hold.
And I really felt a little anxious because I thought that we weren't going to have a class today.
Okay, here we go. And today I want to dedicate this to anyone and everyone who has anxiety or who has had anxiety, a little unsure, a little broken maybe. This one's for you. Yeah, so dance your hearts out. Yeah, here we go.
And I've come to realize how much this class has come to mean and to probably a lot of us as a way to break up our day, but also just to forget about everything else except for maybe moving and the music. So, thank you, Ryan. Thank you for doing this. I never, ever, weeks ago, thought I would ever, not just do a dance class, but actively look forward to a dance class and sweat and participate and just have so much fun. So thank you.
After hearing so much about it, I had to take Ryan's class too.
Dance party! Ha! Ha! Jump on 8, 5,
Oh my God. It really was really uplifting. Okay.
Whew. So, yeah, getting the body moving, getting music. He was making us sing along to Grease Lightning and shit. It was wonderful. And again, that sense of community, seeing other people following along and sending little heart faces and whatnot. We still need movement. We need movement more than ever. So on that note, I'm gonna get my arse in gear and take my puppy up a hill.
Polly's been out to Griffith Park a zillion times, but on this day she discovered a path she'd actually never taken before. It was like walking on a ridge instead of a hillside. There were wide open views all around her.
It was beautiful. So, so beautiful. And like a lot of things at the moment, I feel like my view of things is being sort of slowed down. A lot of people are experiencing this, where you're just noticing more things in nature and feelings, all your senses are just more alive. And I'm just saying hi to a couple of folks passing with their dog, because that is, for me, one of the few things I feel I can do in this situation is just say hello to everyone and smile, and whether they say hello or back or not, it doesn't matter. Just act like a community more, which will hopefully bring us all a bit more comfort feeling and keep us a bit safer too. So it's one of my little things that I'm doing. In many cases, I'm the weird Brit who's saying hello for no reason, but I think in many other cases, people are quite happy because they're probably feeling the same stuff I'm feeling with this horrific situation that nonetheless is reminding us how fragile, vulnerable, and in need of each other we are. Hello! Well, that was a little highlight. Woman just passed with a gloriously minty green 80s sweatshirt on that said golf on it in multicolored letters. And she had the cutest little pup, little Pomeranian. But the highlight, the true highlight that brought it all into the beautiful situation that it was the fact that she had on slip-on rubberized shoes with open toes. The open toes were sticking out of the mouths of red, sort of snapper-looking fish. These shoes were spectacular. And all one piece of molded rubber, but like with all the color in that of like a rubbery, cool fish that a kid would have in the bath, but proper, you know, like how a red snapper does really look on a plate. It was marvelous. And that's cheered me up no end. I don't know, I just feel pepped up by that lady's shoes. It just makes me really happy.
Once the evening came around, it was time for banoffee pie.
I decided I needed to make something so I don't go watching telly too much, you know? So I've basically boiled 2 cans of condensed milk for 3 hours. And I've made a biscuit base with shortbread and some Nilla wafers and butter. And I've bashed those cookies, as it were, in a bag, like with a rolling pin on the granite counter. You can do it on the floor or whatever. And then mixed them with the butter and lined a pie dish, and I've refrigerated it in the fridge for an hour. Sammy, stop looking at me, mate. This is not for you. This is grown-up food. Yeah, it will probably kill you. And a banoffee pie, as the name suggests, is a pie with toffee and banana in it. It's quite a traditional British thing. So there'll be loads of recipes online if you can get them, proper ones, but don't let them make it too complicated. There should be. simple fun. A child should be able to make it. With parental guidance, with the boiling of the cans, because that can be dangerous if the water isn't topped up. Anyway, and then you put the toffee in the pie casing. You put slices of banana on top, whipped cream, more banana. Dust it with chocolate if you want. It's bloody delicious. So I'm gonna leave you guys because I'll be full of pie and wine when I go to sleep later. And I want to vow that this is the last recording because I don't want to invite you in that far, okay? I don't want us to be together in my bed eating banoffee pie, watching more episodes of Sybil, and drunkenly thinking that I know how to, live. So, I'm going to leave it here. But I tell you what, if you like food, make yourself a banoffee pie, because it will cheer up the most downhearted. Stay safe, wash your hands, sending much love. Thanks so much, Julia, for the opportunity to do this. It was really fun. I hope it's kept you company. Mwah!
It really has, Polly. Thank you for being with us. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson. Peyton Turner is our illustrator, and the Lonely Hours original theme song is by Chris McLeod. Speaking of music, I'm leaving you with another shot of energy from Ryan Heffington's class. I hope this puts a pep in your step, just like it did for our guest today.
Drop the hips slightly. We're gonna lift the hips, straighten both legs. Wherever you are here. Relax, relax, relax. Both legs are straight.
And it fills me up and starts to
Bring the back leg in. Now reverse. The next leg. Take it back. Chest up. Drop the hips slightly. Bend the front knee. Belly button in. That belly button back. Nice deep contraction. Now push your breast down. Press. Press harder. Belly button in. Hot. Belly button in. That's it. Last time. Take it Straighten both legs up. Bring the back leg in. Shake it up a little bit.
The Lonely Hour is back with another diary entry from this coronavirus shelter-in-place era. I'm not going to spend any time setting up this one. Let's just get right into it.
My name is John Bainbridge, and if that name seems oddly familiar to you, it's not a coincidence. Julia Bainbridge, the podcaster, is my daughter. I'm 73 years old, I've practiced law and been a journalist, and right now I am writing a book for St. Martin's Press about 19th century firearms titans in the United States.
The book is about men who were part of the Industrial Revolution and helped contribute to the innovation of this country's industry. Familiar names like Colt, Winchester, Smith, Wesson, and Remington. John, Dad, lives alone in the countryside north of Baltimore, Maryland, and he started recording a few days after the arrival of spring.
There is a feeling of winter rot in some of the underbrush. But spring is emerging, and today, for the very first time this year, the worms have come out and are crawling across my driveway. In 5 minutes, all non-essential businesses in the state of Maryland will close pursuant to the governor's order today. More and more people are isolated, as I'm sure you are, as I'm sure my daughter is in New York City. But out here, the isolation doesn't change much. I spend the days pretty much alone. I do take little trips up to the post office, which is about 5 minutes away, a one-room post office with a very nice postmistress named Tanika. Any mail for me today? As you can see, I'm at the post office. There's a package she's going back to get. I don't know what it is. Uh-oh, 2 packages. 3 packages. Oh, this is very exciting.
It's no surprise to me to hear Tanika giggling. Dad's charming, and he's always had a way with women in particular. Right next door to the post office is a restaurant called The Peppered Pig, where he likes to grab a coffee and a couple of chocolate chip cookies baked by the owner, Darlene. Then it's back to his desk to write.
Before me are piles of paper. It's so quiet in here, with the exception of the fire, that it stands in stark contrast to the activity that these papers represent. People churning out industry, communicating with each other from industrial New England. It's kind of daunting to think of myself writing about these characters in their time when I'm so far removed from them. Anyway, that's what I'm up to now. And I've just about finished the chocolate chip cookies I got at the post office, and they have done what they are expected to do, which is give me a little burst of energy and the serenity of chocolate and a little bang from the coffee.
Dad's not totally alone out there in the countryside. Bella, a sweet, beautiful mutt rescued by one of my 3 brothers, Garrett, is with Dad right now. Garrett and his family moved to Brooklyn just this year so that his son Kaito, whose mother Maki is from Tokyo, can go to a Japanese school. Bella and Dad are good friends and stay close to one another, but she does like to get lost out in the woods sometimes.
It's been about 10 minutes and she's not responding to my calls to come back in, so time to go out to the car and start it up and see if I can call her back in that way. Okay. No Bella yet. And here's the usual routine. 3 honks. And we'll see if she comes back. Okay. There she is. Okay, no worries. Time to go back in. Now I think she'll settle in for the evening. Been thinking about the years in the past when this place was full of children. Of course, now they're all on their own and away, many with families of their own. And I think about them in pandemic time, wondering how they're doing, so I check by text and email, sometimes by phone, hoping they're well. For the most part, they are. Thoughts of them make this house seem even more quiet.
I think it was 2 weeks into all of this mess. I honestly can't remember exactly. The days are blurring together. Garrett, Maki, and their almost 4-year-old son fled New York to ride this out at Dad's house. Even though they were able to get COVID tests, which came out negative, they're staying apart for 2 weeks just to be safe. Garrett, Maki, and Kai are living in the house, and Dad is in a separate building, a barn that he converted into an office, a kind of living room, and a bathroom with a shower in it, too. How odd it feels, Dad said, for them to be with him, but not really with him.
No sign of the family. They're all inside the main house because the car is outside. It seems very strange still that we're all together here, and yet there's no sign of them. And we're keeping a great deal of distance, as we're supposed to, in these difficult times. I am glad they're here, though, for it gives my little grandson a chance to run around and be outside instead of cooped in his family's apartment in Brooklyn. They're continuing to be safe in isolation here, having food delivered, and their outside activities are all away from everybody else. So they brought no bugs with them from New York, thankfully. In another 10 days or so, their quarantine period will be over, and I'll again return to the house, and they'll be able to move around with greater freedom than they have. I expect them to be here until this pandemic subsides.
You understand it's just 3 more days because of coronavirus, then we can hug Potts, okay?
1, 2, 3.
3 days. It'll be Tuesday.
Are you having fun here, Kaito?
Yeah.
Good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was a brief hello from a distance before Dad, who Kaito calls Potts, went out for a solo hike. Then, as usual, back to his desk.
It's now late in the afternoon, the sun is out, and so is the family. I can see them through the glass of my office door, and I'm not going to go out because that would just invite the little 3.5-year-old to come on over and play, which I can't let him do. He's having a lot of fun, though, running around, squirting a huge toy from the pool, a squirt gun. Oh, I really wish I could go out and play with him, but we mustn't do so. Strange situation.
Nani?
Look at my taxes.
Pretty good. Kaito-kun mami no nani aishiteru? You got a bucket. Cool.
You and me were gonna find dinosaurs.
We're gonna find dinosaur bones? Where?
Dinosaur bones are deep in this. In this dirt. Now we gotta find it. Dinosaur bones have a long time ago.
Guess what? We can do that with Potts tomorrow, too.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. It's been 2 weeks. So tomorrow we can give Potts hugs.
Now the coronavirus is out?
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it with Potts anymore.
Yay!
He's in there. Go give him a hug.
Kaito! Hi there. Hi there. Hi there. How are you? You bouncing? What you got? Where are you going?
And off he goes.
Off he goes.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Hello. Good.
So we survived the corona.
You survived the corona.
At least the containment part.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
I think Kai's doing a happy run.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Kaito!
Kaito, Potts moto hagushite. Moto, moto, moto. Oh, he's coming to get you. He's coming to get you.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Gotcha.
The next day, I called Dad to check in. He reported that everything was just fine.
Yeah, how are you doing? That's a big question. Are you able to get out and about at all and breathe some fresh air?
A little bit, yeah. I'm fine, Dad. Don't worry. Did you go to the post office today?
I went to the post office today, yes. They have sheets up to protect people from going and breathing on the postmistress and prevent her from breathing on others, and little tape around saying, please step behind this line.
Did you see Tanika?
I did not. She had a substitute there. Tanika was not there, but there was a substitute there who occasionally fills in for Tanika. But extremely friendly and with an incredible memory. The first time I went in there when she was there, I'd introduced myself and showed my ID and picked up the mail. That's fine. And the next time I went in there, I figured, well, she's not going to remember who I am. I just walk into the post office. But she did. She said, oh, yeah, Mr. Bainbridge, here, let me get your stuff. I was very impressed.
Well, it could have to do with her memory, or it could have to do with the fact that women seem to like you, Dad. I mentioned that you're charming in this episode. Does that embarrass you?
No, it doesn't. I question its veracity.
Well, does it feel good to have Garrett and company around, or are you kind of itching to regain some solitude?
I'm happy that they're here. And at this point, if I ever get a little frustrated with things, because, you get old, you want your house the way it is, and not to make too many changes. But then I realize some of the changes they make are good ones that I'm happy with. And in the end, it is such a wonderful sense of 3 generations all together, living, complementing each other, not really getting on each other's nerves. It's how lucky it is. I mean, suddenly they're gone and I'll realize my little grandson's not here. I'm not going to see him in the morning smiling. I'm not going to hear him bang on the door to say, can I come in? That's really special to have him here. It's unfortunate that their long stay is a result of an illness that is abroad in the land, but having them here not as weekend guests or here for a week to enjoy the sunshine and then go home, to actually live here is a blessing for me.
Dad, do you remember the relaxation story?
Yes, I do. I do remember that. A psychologist I know had mentioned it to me as a kind of a meditation. And so I found that to be a very useful thing. And then I thought, gosh, if I can find this useful, maybe it'll be good for the kids when they go to sleep at night. And so that's how it started.
Later that evening, when he was back by the fire in his office, I asked Dad to remind me how the relaxation story went.
When it was time for all the tensions to be smoothed out and sleep, the kids would get tucked up in bed and all snuggled in. Julia would have what we called a night-night, a little blanket with fringes on it in which she'd move between her fingers and sort of stroke it, and that sort of work it. Clayton had a little yellow blanket that he would do the same with. And the relaxation story, I guess, was a form of mild hypnosis. It relaxed them and it helped put them to sleep. It was a very gentle, very quiet, very easy time. They would be all tucked up, the blankets pulled up, the night-nights in the hand, and heads on the pillows and eyes closed. And I would start to tell them to relax. And I would tell them that all the problems of the world would disappear, and that their legs and arms and head would be very heavy in the bed, so heavy that they couldn't lift them.
The story involved a cool fluid that, with Dad's guidance, we would imagine being poured from our heads through our necks and shoulders, smoothing out our muscles. It would continue to flow through our arms and out of our fingertips, then down through the chest and the waist and out through the legs. Then he'd ask us to breathe in cool air, filling our chests with it, and to let go of the hot air from the day. In with the calm, out with the tensions. Finally, he would tell us to picture steps. We'd descend into what he called the land of relaxation. Dad would count us down, and with each step we'd be more relaxed. By level 2, we were forgetting about what happened at school that day. 3, 4, all cares are gone. 5, 6, we're there. Relaxation complete.
And I would get up from the bed and say nothing more. And the little kids would be sound asleep, or at least almost there, but in any event, still and quiet and at peace. And I'd leave and close the door, and then they'd be ready for the next day, and perhaps a relaxation story the next evening.
I wondered if the relaxation story worked every time, and he said that yes, he thinks it did. He remembers us looking forward to it, perhaps because, unlike many other bedtime stories, we were participants.
It wasn't like a lecture of telling you a story. It was something where you were part of. In fact, you were the sole focus of. Walking down the stairs and the deep breathing, that was you doing it. It wasn't some character in a story.
Now I'm going to try it, or a version of it. Tara Brach is a proponent of Buddhist meditation, and this is her guided meditation for sleep. I'll be Tara, but channeling Dad, and you all just listen and relax. Become aware of your body breathing and begin to extend the in-breath, lengthening and deepening so that you're filling the whole chest and the lungs. So, breathing in, deep in-breath, and a slow out-breath, slowly releasing, letting go. Again, a deep, full in-breath, expanding the chest, filling the lungs, and a slow out-breath, evenly, smoothly releasing, so you can feel the sensations of your breath as you exhale. Long, deep, full in-breath. You might begin counting with the in-breaths to 4 or 6 and matching the out-breath with 4 or 6 counts. Sense with the in-breath an opening up to receive, and with the out-breath, the releasing, letting go. Continue with this long, deep in-breath, slow out-breath. Long, deep in-breath, slow out-breath. If the mind wanders, you notice you've lost track of the breathing, just gently come back again. Begin again. You might sense with the in-breath how much it's possible to soften and open and receive. And with the out-breath, how much it's possible to release, as if you're following the breath out into the space around you. Continue with this full in-breath and full out-breath. You might sense that you can bring the breath and the attention to the small muscles in the face, softening, relaxing, letting the tongue fill the lower palate, relaxing at the root of the tongue. You're continuing with the breathing and sensing the possibility of relaxing more at the shoulders with the in-breath, opening, receiving, filling the space inside the shoulders. With the out-breath, letting go, letting go. Bring the breath and the attention to the hands, letting the hands be soft, relaxing. Feeling the breath and the awareness at the heart, so that as you breathe in, you open to receive, feeling the aliveness that's there. And with the out-breath, the letting go, releasing, relaxing. Feeling the breath deep in the torso, let it fill the belly with the in-breath. And with the out-breath, let go. Let go. Letting go. Widening to sense the whole body breathing. So with the in-breath, you're filling every cell of the body, opening, receiving. And with the out-breath, releasing, letting go. Letting go. Now, let go of any control of the breath, allowing the breath to resume in its natural rhythm. There's a relaxed attentiveness. You're aware of the gentle movement of the breath, the sensations in the body, the sounds around you. Relaxing back and just resting in this wakeful openness. Letting life be just as it is, moment to moment to moment. If the mind gets lost in distracting thoughts, let your practice simply be to re-relax. Re-relax. Gently scan the body, perhaps re-relaxing the shoulders a bit, softening your hands, relaxing your heart. Just relax back, resting in the awareness that's right here, letting life be just as it is. You might ask yourself if it's possible to relax and let go just a little bit more. Gently scanning to notice the habitual places of contraction and tightness. And with kindness and gentleness, just soften a little bit. This episode was produced by me, Julia Bainbridge, and mixed and sound designed by Keith J. Nelson. Peyton Turner is our illustrator, and the theme song is by Chris McLeod. Chris, we miss you. Special thanks to the one and only John Bainbridge for participating in this episode, and Garrett and Maki and Kaito, thank you for recording that extra tape. I love you all, and New York misses you. To everyone, until next time, be well. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. It's our first ever episode, so before I get into today's topic and interviews, I want to tell you what exactly we're doing here. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's a community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example. Kat Kinsman, author of the soon-to-be-released High Anxiety, will be on to talk about her struggle with depression. Or it could be social media's effect on us. Instagram star Patrick Janelle will talk about how he draws a line between himself and his online self. It could even be motherhood. Molly Guy of Stone Fox Bride will share some of her thoughts on that experience. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes, I want to explore how we feel it. Today's episode is on solo travel. More people are traveling alone than ever before. 24% of people traveled alone on their most recent vacations. That's 15% more than just 2 years ago. And among first-time travelers, solo travel jumped from 16 to 37% since 2013. Again, just in 2 years. In November, the New York Times' Alan Foyer wrote about a 400-mile drive on Alaska's Dalton Highway, which he calls one of America's loneliest roads.
As I mentioned in the story, my girlfriend of the last 3 years went off on an adventure in Europe for the summer, and I had found myself in a state of distraction when she left that I didn't quite expect, to the point where I was picking up books and putting them down. I was trying to watch Netflix, and it just wasn't working, and I wondered what the hell was really going wrong with me, that I couldn't work right, and I just felt off in a very sort of, profound but ultimately unimportant way, but it was definitely present. And so when I really thought about it, I realized that I had not been on my own for more than, like a week or something like that, here or there, in nigh on 20 years. I had been married, I'd lived with various people, and now suddenly I was facing the entire season, which was that summer, totally by myself. And it freaked me out for a second that I was reacting like this. And I thought, what the hell is that all about? And so I didn't like that reaction, and I decided, well, if a little bit of solitude in my own home for 3 months is going to rob me of my concentration and focus, well, fuck that. And so I literally went to Google and typed the words "loneliest road in America" into the search bar, and as I mentioned, up came US 50 in Nevada. I'd already been there. And then I started reading about the Dalton. And I thought, okay, so I need to go someplace that's sort of profoundly lonely, just to sort of get back in touch with that part of myself. Because one of the ironies that I didn't really have time or space to mention in the story is that 15, 20 years ago, I loved nothing better than to be alone. When I was 19, I dropped out of college, and I'd spent almost 2 years traveling completely by myself. I went all across the world, and I kept journals from those days, and I reread them before I went on the Dalton, and it was all about how thrilled and just full of joy I was to be totally by myself. And I thought that was some part of myself that I really wanted to reclaim. It just seemed important to me in some inchoate but fundamental way. That's why I convinced the Times travel section to pay me to go up to Alaska. It begins about 45 minutes north of Fairbanks, when suddenly this beautiful, well-paved, ribbony Alaskan highway just sort of comes to an end with an unimpressive sign announcing your arrival at the Dalton Highway, at which point the pavement stops, and for the next 416 odd miles, you're driving on a combination of dirt and gravel with the occasional potholed pavement. And the road travels through some of Alaska's wildest and most pristine country. It goes through a sort of boreal forest of spruce trees, which is, glorious and green. It then ascends very rapidly in a series of switchbacks up the Brooks mountain range to an altitude of around about a mile. So, like Denver altitude. And then on the backside of the Brooks Range, you enter this very Tolkien-esque, misty coastal plain that's all sort of fog and tundra and vast swaths of flatness. And that finally leads to the Arctic Ocean and this sort of massive petrochemical industrial complex in the town of Deadhorse. And the road itself is really the only marker of civilization throughout this gigantic, undeveloped patch of Alaska, and is shadowed by the Alaskan pipeline. It's beautiful, it's completely empty, and the road contains what is said to be the longest stretch of unserviced highway on the North American continent, which means the northern segment of the Dalton leaves you without gasoline, leaves you without food, water, flush toilets, cell phone service, police protection, hospitals, internet, even radio. There's absolutely nothing out there. And should you find yourself, with engine failure or a cracked windshield or a flat tire, you're more or less on your own, but for the good graces of the local trucking population, should they indeed decide to stop and help you out.
At one point you said, all that I had with me was a bag of clothes, some water, cheese and trail mix, and a vague belief that if I was alone, it might as well be very alone and on the road. What was that belief about, and why push yourself to be very alone, if alone at all?
I guess it's because as I felt my own discomfort with solitude now, and I looked back at this sort of intoxication to solitude, when I was in my 20s, I'm now 44, I felt it as sort of a loss of self in some way, because I think that, as I read what I had written in my early 20s, it was very clear to me in an almost embarrassing way how full of self I was. I was both sort of full of myself, but also just sort of full of self, to the point where there was so much me bursting out at 20 years old that there was no possibility of being lonely, because I filled all the space around me. And so the idea of being in a vast emptiness was actually appealing to me at that point. And I looked back at myself now and I thought, well, over the course of when you basically 2 decades pass and some combination of the self starts to diminish in intensity, but also you get a grasp that the world is sort of much larger than you had once expected. And I felt it as a sort of diminution in a way that I didn't particularly like. And so that's why I went about trying to go back to that state of sort of ripeness and bursting out at the seams. And I thought just to put myself back in that position would be just a good and healthy corrective.
Did you find yourself in any really strange headspaces during that trip? I mean, did you?
Yeah, I started singing to myself at one point just to sort of cut through the boredom. But the headspace that I found sort of most fruitful was completely forgetting about the fact that I was by myself, which was kind of what I was hoping for.
Right.
Because I think the idea is that the experience of loneliness is being conscious of being alone, right? There's no way to feel loneliness without dwelling on the fact that you are by yourself. Whereas the idea of solitude, I think, is a kind of innocence of your solitariness, where you're not even necessarily quite aware of being alone because, you are occupying yourself as much physically, I suppose, as mentally. And so there were definitely times where the aloneness was just sort of merged into the trip itself. There was sort of no distinction between me and the trip that I was taking, which was kind of what I was hoping for.
Yahoo travel editor-at-large Paula Froelich loves to travel by herself, and you can see this on her adventure travel web series, Abroad.
You know what it's about? You give yourself a hot minute of reflection. You look back at what happened in the last year, and you say, all right, what did I learn from that? And what am I going to do going forward? And how do I want to be? Like, what things do I want to toss out the window, and what things do I want to nurture or keep? And it's hard to do that when you're surrounded by a bunch of people and you're hungover.
I know that you, because you're filming all of this, are not alone a lot of the time, but you are depicting an experience as a lone traveler. So what was that decision about? Why do that as opposed to a crew of people?
Well, here's the deal. I quit my job. I've had a couple jobs that I have where from the outside they look amazing, and from the inside you're just like, what is wrong with me? One of those jobs was page 6 at the New York Post, which to this day people are like, I can't believe you left. And I was like, it's not what I wanted to do. I just wasn't happy. I love the Post. I love page 6. They deserve somebody who wanted to be there. So I quit. And I started traveling. And before I quit, I'd been on Entertainment Tonight and The Insider and doing things like, so what are you wearing? Being like, what did your stylist pick out for you? How was it working with X famous actor? Oh, wait, let me fill in the answer for you. So I had some TV experience, but I was traveling around and I was a contributing editor for Playboy. I went to Iraq on a bus tour for a big cover piece I did for them. I did Vietnam, and I did some, more conventional places. And what I started seeing was not being reflected anywhere. What I started seeing was women over the age of 40 were traveling, and they were traveling solo, whether they were married or not. And I was like, it's like, I wrote a piece about it for Newsweek in which I said, single independent women are the new gay men. The theory behind that is back in the 90s, advertisers started realizing there's this group of people out there. They can't get married. They don't have kids, have expendable income, a lot of it. And they like really, really nice things.
Right.
So then, of course, there were a few miscues. Logo at first was just Priscilla, Queen of the Desert on a loop for 2 years. But then they actually went after the gay male market. And I looked around and I was like, you know what? Women over a certain age, either divorced or their kids are out of college or off in college, or their husband's here, but they just, they're independent. And I don't know if you know this, but women get more independent as they get older and men get more codependent. And they like nice things. They've got expendable money because right now women can accumulate more than men. Single women actually make more than men. And nobody's talking to us. So I went around to a bunch of places and I was like, we should do this. And I got some really crazy responses from media companies. I was like, here's the numbers. Here's what I'm seeing. And they're like, yeah, Paula, but you're from New York. People in the flyover states don't do that. And I was like, actually, I'm from Ohio and Kentucky. And they would say stuff like, women don't travel alone. They need a buddy. And I'm like, what? But I see this all the time. So I created it with Abroad, and then I got hired by Yahoo. And at the time, Yahoo Travel was really primarily a booking site. And I came in and made it full editorial. And apparently it really stuck with people because within 4 or 5 months, we became the biggest content site in the world. The old school way of thinking of it is, oh, hashtag, you must be such a loser.
To be traveling alone, you mean?
Yeah, or doing anything alone. Oh, look, she's eating in a restaurant alone. You know, I once had somebody look at me back in the early 2000s visiting LA. And there was this publicist. She goes, "What are you doing tonight?" And I go, "I'm going to go to this restaurant." And she was like, "Oh my God, that just opened. It's so great. Well, who are you going with?" And I go, "Just myself." And she goes, "Wow, I could never. I would just feel like such a loser." And I was like, "Thanks. Yeah, no, I'm down. We're good. Thanks."
Well, so you very much like your alone time, it sounds like, and you're comfortable with it.
I am and I'm not. You know, like the first trip I ever did alone, I thought I was going to die of shame and mortification. By the way, even now, sometimes I'll be like, should I just stay in my room? And I literally have to just be like, put your big girl panties on. You'll know when you're coming back to this place and you should go check it out.
What is that about when you think about wanting to stay in your room? Is it social anxiety or is it depression or you just want to sleep because you're busy a lot? What is that?
It's a mix of the above, you know, and it's also, there's a side of me I call the dancing monkey. As you can attest, I'm awesome at a dinner party, but it's exhausting to keep people entertained. You know, I was raised of the old school of if you're invited, you are supposed to do your part, and your part is to make conversation. If I'm on, I'm a great conversationalist. But it's exhausting. And when you're alone, especially in some countries where if you're alone, you are a hooker. Like Italy, it's not that easy. Sometimes even like in Mexico City, I was like, I'm exhausted. I'm going to give myself the gift of sleep for a hot minute. You know, I'm going to give myself the gift of just reflection because I love that. And then I'm going to figure something out. And, you know, like when I say I travel alone, I'm a travel evangelist. I think everyone's better off if they get up off their butts, get out of an office especially, and go somewhere and do something alone. Of course, people also go, so do you ever hook up on these trips? And I'm like, no, I don't. You know, first of all, none of your business. Second of all, I don't because that's my job and I don't want to be unprofessional. But third of all, and most important, that would defeat the entire purpose. The point of the matter is, loneliness is a deep, dark fear, and unless you cast a light on something and shine on the dark corners, it just gets bigger. I was talking to the travel writer yesterday, and he wanted to start a website about the first time people traveled alone. And he goes, you know, the first trip I traveled alone, I cried every day and cut it short because I was just so miserable. And then on the trips, you know, I met this woman in Mali in West Africa. At first, I thought I was going to hate her. You know, this is another lesson you learn. Snap judgments are bullshit. You know, the snap judgments of like, oh, God, look, this person's a hippie. I was raised to not like hippies, okay? It's a Ohio, Kentucky thing. And, you know, Suze looked like a hippie. And we get off in Bamako, and I see her at the airport. She's like, hey, man, how's it going? And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, right? Mm-hmm. And then I was like, shut up. You're going to be with this woman for 3 weeks. Turns out, she's still one of my best friends. She was 62 at the time. And she was a shrink for the Army in San Diego. And we just, you know, we started talking. And I was like, so you're married? You know, she had like a ring on every finger. She goes, no, I did that once. I don't need to again. And I was like, so are you dating anyone? She goes, yeah, I got my honey, Jim. And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, oh, we've been together like 10 years. And I go, wow, well, why isn't he here? And she goes, oh, my Lord, not his thing. And I was like, why are you here? And she goes, I always wanted to see Timbuktu. I'm of a certain age. I give myself one big trip a year to do what I always wanted to do. And you know, you can sense a theme. I've taken a lot from Suze. And she goes, and I always wanted to see Timbuktu. And you know what? If he was here, I'd be miserable. He'd be trying to have a good time because he'd want me to have a good time. But I would know he's not really having a good time because it's not his thing. And I'd always be watching him out of the corner of my eye. And right now, I'm having the time of my life.
Randall Reeves plans to circumnavigate both the Americas and the Antarctic in a small sailboat starting in September 2017. He's going to do this alone, and it's called single-handing.
A sailor who is a single-hander is not a sailor without a left arm. He's a guy or a gal who sails the boat by him or herself. In sailing world, a hand is a crew member. So a single-hander is a guy with one crew member, i.e. himself. It's funny, I've been attracted to it since I can remember. My father was a merchant marine, although he'd come ashore by the time I was born. And he had sailing lore all over the house, a sextant, his uniforms, his medals, really cool navigation books. And so I was attracted to the ocean from a very early age, but we didn't get a sailboat until I was in high school. And I remember specifically the feeling that first day on the river. We lived up the river, up above San Francisco, about 80 miles. So it was all river sailing when I was young. And I remember that feeling of the wind and the sails and the boat heeling over and charging off and thinking to myself, wow, this is what I was made for. Single-handers oftentimes will talk about the loneliness and combating the loneliness and things like that. The times that I've been out to sea, I have, for the most part, really felt connected to the boat, connected to the ocean. There's wonderful bird life in some sections of the ocean. So seeing these great albatrosses fly close to the boat, or having the gadfly petrels play in the wind vortexes behind the sails, seeing the marine life when there is marine life, the variation of waves and wind and clouds from one day to the next, they all feel like friends.
It takes a certain kind to be able to plug into that, and to feel companionship from those things, from nature, as opposed to feeling the loss of companionship because you're the only human there. So I wonder if there are any personality traits, certainly that you and single-handers share at large. Do you think?
Well, being single-handers, we don't necessarily know each other.
Right.
A bunch of loners for the most part. But
so it's not like hikers, who go off on their own and then you're meeting them along the trail here and there, and there's a certain kind of, it's sort of lampposted by these little bits of community. I mean, single-handers, you're really out there alone the whole time, I guess.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, so it's not really much of a community. But I have met some people, and yes, I think part of what we tend to share is kind of classic introversion. One might even call it, from a certain perspective, a kind of painful introversion. If you were to compare me to my wife, for example, who doesn't really understand the idea of having too many friends, or has never met a party she didn't like. Compare that to me. I have 2 friends, and I kind of think I need to thin the ranks a little bit. I have too many. It's just a different approach. She is an extrovert, and she's charged. Her batteries are recharged when she spends time with people. And my batteries, I feel, are recharged when I am spending time alone. So there's this kind of joy in solitude. Aloneness doesn't mean loneliness for me necessarily. It means solitude, a kind of reconnecting, a rejuvenation, a kind of getting in contact with one's own self and one's own feelings.
If we take your most recent voyage, which covered 12,000 miles of the Pacific Ocean, you completed it over 3 passages and each took about a month. So it's a month on your own each time. Do you ever really dip down into loneliness? And if so, how do you deal with that or combat it, or do you relish in it, or?
No, I certainly don't relish in it. Yes, absolutely. I have felt loneliness. If by loneliness we mean kind of a fatigue of the current condition, and a wish to kind of jump out of it. So I oftentimes am loneliest just before I start. One of the most frightening times of any particular passage is like that day before you're supposed to weigh anchor and go. And the whole, the kind of the immensity of what you're trying to do can come crashing in, and you just, I remember when I left Honolulu, Hawaii, shooting up to Alaska, I was going to go through the North Pacific, which can be a very rough place, and Honolulu Bay, next to the town of Honolulu, is lovely, tropical, lush, lots of nice people and interesting bars to hang out in. And I just remember thinking, well, I'm leaving all of this comfort this wonderful floral tropical surroundings, and I'm headed out into that. And it was terrible. It was just, I actually delayed for 3 days because the weather wasn't quite right. I would tell Joanna, no, I can't leave today. It's a little too windy. But I have always found that once I've started, once I weigh anchor and get out of the ocean and the boat begins to move in the sea, and I begin to realize that the boat is doing what it's made for and that it knows what it's doing, and as long as I can keep it pointed in the right direction and stay on board, everything will be great. Then I start to kind of unwind a bit and really enjoy the passage. And that usually lasts until I'm almost there. I remember coming into Hawaii from Tahiti. I landed on the Big Island, and the Big Island has a huge mountain, Mauna Loa, right in the middle of 14,000 feet. You can see it for miles at sea. And I could see it for 3 days before I actually made port. It was the most painful 3 days because I just wanted to be there already. The passage felt like it was over, but the wind had died, and I couldn't actually get the boat into harbor. There have been other moments of loneliness. Oddly enough, kind of in association, very loosely with other people. When I left Hawaii to go up to Alaska, I had to go through the tsunami debris zone. This was in 2012, and in 2011, you'll remember there was a giant tsunami that hit Japan, pulled off something in the order of 1.5 trillion tons of stuff from the island, which very slowly had been floating toward the east, toward Hawaii, and then toward the U.S. I had to go through that, and I was kind of freaked out. No one knew quite where it was or quite what it was. We saw pictures of, upended ships and floating houses and stuff like that. And I never saw any of that. But what I saw were people's personal effects, hairbrushes, toothbrushes, desks, tables, chairs, shoes. Kind of the common story was when those shoes left Japan, they had people's feet in them. Oh, yeah. So it was a little bit gruesome and kind of lonely in the sense that I was with the society of people's things, as it were, but the people had been taken. It was a very eerie part of the trip.
What do you do to get over those feelings, or is it just time and sort of onward and there are tasks at hand that take you away?
Yeah, it's mostly routine. If you read through the sailing literature, one common theme is that sailors love routine. Because there's lots of the sameness, right? It's the same ocean, it's the same sky, it's the same clouds, same waves every day. And in my case, I tend to, when I'm really enjoying it, I'll zone out. I just love watching what's going on. Yeah. So I have to set a schedule. There's plenty to do. There's cooking and cleaning and navigating and setting sail and changing course and all kinds of stuff like that. But I have to regiment myself. Otherwise, either when I'm enjoying it, I'll just spend the day gawking, or when I'm, not enjoying it, it really can get you down. The passage north from Hawaii to Alaska got very cold, and I had forgotten in my 2 years in the tropics, I didn't have much in the way of warm clothing on the boat, so I got really, really cold. Way up north, it got down to mid-30s, and wow. And that was, rain in mid-30s and being cold for weeks on end, that can get you down. So staying connected to what you're doing, making sure that the boat is seaworthy, making sure she's going in the right direction. And writing. I have the privilege of being able to post logs from sea. And so I've made a habit of writing every day, not just where I am and what speed I'm going, but also kind of how I'm feeling and what the day is like and things like that. And I enjoy that a lot, and it really helps keep me connected.
We talked about some of your low moments at sea. I want to talk about some of the high moments as well, and particularly the high moments that kind of can only come from it being you and the sea, right? I mean, you have mentioned in some of your writings on the blog that part of the thrill of these trips is that it's almost more rewarding to be out there on your own and looking at the entire ocean with just you in front of it than seeing it with somebody by your side. I mean, would you say that's true? And if so, why?
Part of it is I love practicing self-reliance And so knowing how to do everything, knowing how to take care of myself on the boat is very rewarding. And I think part of it is just sheer selfishness. I like to do all that, and I don't like to share those activities. And then part of it goes back to the feelings of solitude. And when I'm out there on my own, seeing the spectacular natural world and its changes from day to day, it's just thrilling. I have all kinds of specific memories. I remember one day I was sailing north to Bora Bora. I'm sorry, north to Hawaii from Bora Bora, and in the morning there was just this amazingly tall and long cloud bank. It was from one horizon to the other, and it seemed like thousands of feet high. Just took up the entire western sky. And I sailed along this wall of cloud all day long, and then had to sail through it and realized it was a big, I don't know how this could be, but it was just this big circle of cloud. I sailed through a clear center and out the other side, and just as I came out the other side, this giant frigate bird came shooting out of the cloud as well. And that's one little regular moment in all kinds of, you're looking at a world that possibly nobody else has seen before. You're going to places possibly nobody else has ever been, and seeing all kinds of fantastic things. Sailing at night one time in the middle of the ocean where there are no islands and where the sea bottom is a mile or so below you. I remember in the moonlight, I could see a disturbance on the water ahead of me that looked like rocks. Extremely frightening. Hitting rocks in the middle of the ocean would be very bad. But logically it was impossible because I was in an area of the ocean where there was just no land, but it looked like rocks. And it was too late in my approach to this thing that looked like rocks for me to change course. I went right through the middle of these two odd shapes, which were whales, out in the middle of nowhere. And I remember distinctly looking over the side of the boat. I was sitting in the cockpit, looking over the side of the boat to the right at one whale that as I went by rolled over and gave me an eye, and then rolled over again and was gone. And it's just, you get hundreds of little moments like that where you just really feel like you're seeing something intimate and special.
So your next trip, let's talk about this. You're calling it the Figure 8 voyage. It's going to start in September 2017. You're going to be circumnavigating both the Americas and the Antarctic in a small sailboat, passing through 4 separate oceans and nearing both poles in the process. So all told, you're going to sail 40,000 miles over a year. Why? I mean, we've talked a little bit about the why,
Sure.
Why you do this in general, but this particular challenge, how did you dream it up?
It's a funny question, partly because of my reaction to it, which is just indicative of where I come from. Somebody asks me why, I think to myself, well, given time and money, wouldn't anyone want to do this? And my wife, Joanna, has to remind me that no, she says, you're the only person I've ever met who wants to do something like that. For me, so my 2 years in the Pacific were just amazing. I loved the long passages. I loved learning how to do a long passage, you don't just go from Tahiti to Hawaii straight. You have to sail it, and you have to go through the doldrums where there's no wind, and you have to think your way through heavy weather, and you have to navigate. I taught myself how to use a sextant, the old-fashioned celestial navigation, on my second voyage, and I've really enjoyed that. But that trip was all what we call middle latitude sailing. It was mostly tropical stuff, which is great, but it isn't the real heavy-duty challenge that a lot of single-handers are looking for. The Figure 8 will leave San Francisco in 2017 and head south and into the Southern Ocean. So if you were to hold a globe in your hand and turn it upside down and look straight down at Antarctica, you'd see that between the bottom of the continents of South America, Africa, and Australia and Antarctica is a really big body of water. It's a big donut around that continent of Antarctica, which is called the Southern Ocean. Winds tend to blow in a clockwise direction around that ocean, and very fast. In the winter, the hurricane force winds are very common. In the summertime is like December. In the summertime, winds average 25 to 35, 40 knots, 40 miles an hour. Really a lot of wind. And because there's no land to interrupt that wind passage, the waves get very large. It's serious sailing. The Southern Ocean is considered the Mount Everest of sailing. One could say that it's attractive partly because it's never been done. Sailors have gone through the Northwest Passage. Sailors have gone around the Southern Ocean. Single-handers have done one or the other. But nobody's tried to do the two passages in one go, in one season. And that's the attempt, is to do this in 1 year, to time it such that I'm in the south in the summer and the north in the summer is really challenging. So that's part of it. But really the attraction for me is having done some serious sailing in the Pacific, having, as it were, gotten my feet wet. I'm really attracted to what we call the high latitudes, far north and far south. There's a certain albatross that lives in the Southern Ocean and spends its life going around and around and around. It's called the wandering albatross. And it sails and swims and it flies constantly. It can even sleep on the wing in this environment where waves are 40 feet. Waves can be, in the wintertime, 100 feet. It lives as if it's in its own backyard. I just think there's something thrilling about being able to go to a place like the Southern Ocean and see that. That just really makes my heart beat.
Are you a wandering albatross?
Do
you identify with this animal?
I definitely identify with that. Being able to live easily and handily in what many people, myself included, look at as just an incredibly hostile environment. I just admire that.
Thanks for joining us on this first ever episode of The Lonely Hour. For more, head to thelonelyhour.com. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. Before I get into today's topic and interviews, I want to tell you what exactly we're doing here. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's a community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example, or it could be social media's effect on us. It could even be motherhood. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes, I want to explore how we feel it. A lot's been written about social media and loneliness. The idea that, as one Huffington Post writer put it, technology has distracted us from the age-old truths of what is most important, true friends whom we can be ourselves in front of, rather than our carefully scripted online persona. I want to find out if this quote rings true for a number of people who are heavily involved in the social media world, starting with Patrick Janelle, also known as a guy named Patrick on Instagram. Patrick has amassed 450,000 followers on Instagram and has found a way to make a career out of his social media self. He received the first ever CFDA award for Fashion Instagrammer of the Year.
I think that it is very easy to see how perception of somebody changes drastically because of social media. So it may not be that somebody is affected in their personal relationships as much as those around that person tend to think differently of who that person really is. I may be the same person whether or not I have social media, but a larger perception of me changes because of the way that I present myself. Of course, I'm not going to show my kind of deepest, darkest moments on my personal social media. That's certainly not how I present myself within my world of social media. So the perception may be that that just doesn't exist.
Right. I'm thinking, obviously it is a huge topic, as you said, and maybe one recent story to look at that might help us enter into this topic is that this 18-year-old blogger from Australia, did you hear about this?
I didn't.
Senna O'Neill. She had over 250,000 YouTube and Tumblr subscribers, 60,000 Snapchat followers, and over 500,000 Instagram followers. And she was paid a lot of money to promote clothes and swimwear and health drinks. But she removed most of it from the internet recently, saying, without realizing, I've spent the majority of my teenage life being addicted to social media, social approval, social status, and physical appearance. So I wonder about that need for social approval that this kind of media bred in her was alienating, and she decided to go kind of quote unquote live her life. If that
I think that,
brings
yeah,
it
I mean, I think that it can be alienating. The fact that, especially when somebody gets to a point in which, one, so much attention is put on you publicly, and you're also constantly bombarded with people who want to be a part of that attention, working with brands, like you're making money because brands want to be part of the attention that somebody's getting. Ultimately, like a majority of your mind is taken up with thinking about all of those things. And so even if the elements of how you view yourself and like your own self-esteem and like public approval, even if those aren't the things that you actually care most deeply about, it's what you end up focusing on so much of your time, because it's like what's driving your financial situation. It's what's driving your work and your creativity. Of course, like it's very easy, I think, for those things to have detrimental effect.
I mean, in this girl's case, she's now 18 at the time that she's been engaged on all of these platforms for 5 or so years. I mean, she became, quote, famous at 14 through these platforms. So she has very much grown up with these always having been in existence. You've lived a life before and after the existence of social media. So you've been able to use it as a professional tool without being your life. You know,
it is my life, but I also, I mean, I think that I'm glad that you brought up that point that I sort of existed before social media. Wow, that's amazing. But it's totally true that I definitely see social media as an extension and a fun, creative tool and outlet for broadening the audience to my creativity, which is awesome. But I also totally understand in my wise old age at nearly 34, especially in digital years, I feel that I have a really good sense of what the value is that these things represent within my life. And certainly right now for me, fortunately, like social media represents a huge value financially. It's my job. While that job is so intertwined with my daily life, I also understand that whatever I portray on social media and whatever perception of me is not as important as who I actually am in my day-to-day life and who I am like with my friends and with my family and just to myself.
Right. What about, there's been some talk of the truth or the lack of truth on things like Instagram, because you, me, lots of people will take 20 iPhone photos before settling on one worthy of posting. And even then we, use up to 3 editing tools. And if you can expand on that.
Yeah, sure. Like I will spend a lot of time capturing one image to post to Instagram and, captioning it with something maybe very quotidian, like hanging out with such and such a friend, catching up over coffee. And of course, maybe I spent, several minutes taking many photos, trying to get the perfect one to showcase what that was like. The thing that's interesting is that the reason that I do that is I actually have a vision in my mind of what's happening. The experience that I'm having is actually really beautiful. But if I'm just to like take out my iPhone and snap something, like the iPhone will capture it in a way that's not particularly beautiful, because you're distilling that moment down to like a second that you can inspect every single element of what's going on. You can see the crack in the table that you might not have noticed just sitting there. And for me, it's about being able to capture an image that represents how I experienced the moment.
Right.
Even if
and you're not necessarily a reporter through Instagram. You are, this is a magazine in a way.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
This is an aspirational place that people have landed in when they go to your account.
I totally think so. And in the way, I mean, the idea, the comparison to a magazine, I think is really accurate. We both come from editorial worlds in which we understand how much work goes into one shot for an opener for a story. And in order to capture something beautifully that's compelling to somebody, you might have to go through more work, and there might have to be setup, and there might have to be thinking about what materials were used and what props were used and all of these things. I don't necessarily think that that's less authentic or less real. It is in some ways a heightened version of reality, and it is also, by excluding some of the details, I don't think that something becomes inauthentic. It's just showcasing a certain side of.
But it can inspire depression and disappointment in the lives of people who aren't living as well edited, you know.
I never want anybody to think that, like, my life is just so perfect. Like, I would hope that many people out there would realize, maybe I'm slightly naive, that I think that everybody realizes that there is some effort that goes into taking, like, a beautiful photograph. I certainly in no way wish to project that everything is just sort of like nonchalantly thrown up on Instagram and it's immediately perfect. I would love for people to know that, like, sure, I actually take some time and effort to, like, capture beautifully the moments that I'm having. So,
right. Well, and of course, it's not your job to worry about the possible depression that might come from an average viewer's, you know, feelings about your images. It's just an interesting thing to talk about in this time when we're all on these platforms and how it might be affecting us at large, as much as we hate making sweeping generalizations.
For sure. Well, you know, I went through my own period of time when I was living in Germany, just kind of doing my freelance graphic design jobs with my partner at the time. And I was watching many friends who I knew from school and from other work that I had done previously who were kind of flourishing in creative communities online. Flickr was really big at the time, so a lot of people were kind of gaining followings and becoming parts of communities through the world of Flickr. Concurrently with Twitter was young, and people were really starting to build communities and friendships through Twitter. And I was seeing a lot of my friends grow their own creative ambitions through those communities, and I was like kind of sitting watching. And it was interesting because I didn't necessarily feel like anything was not true about what anybody else was doing, but I also felt like I was slightly sad that I didn't have anything to contribute, or that I wasn't really part of those conversations. And what it boiled down to for me is Instagram actually really makes sense for me just as a medium. Twitter never really did. Like, I'm not as much of a words person as I am a visual person. I spent a good bit of time not being depressed, for sure, but definitely I think there was like a lonely feeling attached to being sort of outside of that community of people that I felt were really flourishing. Of course, being so happy for my friends who were doing something great, but being saddened by the fact that none of that really made sense to me in a way that I felt like I could kind of use those platforms to showcase my creativity.
Did it take Instagram coming around and you discovering that this was your platform to get out of that feeling of loneliness, or was there another way in which it wore off? Or
yeah, the interesting thing was I was also living in Germany in a different culture where I was also isolated by language and somewhat culture. I knew plenty of people that spoke English, but, you know, there still was a huge divide between me and the people that were around me because of language. So I think that all of those things kind of contributed to what I was feeling. At the same time that I basically joined Instagram a couple months after I moved to New York City. So I was suddenly like back physically in a community of people that I could communicate with more easily, and was in a place where I felt with ambition I could create a community of people that I could identify with and sort of flourish together with, while at the same time developing a digital life and persona and community on Instagram. And so I think it actually was the two things together. It wasn't just the medium of Instagram being great for me, it was also my physical surrounding.
do you get lonely ever?
Yeah, I do. To be honest, I think that a lot of the amount of things that I do and the amount of projects that I take on and my willingness to just be working all the time and pursue all of my projects in some ways is a way for me to kind of ignore what life would be like if I weren't busy all the time. The moment that I feel like oh, I've kind of accomplished everything for like the moment. I don't have anything that's like super pressing, and I can just sit at home by myself. I've suddenly become lonely and a little sad. And I think that a lot of the things I do are kind of diversions just within life. I love doing them all. I love Spring Street Social Society. I love Instagramming. I love building a brand. I love being strategic about the way that I'm using social media. I love the company that I'm building with my brothers, the Liquor Cabinet. All of those things I really love and enjoy. I notice in the moments when I'm not busy and when I'm not doing something, immediately I'm left with nothing but myself, and that's lonely.
Molly Guy uses all the social media platforms at her fingertips to promote her bridal showroom, Stone Fox Bride. Doing so helps her business, but it might also do other things.
I think we live in a really annoying time, and I become annoyed with myself for being right smack dab in the middle of it, I have to say.
How do you mean? How is it an annoying time?
A big part of my business and my quote-unquote success is about creating sort of this like culture or this idea or this image of this certain way of life. And a lot of that is done through visuals, and a lot of it's done through writing, and a lot of it's done through the people that get married and go kind of like spread the love, like our branding and our messaging. And that's great. I feel really good about that professionally. But I think that I didn't come of age in a time where I could look at my phone and see what everyone else was doing, or the images of themselves that they were projecting, and that kind of ambassadorship of perfection that we're all putting forth on social media. Listen, if you're picking up your phone and scrolling through Instagram, you're just as culpable as the person who's posting the picture.
Right.
It's like when I was a kid, I was an irate feminist when I was 15 years old, but I didn't have to be reading the fashion magazines and blaming Kate Moss for my eating disorder. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But when I was growing up, the world of fashion and media and Hollywood was really impenetrable, which is what made it special. Like, we didn't know how it existed or who celebrities were or what they ate. They just were sort of these larger than life creatures. And there was something about the fact that they were unattainable that made them so sexy. And now everyone's attainable. I think the cover of the style section yesterday was about like Kate Hudson's celebrity, and how the reason why she's so famous is because she pretends she's so not famous, or she's so real, or she's so regular.
Mm-hmm.
What's real is, what's real, and should I stop talking again? I'm sorry.
Let's just roll through this one.
Intimacy the world of social media is not an intimate world. It's not a world that encourages us to get intimate with ourselves or with other people. And I think that's where relationships and love really live, and intimacy and discomfort and growth. I think that's where it happens.
What about, so you mean in intimacy and discomfort, those two things together?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of discomfort in intimacy.
Interesting. How have you experienced that?
I don't know. When I look back at times of my life where I have felt really vulnerable in an intimate moment, it's uncomfortable.
Right.
And I guess I'm, kind of relating this to what I just said about social media. It looks to me like everyone who's putting up pictures of them as a mom or as a wife is kind of trying to create this portrait, this illusion of hominess and intimacy that they're having with themselves. Sorry, do you want me to go unplug the phone right now?
No, but we'll just roll through it.
All right. Intimacy is that we are these creatures who eat avocado toast and have teepees in our houses and love to cuddle with our friends and our kids and our husbands and wear thick socks, and that's stupid. Right. That's not what intimacy is, and that's not what love is, and that's not what relationships are. But the two have become really intertwined in this strange climate we live in.
Kat Kinsman is the editor-at-large of Tasting Table and the author of High Anxiety. She'll be talking about that book, which deals with anxiety, in an upcoming episode. But for this one, I wanted to include what she said about the intimacy that can sometimes only come from the channels social media provides us.
We live in such an interesting time that you can plug yourself into other people without having to leave your house. And I wonder if that is a good thing or a bad thing. I think about that an awful lot because I do go into phases where it's really hard for me to leave my house because there's, a slight tendency toward agoraphobia with the particular kind of anxiety I have. But I know I can go right on Twitter. I can go right on, any other sort of social media platform or text a friend, and I feel much less alone. I think there's a divide for me because there's social media with people I do know and with people I don't know. I've been lucky enough to have some of the closest people in my life be people who I met through social media. And I think I might be an outlier in this because of what I happen to write about. There's this potentially intimate connection where strangers come to me in a really vulnerable way. And because there isn't the physical awkwardness of, hey, we're trying to know each other awkwardly over coffee, we can go right to the headspace, to that place where we are actually living, where there aren't these layers between. There isn't that vulnerability that comes from that strange social interaction. Somebody will pop right into my Twitter DMs, somebody I don't know, and say, I see you out there, help me. I mean, I think when it comes down to it, all of us just want to be seen. We want somebody to see us there and acknowledge that they see us. I always joke that my dogs are sort of like that, where they walk over to me and and I'll say to them, I see you. They just want to be acknowledged. And I think there's something in us that just wants that. I do go through phases. We're moving into a time when it gets darker out there earlier and it gets cold. And if I could have a tranquilizer dart shot into my neck and not wake up till April, that would be great. It's sort of hard for me to leave the house. I think if I didn't have that particular way of connecting with people, it would make me feel incredibly alienated if I was just stabbing out into the dark for somebody to see me. But I think I've made a safe harbor for a lot of people. So I maybe am in a position where people are reaching out to me.
Sidney Engelberg is on the faculty of the Hebrew University and Ono Academic College, both in Jerusalem. He wrote a 3-part series on the loneliness of social media on Psychology Today after a particular photo of him went viral. The photo showed Engelberg holding a student's baby while teaching his class, a simple gesture meant to calm down the fussy child and allow its mother to focus. Apparently, another student snapped the image and posted it to Facebook without Engelberg's knowledge, and soon it went viral. Interview requests came to the professor from around the world.
I suspect that this photo for many people was the equivalent of a Rorschach test. Now, if you're familiar with Rorschach ink blot tests, you know that they are these ambiguous shapes that are shown to individuals, and people are asked to say what they see. And what happens in a situation where something is ambiguous is that people project onto the ink block all kinds of personal priorities, concerns, ways of thinking. And I think that my photo functioned as a type of Rorschach block, that people simply projected onto my photo all kinds of things that they're lacking in life and that they're looking for in life. And so I ended up receiving this incredible number, I'm talking about literally thousands, of emails, Facebook friendship requests, messages from all over the place saying how I was an example of humanity, how I was an example of true education, how I was an example of male identification with feminist values. It just went on and on and on. And people projected all of these different things onto the photograph. So that's one way of looking at it, but it doesn't really explain the social media side of it, which is why so many people felt a need to like it, to share it, to pass it on. And as I wrote in those articles or those blogs on Psychology Today, it seemed to me that for many of the people, what they were actually searching for was an opportunity to be part of a human encounter.
In part one of the series, you said that the activity on social media ultimately showed a deep underlying sense of loneliness.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can you explain what you saw and how it read as such?
Well, look, let me approach the answer from a slightly different direction.
Okay.
And that is, if you take a look at the academic literature in a wide range of different fields, I'm talking about literature in positive psychology on the research on happiness. I'm talking about literature in the field of business administration, looking at management and leadership. I'm talking about research in the field of education. I'm talking about research in the field of human relations management and cognitive psychology. Seemingly very, very diverse fields, but all of them stress certain common findings. And those are, number one, that people are searching for authenticity, that people are searching for engagement, that people can improve their lives through mindfulness. Now, all of those are activities that require, first of all, an enormous amount of self-reflection and self-awareness. And secondly, they require an ability to interact in a meaningful way with others. Now, when all that you're doing is staring at your cell phone and whatever pops up either on your Facebook page or whatever particular platform, Instagram, Pinterest, you are most comfortable with, how on earth do you achieve that level of self-reflection and self-awareness, which is going to ensure that you are authentic in your interactions, that you are able to engage others and to feel engaged, that you are able to practice mindfulness? You just can't do it.
Well, conversely, what are examples of meaningful connection?
Well, I think any number of quite straightforward examples. All you need to do is take a look at the way that a parent looks at their new infant and their new infant looks back at them to see an authentic and meaningful and engaged connection. It's not the same thing as looking at a photo of your infant.
Is there a way to articulate what's involved in that look or that gaze that isn't there on Facebook?
There is a way to do so. It's rather complex though. And the easiest way that I can encapsulate it is to break it down into 3 overlapping areas. One area is the area of emotional intelligence that most people are familiar with, at least in terms of the terminology. And, that involves self-awareness and self-regulation and directed motivation and empathy and the components of that nature. The second area is the area of social skills, and social skills involves skills such as the ability to collaborate, the ability to be part of a team, the ability to negotiate, the ability to resolve conflict, the ability to meaningfully communicate with others. So that's a second area overlapping with emotional intelligence. And the third area is the area of cognitive skills. And cognitive skills are our problem-solving skills, our decision-making skills, all of those skills that we use in order to deal with real-life situations. And once again, I can only repeat what I've said previously. You're not going to get emotional intelligence, nor social skills, nor the cognitive skills from simply looking at your social media page, whether it's mobile or on PC.
Right. But I mean, we're still living lives, going to work, interacting with people there, carrying on, quote unquote, real relationships in addition to being connected on social media. So would you say that we're really in a dire situation, or just that things are changing based on the rise of the use of these things?
I don't think anybody has, at this point in time, a well-founded answer to that question, because first of all, we're in a transition phase. We have no idea what the generation who are today 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old and who are totally glued to cell phones, to iPads and so on, how they are going to interact as adults. We only know how current adults interact with one another, and younger adults who are already in a transition phase, but they are not a generation who have known nothing but that kind of interaction. The other thing that is very, very unclear is one of the problems that we know, at least from a statistical point of view, is that there's been an explosion in terms of diagnosed individuals with learning disabilities. It doesn't really matter what the nature of the learning disability is. But, the figures are astonishing. I saw one recent research report that in 2000, approximately, around 4 to 5% of school children were diagnosed as having learning disabilities. In 2014, that it skyrocketed to almost 45%. Now, is this a misleading statistic? Is it simply that we're more aware of the phenomenon, or is something going on? I don't know. Right. I don't think anybody at this point knows. But one thing we do know, that one of the great myths of the last few decades is the myth of multitasking. And I don't need to tell you, because I'm sure you've seen it in the popular literature all over the place, that people have been encouraged to develop their ability to multitask. There's been all of this pop psychology written about how women are better at multitasking than men are, etc., etc. This is one of the great myths of the last few decades, because all of the hard research, certainly in cognitive psychology and the neurosciences, show that people are incapable of multitasking. What people are able to do is to shift their attention very, very quickly from one task to another. But invariably what happens is that the quality of their ability to deal with the specific tasks deteriorates because of the shift from one task to another. So that if people focus and concentrate on just one task without interruptions, without disruptions, the quality of the work, the productivity, the effectiveness of what they do is significantly greater than if they're constantly being interrupted, disrupted, and switching from one task to another.
And you would
Now-
say this is the same thing that's happening with our use of social media in terms of
Exactly.
meaningful connection. So we're sitting in front of somebody having a coffee, but we're looking at our phones and shifting attention
Exactly.
back and forth.
And so you're switching your attention the whole time. That has to impact on the quality of the interaction between the two of you and the nature of the relationship.
And how does that translate into loneliness?
It's not accidental nor coincidental that probably the best known text in social psychology is Elliot Aronson's text, which was titled The Social Animal. We are biologically social animals. We are built biologically and genetically to be part of social groups. As such, when we are not part of a social group, we inevitably feel a sense of loneliness. It's just built into us. It's part of our psyche. Now, when people are inadvertently, because they're certainly not doing it intentionally, but when they inadvertently create situations where they are not interacting in a really meaningful way with others, and in an authentic way, and in an engaged way, and in a mindful way with others, then that impacts our basic psyche and the fact that we are not allowing ourselves to be the social animals that we are. And the inevitable outcome is loneliness. Increasingly, we see people talking about the need to unplug. You know, and the idea is that because of the pressure and the stress and negative social impact of too much social media, too much technology, too much engagement with things computerized, we need to unplug from time to time in order to recharge our batteries, refresh ourselves, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a terrific idea, but the fact of the matter is that if we look at Jewish tradition, that's precisely what at least observant Jews have been doing for 2,500 years, which is the Jewish day runs from sunset to sunset. So sunset Friday evening is the onset of the Sabbath. Mm-hmm. And if you're an observant Jew, what you do with the onset of the Sabbath is that you switch off all your cell phones, television, no DVDs, nothing. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't enjoy electricity, but what do you do on the Sabbath? You do two things. First of all, it is traditional for all of the family to get together for the Friday evening Sabbath meal. And because there are no distractions, there's no television, there's no radio, there's no cell phones, there's no PCs, there's no iPads, there's no distractions, you interact with each other. And the second thing that you do is that you think. You're not being either entertained or occupied with work or in some way distracted by extraneous things. You have to think. And I believe it was the existential philosopher Soren Kierkegaard who said that boredom is the fear of being alone with yourself. And when you think about it, that's a very, very profound statement, because what it really boils down to is that when people say, I'm bored, what they're really saying is, I don't have the resources, the personal resources and the psychic resources to fill in my time meaningfully. I need something external to fill in that void which exists within myself. And I think there's a huge amount of truth to that.
Right.
So if boredom is the fear of being with yourself, then the opposite is true as well. Where you really are able to reflect and to just think about what's significant in your life, what's meaningful in your life, what your priorities are, what your value system is, and so on, then you're not bored because you're reflecting.
What's the solution? You know, how do we overcome loneliness and create meaningful connections? You've said the Jews do it through having that day off, so to speak. What are other ways that we can do this?
I think there are a number of ways. The fact that there's been an explosion of articles on mindfulness is a reflection of exactly this, because all of the material on mindfulness stresses the need to detach from what you typically do and to engage in things that you wouldn't typically do. So for too many people, mindfulness is equated with meditation. But meditation is only one means of achieving mindfulness. You can achieve mindfulness in other ways as well. For example, by consciously paying attention to the experience that you're going through in the moment, that's being mindful. Now, I'm sure you've observed in the same way as I have, people going to all kinds of events and experiencing all kinds of experiences, but they're so caught up with taking selfies or reporting where they are to friends or posting it on Facebook or whatever, they aren't really paying attention to the experience itself.
Right. There's the joke, it didn't happen if we didn't tweet it or...
Exactly. But, the opposite is true, that if you're so busy tweeting it, you're not really experiencing what is happening. So there are many, many ways to achieve these meaningful connections, but they all require a degree of self-awareness, self-reflection, self-regulation.
How do you achieve this?
When the selfie becomes an end in itself, or the tweet becomes an end in itself, then there's no possibility of having something really meaningful. I mean, take a tweet which we haven't really spoken about, 126 characters. How deep and meaningful a conversation can you have with 126 characters? You can't. You can't. So I'm not in any way arguing that you can't have very meaningful, even inspirational material on social media. You can, but only when that material has a narrative quality to it. That is to say, it tells a complete and full story that people can identify with, that people can even be inspired by. Let's not confuse that with the actual platform itself. The platform is just a means. Most of the comments, I would say somewhere in the region of 95%, are simply comments like, "You're a great man," "Fantastic," "Continue being an example to the world." I mean, they're not profound comments at all, which is a reflection, once again, of exactly what we've been discussing.
Right.
People are trying to reach out, but they don't really know how to do that in a very effective way. And that, as far as I'm concerned, is another reflection of loneliness.
Only in her freshman year at Brown, Anna Caltabiano has done a lot of thinking on this topic, both for the Huffington Post and in 2 novels.
It was, in a huge way, it was about loneliness. And it was about loneliness that I think we all feel to some extent. But I wanted to explore that feeling in a world where you had to choose whether to feel everything, including that nasty sense of loneliness, including that frustration you feel of why do I feel this way, should be happy, and feel everything, including that, including the good, or feel nothing at all.
As you put it, you posed the question, quote, if you could choose a world without loneliness, without shame, grief, misery, or feeling of any kind, would you, if it also meant that you lost the simple pleasure of a picnic on a sunny day or the joy of falling in love?
That was really my way of exploring things on the page as I was living through that difficult time between middle school and high school. I saw that around me, I saw that in myself to some extent, and I knew that we were all dealing with it. But there wasn't much online that I could find. It was a lot of facts and statistics. I wanted to find a way that I could explore it through fiction.
Tell me about that time, or how do you think, now that you have a little perspective on it, loneliness was something you were feeling so acutely, and how did you see it around you? Was it in kind of everybody around you, or your peer group specifically?
I think it wasn't everyone around me, and I think it still isn't everyone around me. It's the idea that now in the 21st century, we have social media, we have all these ways to connect to people half a world away. So therefore, we should be happy. We should be fulfilling that human need to connect. But I think social media, in some ways, it's a bit dangerous that it provides this illusion of being connected. And when we have this illusion of being connected, we no longer seek it out.
Yeah, well, expand
we feel
on
like
that.
we've satisfied that.
Yeah, I mean, the article that you wrote in the Huffington Post, it's called Loneliness in the Age of Social Networking. And you talk about just that. Social media can satisfy some aspects of our human need to connect, but not all of it. In your experience, can you explain what it does and doesn't do for us?
In my experience, I look at it in kind of 2 camps. One, social media, you can either use it as a substitute for direct face-to-face communication, or you can also use it as a supplement for direct face-to-face human communication, and it's how you use it. I look at it as kind of being lonely in this age of social media. It's kind of like being lonely in a crowd, that you have all these people around you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can connect to each and every one of them. And it's easy to mask the fact that you feel lonely when you look online and you see that you have 500 Facebook friends and you think that, okay, have that need satisfied. And then you might feel frustrated because you still feel lonely and you think, what's wrong with me? And that can kind of lead down a different trail, but it's so easy to hide the fact even from yourself. And I look at this and I think, I wonder if people had this same sort of, is social media good, is social media bad, when telephones were at first introduced. Of course, I wasn't even around when cell phones started first being a thing, but I wonder if people wondered if phones would replace human contact, like they're wondering now with social media. Do you feel you call your daughter or your friend instead of meeting them face to face?
Right.
Or on the other hand, do you find that having a phone only increases the opportunities you have to talk to them?
Another example of this kind of thing is in that Huffington Post article on loneliness. You open with a scene in which you and a friend who lives out of the country are spending a Friday night watching a movie together. It's through screen sharing, though, so you weren't together in person. You were spending time together. I mean, would you say this is an example of a way in which this is new technologies, not social media per se, but is this an example of a way in which those new technologies can satisfy our need for connection, or that it's kind of a poor try?
I think it can definitely help satisfy our need for connection if we use it as a supplement. I think definitely if all I did was screen share and and chat away in my small room with no outside face-to-face communication, I think that would drive me a bit insane.
Right.
And I definitely don't think that's healthy, but a nice balance. And it's hard to know where the balance lies, and I think that's also very different for each person.
Right. Your writing does focus on the loneliness side of this, so I wonder if you're seeing that a lot in your peers. On your Facebook page's bio, you classify your writing as focusing on an adolescent generation consumed by social apathy and self-loathing, and that can only find solace through these electronic connections. Why is that such an important issue to you to explore?
I think it all comes down with my idea of I really do think that everyone has that certain amount of loneliness in them, for good or for bad. And when you throw social media into the mix, when you see on Facebook that there's this girl who looks absolutely perfect to you, that she's beautiful and she has all these pictures to prove it, she has thousands of friends, and you have the numbers there in front of you to prove that, and she's living a wonderful life because you see all the pictures of the events she goes to, it makes you feel a little more lonelier. And you can beat yourself up about that and say, why am I not like her? What's wrong with me? Everyone else is also like this. What's wrong with me? Because I don't feel that way, and everyone else looks happy. And I think social media is this way where all of a sudden you get to really see that it's put in front of your face. And once you multiply that by all the other social media platforms and all the millions of people who look happy, it can seem daunting, it can seem isolating. But when you examine that, it's interesting because everyone's trying to put their best foot forward. They're photoshopping a little bit sometimes, they're choosing which photos to put online, they're trying to take photos at events to show that they were there, because now it seems like if you don't take a photo, you weren't really there. You know, and you're geotagging like crazy and using hashtags and all to feel a part of something. And everyone is doing this. It's definitely a balance. I used to not have a Facebook for the longest time, and I would miss out on all these events. Or it would just be that much harder for me because I'd have to ask someone, oh, can you email that to me? I didn't see that it was there. And they go, oh, sure. But it's always that extra few minutes of sending that over, or people talking about something and me having to ask for a little more background because I didn't see it on Twitter. It's a bit difficult when you're a teenager and everyone else's vocabularies are built upon social media. It's definitely like a common language. And when you're missing a part of that, you feel like you're a bit left out. But I think social media can also be really used to start these meaningful communications. You can have a really shy boy who doesn't feel comfortable reaching out, and all of a sudden, if he has the internet and he has another opportunity to reach out to people, and he starts building up friends from other countries who might share similar views, also be shy, also be a little hesitant to reach out to the people around them face to face, he might find some confidence, and that might be a bit of a building block to talk to people face to face around him.
For more, head to thelonelyhour.com. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's A community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example. Or it could be social media's effect on us. It could even be motherhood. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes, I want to explore how we feel it. Motherhood is, quote, the state or experience of having and raising a child, end quote. Its very definition implies accompaniment. But motherhood can be a lonely-making experience, whether it's because of postpartum depression, the pressures of guarding a human life, or the quest to get pregnant in the first place. Kate Rope works for Selene Institute, and she's going to talk about that. In fact, she'll talk about it a lot, and I promise it's not an ad for Selene, but hearing the range of services the organization offers to families is a lesson in the kinds of difficulties that can come with motherhood. Kate has also written about the loneliness of motherhood from her own personal experience.
It's one of maybe the greatest identity shift and lifestyle change you're going to go through in your life. And so the expectation that that would happen easily and be this blissful event, this Hollywood image we have of it, is just preposterous once you've been through it. But until you've been through it, that's what you think it is, because that's what the stories we see, and that's the cards, and this your beautiful blessing and your bundle of joy. And you know, nobody says the bundle of joy may drive you crazy for 3 months because it doesn't sleep and it screams all the time, and that may be really hard to hear, and you may not feel like it's a bundle of joy. You may feel like it's a bundle of burden, you know?
Right.
I mean, so I think a lot of this, and I know this from talking with the clinicians where I work, that one of the most difficult things is the difference between your expectations and reality. So you have this expectation that motherhood is going to be this beautiful thing and that you're going to do well at it. And then you find out that it's a really difficult thing that you have to learn to be good at. And then that clash is where a lot of women can kind of fall down and struggle. And then when you add that the hormones are on top of this, you know, sort of like puppeteers behind the scene with your moods, it's a perfect storm.
Right. This gets into my next question, and to name the organization you work for, it's Selene Institute, and it's a nonprofit that provides clinical care for mothers as well as funding for women's reproductive and maternal mental health research. So you talked about it a little just now, but perhaps a mix of, you know, your own experience and then what the Selene Institute is discovering are the major mental health issues for mothers today.
So at Selene, we focus in 5 major categories, and they're all related to trying to be and being a mother and a parent and a family. So we work with women who are struggling with infertility, and that brings a lot of mental health issues, and those women often feel very isolated, and really having a place that can support them and that knows what that experience is like is really important. And then miscarriage, which is extremely common but very rarely talked about and is a loss that involves real grief, but often isn't treated as such and isn't talked about. And then child loss, mostly related to stillbirth, which, though not as common as miscarriage, thankfully, is again a loss that that our society doesn't really understand or know how to handle. And so we provide support for women who go through miscarriage and child loss. They have something that's called disenfranchised grief, which means it's not a recognized grief. So there's not the typical societal supports in place to help you go through it like there would be when a parent dies and you have, you know, funerals and wakes and memorial services, and people sort of have rituals and they know how to talk about it. People don't know how to talk about it when it's a loss during pregnancy or right after birth. So those women often feel very isolated and alone, and we have experts who can help them feel supported and recognize that what they're going through is normal and sort of help them, you know, come into a new normal. And then there's perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, and that can be during pregnancy as well. That's another thing that's now being recognized, is that a lot of what ends up being postpartum depression or postpartum anxiety is actually developing maybe about 50% of it during pregnancy. So that's another time that women can seek treatment and begin to address it, and then that will often mitigate the effects of it after giving birth. And then we do parenting support for parents of children with special needs, or if your kid's in the NICU, or you're just struggling with getting your child to sleep. So Selene has a sleep consultant and a breastfeeding consultant, and we have workshops. So you can come to Selene for individual therapy. You can come for support groups related to different topics like infertility or miscarriage or being a new mom. And then there's also workshops on helping get your kid to sleep, because sleep is extremely important when it comes to mental health. And that's actually something I didn't mention, talking about sort of why does this happen in the first year after a baby's born. Well, that's probably the worst year of sleep you're ever going to have.
Right.
And sleep is just incredibly tied to mental well-being. So a sleep consultant, and then a breastfeeding a lactation consultant who can help women with breastfeeding issues, because having difficulty with breastfeeding, which is common, is also a big trigger for postpartum mood and anxiety disorders. So, and there's a lot of pressure to breastfeed. And so when women struggle at it, there's a lot of, they tend to beat themselves up or feel like they've failed in some way at one of the first tests of motherhood. When in fact, it used to be that everyone was breastfeeding around you and you learned how to breastfeed, and now we're sort of, this is, talking about loneliness and motherhood, we're on our own to learn these things, yet we expect them to come naturally, and when they don't, it's a big shock, and it's, again, that mix of expectation and reality. And so being able to help women work through breastfeeding difficulties is really important to their well-being, and also if they're having difficulty to the extent that they need to switch to formula feeding, helping them make that transition without feeling bad about it and bad about themselves.
You talk about we're now on our own as opposed to some time before now. Can you expand on that a little bit? What are the differences?
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the biggest shifts in motherhood that we don't acknowledge explicitly, but with extended families no longer living in the same place, with families being smaller than they used to be, we don't have the village. We're not seeing our aunts raising kids next to us. We're not, raising our cousins. So we don't have this support in place, and yet we haven't acknowledged that it doesn't exist. So one of the things Selene tries to do is recreate the village. We have baby bouncers in your therapy room, so you can bring your baby, so that you can make it be a more sort of organic flow of getting support with your child, and not operating as a mother, an infant and a mother just off on their own in a home. But that's the reality, is that one, we societally, just culturally, we've lost those big families being in the same place, and then our structural, we haven't replaced them with good government structure for childcare and things like that would enable motherhood to be an easier task. And so we are trying to do everything. If you're working, you're trying to work, and you're trying to make a nutritious lunch to get your kid to daycare, and attend the PTA meeting. And sometimes you're falling down at doing that, and you see that as a personal failure. But it's not. It's a structural failure. We haven't replaced the village with a good structure that gives women the support that they need, that is, part and parcel of family and of raising people. So I think that, Selene tries to create that in the physical space and does a beautiful job. And then I think with my writing and what I'm doing, I'm trying to create that virtually. I'm trying to say, motherhood is difficult. It's okay to struggle. And when you do, let's create this network that you have, that you can call on, that you can draw on to get the support you need to move through that struggle to the next one.
Right. Yeah, so speaking of your writing, you wrote in the Huffington Post last year an article called The Bittersweet Loneliness of Motherhood. And so I wonder, can you describe the feeling of isolation you felt or perhaps still feel as a mother, even when, as you put it, you're surrounded by people who love me all the time?
Yeah, it's ironic. So there's a couple of things that come into that for me. I mean, and some of this has changed since I wrote that piece, but some of it is the same. I think that motherhood is by nature a solitary thing. And that might seem weird to say because you've brought another person into the world, but that person relates to you in a different way than you relate to them. So it's not an even give and take. And I remember when my daughter was born and I was in the hospital and my mom was there, I said, "Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for all the things I said to you and for how poorly I treated you when I was a teenager, because holding this little breathing being right now, I know she is never going to love me as much as I love her. I can just tell, you know?"
Mm-hmm.
And that is true, that there is this, there is an imbalance there, and it's meant to be there. But you have this incredibly intimate relationship with somebody, and yet you bear a responsibility in the relationship that they don't. And so that just changes it a little bit, and that is a little bit lonely and isolating. It's a privilege. You know, it's this, I mean, it's almost like a power trip at times. I can kind of understand how someone would, you know, want to take over the world or something because they have power. You know, you feel like, wow, I am responsible for this being. And sometimes that's incredibly, you feel like it's a privilege, and sometimes it's an incredible burden. So that was what I was talking about in the piece. And I think that that's just sort of there. And then there's kind of like this feeling that a lot of moms have, and I'm not saying all moms have this, and I'm not saying dads don't have this, but I have this, and I've talked to a lot of moms who have this, and I got a lot of responses to that piece from women who said they related to it, which is sort of the idea that a feeling of like the buck stops with me. And you know, it's lonely at the top, right? So if you're ultimately in charge, it's lonely there because no one's above you to bounce things off of. So I think that has changed as my children have grown older, and maybe, you know, I'm not breastfeeding, or I'm not sort of doing these parenting tasks that were exclusive to me that my husband didn't share. Now I feel like our parenting is growing, and it's egalitarianism, but I still sort of feel this ultimate responsibility, and I can't. And that might be a personality thing. I mean, I do think a lot of women share that, but there is something about that at times, in moments of crisis, in moments of or making the right decision about a school or about talking about a difficult topic or wherever, I sort of feel like I got to get this right. And there's a part of it I just don't want to give up. It feels really special. It feels really special that that I got to bring this person into the world, that I got to feed them with my body, which luckily for me was not a difficult thing. There were many other difficult things. That wasn't one of them. And that we get to, you know, just like cuddle in bed and tell each other how much we love each other. I mean, it's this fantastic intimacy that's, you know, as good as falling in love with the person you spend your life with. I mean, I guess it is falling in love with another person you're going to spend your life with. So there's a part of it I wouldn't give up, this sort of just special secret bond I feel I have with my daughters that is solitary, but not in a bad way.
Were other friends of yours having children as well?
Yeah, I was sort of a little bit late to the game. Most of my friends had already popped one out by the time I started.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested in the kind of isolation that might come from that, whether you're late to the game and you feel kind of, I don't know, lonely because you aren't reproducing, or if you are one of the first to have kids and there is so much that comes with that your whole life, the whole way you're living your days becomes different. And I one of my friends who had children early, I think that she would feel lonely sometimes even when around us, because she was recognizing how different her day-to-day was from ours, and there was now a gap between us,
Yeah, I definitely I've talked with friends who were on the early side of their cohort, and they definitely felt that way. I don't think I was so much on the late side that I felt that way. I was the only one to have an anxiety disorder afterwards, and that was extremely isolating because I felt like no one could relate to it, not even my husband, and he really tried, and he just couldn't get it. He'd say, these things you're saying don't make sense, and I was like, but they do to me, and there was a point at which I realized he couldn't help me either. Which was the first time in our relationship that had happened. So that was incredibly isolating. But getting back to talking about sort of mental health issues, lack of social support is a major risk factor for perinatal depression and anxiety. So when women are becoming mothers in kind of a void of support, that puts them at risk, and it makes sense. But that's something that is another reason that at Selene they're trying to build the village, and I'm trying to build the village in my writing, because the more support you have, the better your chances of not experiencing it or recovering from it more rapidly.
Molly Guy, owner of bridal showroom Stone Fox Bride, was part of last week's episode on social media, but I initially reached out to her to talk about giving birth and about mothering.
I think a couple intimate experiences for me have been childbirth. I've had 2 kids. Mm-hmm. And when I think about the person that I was pretending to be, or that I wanted to be when I first started dating my husband, and the person I was when I was giving birth, they're 2 totally different people. And, the courtship process, I think, for a lot of women is about, shiny teeth and bikini waxes and giggles and little stories and light meals and brisk walks and hand in hand and all that stuff. And that's really great. That's kind of a drug that can be its own drug. But the end game to all of that stuff is about real connection. And I think the couple times when my husband and I were most connected, whether or not we wanted to be, was when I was giving birth to our kids. And it was totally bloody and awful and painful and beautiful and scary and primal. And I'm still amazed that I've gone through that experience with him. I was anticipating a postpartum depression, and I, in fact, had the opposite. I actually haven't found motherhood alienating, but I also work full time, and I have a lot of friends, and I'm not living in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think I'm really lucky in that regard. It's brought me closer to the women I know and to women I want to know, and but I'm not with my kids very often. I'm at work. Mm-hmm. So when I'm with them, I try to be present with them. But, I think about my grandmother and my grandmother's generation, or my mom and my mom's generation. They couldn't just hop onto a blog and Google, effects of maternal suicide on children, or they couldn't, log into some chat room and find a community of women who are also having a hard time, or there weren't the kind of antidepressants and the medicines and the research weren't available for them back then. My heart actually really aches for for my grandmother's generation and my mom's generation. I'm amazed. I mean, I know that people were popping a lot of pills in the 50s, especially. There was a lot of Valium just to get through the day. I don't know how they did it. I mean, being with your children all the time is hard. And especially if you don't have a place to vent or a place to go.
Yeah, because it's like on top of being with your children, the expectation to be in a constant state of, bliss and fulfillment with this new role of motherhood.
Right. It's the opposite of that.
Right.
There's that Jennifer Senior book, All Joy and No Fun, that's, I think, sort of sums up motherhood perfectly. It's not fun, but there is sort of this like beautiful baseline of joy that comes with the fact that it's not fun.
Right.
I mean, I find a lot of esteem in just being able to care for my kids when, it wasn't that long ago I couldn't even care for myself. When my kids were born, especially when my daughter came, I experienced this like massive well of like fear and compassion for every living being on the planet that I had never had before. And she was born in the spring, and the Sandy Hook shootings were 6 months later, and I felt and I feel that like on a cellular level in a way that I never would have before. And I think that is lonely. And even today, I told my daughter was up last night with a fever and her neck was hurting. So of course I was on the phone with the doctor in the middle of the night asking if she had meningitis. And I told my husband that today, and he was laughing, like, why would she have meningitis? And I think she has meningitis because I'm her mom, and because I feel her in a different way than he ever would.
Right.
And that's scary, and that's lonely, and that's scary as shit. This is conjecture based on what I've talked about with friends. I think fathers are more anxious in that like hovering caveman kind of way, that something's going to go wrong and they're not going to be able to protect their child. But I think and they fear it as a caretaker and as a provider. But I think as mothers, we fear it in a different, from a heart place. Like, I swear, this is so annoying to say, but like I was looking at, I was in the zoo after I gave birth to my first daughter, and I was looking at just these like little monkeys and just bawling. Like, I couldn't believe that everyone in this world had once been a baby, and that so many babies in the world aren't properly cared for. My uncle wrote a book about three Holocaust survivors, and there's some throwaway line in the book about this baby that was thrown from a train going to Auschwitz and discovered in a field at 9 days old. And I often think about babies who aren't properly cared for and who aren't tended to, or the kids in Syria right now or other refugee places, where there are raising a child takes so much. My kids need so much love and so much comfort and so much care, and so much. And I think that kind of basic care really informs the way we are later in life. I think that informs our intimacy, it informs our sex lives, it informs our relationships, it informs our work, the kind of love that we crave and that we need.
Right.
And if you're not given that as a kid, I don't, I don't know.
There are a lot of walking wounded,
Yes.
walking around.
And I didn't realize that until I became a mom. Like, I suddenly looked back at every guy I ever dated and was like, oh my God, maybe that's why, maybe that's why he never called me back after the 5th date. I mean, it had never honestly occurred to me that we were all parented in these different ways that could inform how we love one another and how we need to connect to one another until I had kids. Until I had children, I was very casual with my life. I don't think I've ever said that out loud. I was very casual. I partied very hard. I did not use protection when I had casual sex. I didn't wear a seatbelt, and I really didn't care what happened. you know, and it was sort of part of that. I thought it was romantic and cool and tragic and interesting. And there is nothing to me that's romantic or cool or tragic or interesting about the idea of my 2 daughters growing up without a mother. And it is like I will be goddamned if anyone else raises my kids. And I feel that in such a deep place that I take such precautions with my life now in a way that I never would. I get every mole checked out. I wear my seatbelt. I don't cross in the middle of the street. I value my time here because I have to be of service to these little beings. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does.
But that's the shit. I remember putting my seatbelt on after I had my daughter and thinking, like, I can't die in a car crash. Who's going to take care of her? My husband's going to remarry some, like, 27-year-old hipster. No. Like, this is my primary purpose for today. And there's something really scary about that. And it's profound and terrifying at the same time.
Alyssa Shalaski is a food and travel writer who sold 2 TV pitches this pilot season. The first is about dating, and the second one is a half-hour comedy about a woman who decides to have a baby on her own through a sperm donor. In this case, art imitates life because that's exactly what Alyssa herself did.
I can tell they're they say I don't have a wedding ring on, and they hear me say, like, well, I did it. It's always like I never refer to, like, some baby daddy. I can tell that they're wondering what the deal is, and I just always say, like, oh, I had her on my own. And I this isn't some kind of strategy, but I say it with, like, such, like, triumph in my voice, and, like, such, like, I'm so much luckier than everybody else. I had her on my own, like, instead of, like, oh, it didn't really work out the way I planned, and, like, I ended up having to have a baby on my own. Because I don't feel like I feel truly like I am so psyched by my decision, and it was so the right decision. And I think that just comes out in the way I explain our situation to people. And people sort of just, like, it's contagious. Like, when you think that what you did was 100% right and, like, super fucking cool, like, whoever you're talking to is going to see it that way. Not that it necessarily matters how people see me, but the truth is, like, I'm human, and I was a little bit insecure about that. Like, what would people think, that I was a freak? Would people think my daughter was some result of a science experiment, like, kind of like a weird science experiment? Would guys think that I wasn't hot enough to get a real man to impregnate me, that I had to resort to like, these were, like, very sort of personal fears I had, but that, I was a little bit nervous. So now I'm so happy that, like, none of that shit mattered, by the way. Like, guys think it's sexy as hell. Other wives think, like, oh, you're so lucky you don't have I wish I had done it that way. Not all, but I get that. And other people who judge, by the way, I really could give a shit.
What did those mothers who are kind of jealous of your having had a child on your own, what's the reason for that?
I mean, I get it a lot, and I think it's many times because women are just being, they're being sweet, and, like, they sort of mean it, but they don't really mean it. But they're sort of trying to relate and, like, take any sort of, like, friction out of the conversation. But the ones who really mean it do say, like, in the early years, especially, their husbands didn't help that much, and, like, there was a lot of resentment, and managing a marriage on top of managing a newborn is, like, a lot of stress, man. Like, it's a lot. With Hazel, I just have to take care of me and take care of her, and we're sort of, like, the same. When they're this young, you're sort of the same person anyway. So I don't have any of that. It's still, like, a very luxurious lifestyle for me in that respect.
Are you concerned about, as time goes on, if it'll be too much?
Get harder. I don't think it will. I honestly, life without a child was so much harder and more painful for me than any kind of struggle I think that we'll face together. I was becoming like this sad and sort of bitter person as I turned, I've always wanted a kid, but as I turned 35, then 36, and 37, I was becoming, I was becoming a little bit depressed about it, and that's not my nature, and I have no interest in living a sad life. I didn't want that for myself, and so that's what really got me thinking about just like, let's just do it. Like, what the fuck am I waiting for? Like, a guy? Like, that's ridiculous. I'm successful. I have tons of friends who are like extremely involved and loving, and I'm really lucky that I have this great family and we all live under the same roof. I mean, that's kind of what makes it a no-brainer. So I had all those things going for me, and I like myself. Like, I like the adult Alyssa that I've become. I became kind of exactly the woman I dreamed that I would be one day. And so, like, why was I crying myself to sleep at night? Like that. I didn't deserve those feelings. So I was just like, I'm done. Like, I'm done feeling sorry for myself. Like, I'm gonna fix this. It's totally fixable. This is 2015 at the time. This is like the new world. Like, I'm gonna have a baby. Like, this. What am I waiting for?
How did you get yourself out of those depressing thoughts before you decided to have a child?
On smaller scales, like, we all have, we call it in my family, like the yuckies. Like, you just have it, like, you're having the yuckies, like, everything sucks, you hate everyone, nothing's going your way. I have a good relationship with myself where I know what to do to feel better. Like, I know that I, like, maybe need to book a trip so I have something to look forward to. I know, like, the one coffee shop where, like, that latte is, like, the best thing that's ever happened to my life, and I just, like, savor every second. I know, like, the great consignment shop where I always find one thing that I love. And those little excursions or mental excursion, physical, whatever it is, like, they get me out of the bad place. I feel better, and, I usually bounce back pretty quickly.
Okay, so how exactly did you come to the decision, both to have a child and ultimately to have one by yourself?
I always wanted to be a writer, and I always wanted to be a mother. I don't know when I had those epiphanies, but I'm lucky that I've always known those two things, because it's sort of prevented me from ever feeling too lost, because those were always like my guiding lights or whatever. The writing thing happened not easily. I've worked my ass off throughout the years, but I went to college in New York, I interned at MTV, I got all the right jobs, I worked for all the right editors. I worked my ass off. I loved every second of it. And one day I had a book. I don't know how that happened. And then I suddenly, like, sort of became this, like, wannabe TV writer. I don't know how that happened. But, like, that was all working out for me, which is, like, I don't take that for granted, because a lot of my friends are still trying to figure out what I want to be when I grow up. And I think that's kind of a fun, creative way to live your life, too. But professionally, I've always been like, I'm good. But as deeply as I knew I wanted to be a writer, I a million times more even knew I wanted to be a mother. But the problem is, I've never been interested in, like, I don't want to say nice guys, but, like, traditional guys who, like, want to settle down and get married. I was engaged when I was 25 to that type of man who was a mensch and lovely and handsome and Jewish and all those things. And I don't know what he's doing with his life now, but I wish only good things for him. But I was very uncomfortable in that role, and I sort of extracted myself from it before things got too far. And since then, I think I've just been, like, so afraid to be bored in a relationship or be too normal in I don't know. I actually really do need some therapy on this front, because I haven't really reflected yet on why, since ending that engagement to the nice men who would have married me and given me a lot of babies, why I haven't been able to return to that type of man ever again. I mean, it's been almost 15 years. So since then, I've had a lot of great love and a lot of great romance, none of which I regret, but they were all pretty tumultuous relationships, or they just like the writing was sort of on the wall from the beginning, or they either like lived in another country, or I wrote a book about a 3-year relationship with a chef who was a delicious human being and sexy and fun, but a chef, and a chef living in another city. And
what does that mean, but a chef?
I mean, we shouldn't stereotype, right?
You said it.
First of all, like real chefs, like good chefs, I have tons of respect for, and I truly believe they're artists. Like they're like sick geniuses, and like they can get away with anything as far as I'm concerned, because they're like operating on another speed altogether. But it's a hard lifestyle. They're never home. Like everyone was like, I was so skinny I've never been skinnier than the years I was dating a chef, because like no one's home. Like you're always alone. I was thinking about this in coming to visit you today, and the loneliest I've ever been in my life was when I was with my chef boyfriend. And it just got me thinking, like, it's so much harder and lonelier and sadder to be in a relationship that you're uncomfortable in than being in no relationship at all. We're at the age where a lot of my friends who sort of had these debatable boyfriends like 5, 6, 7 years ago, some girls sort of like stuck it out with these guys and just like endured all the shit and the struggle and the heartbreak. And now these guys are like, they're getting married, and like the guys now want babies and whatever. And then I bounced, and I sort of do wonder if I put in more time and I was a little less anxious about the whole situation, where we would have been today. But
with him, not with the first guy you were engaged to.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Jewel? Like, I don't believe in regret, and I never have looked back on my decisions. But as soon as I had my daughter, Hazel, something was triggered inside me, and it's like I'm ready, I think, to reflect on and, like, examine a little more closely my past relationships. Because I've always been, like, an onward and upward person, and, like, ooh, I wonder who's around the corner. And this, like, I've tried to, as much as, like, my heart hurt in a lot of those breakups, I've tried to reframe it like something better is coming. And, like, it was wrong, and, like, you're about to find something right. And that helped me. Like, I'm glad that that's my coping mechanism. But now that I think a lot about, like, the things I want to teach her about life and the mistakes that I want to help her try not to make and things like that. And I think until I can do that, I have to really stare my former relationships, like, in the face. And even if it means, some tears or some regret.
So you had these relationships, and you had some great relationships, but they weren't correct. And you got out of them, and time wore on, and you found yourself, in what headspace, like, what pushed you over the edge into saying, I'm going to do this. So you've talked about it a little bit so far. But.
Yeah. A few things. One, my sister had a baby who I fell madly in love with. She's my younger sister. And I had only, love for this child and only, like, happiness and joy for my sister. But I did find myself a few times walking away from visits with him kind of wanting to cry. And because it wasn't not having anything to do with my sister or the baby, but because it wasn't happening. It was just, like, so palpable. Like, my childlessness was so palpable. And
so that was that a lonely feeling?
Yes. Yeah, it was. Especially because I'm very much like a never let him see you sweat person. Like, positivity is my thing. And I don't think I ever talked to anybody about it. Maybe my mother, but it was extra hard talking about it with my mother and my sister because they wanted it for me as badly as I wanted it for me. So it was just, like, heavy. It was, like, heavy. And we didn't want to go there all the time. So I was sort of burdened by, my bitterness was growing in a very alone way. And the same thing with like Facebook. It was like anybody who, whether you want a husband so badly and you don't have one, you want a baby so badly you don't have one, like Facebook's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough. And then
you see all these examples in front of you of people who have that, and
it's like, why not me?
Yeah.
Like I would walk down the streets around this time, and I was 37. It was about a year and a half ago. I would walk down the streets of like Dumbo, where I live, in Brooklyn Heights, and everybody has a baby stroller, carrying a toddler or whatever. And I would just say, like, why not me? Like, what did I do wrong that, like, God is punishing me? Like, how did I fuck up my life so bad that every other woman can find a way to have a child and I can't?
But you did.
But I did. See, and I hated those thoughts. I'm glad I had them because they were like the catalyst for something great. But it was that big, like, what's wrong with me?
So then you decided.
I was much more, as far as like having a baby unconventionally, I really thought that I would be the type to sort of just like get knocked up and have a baby on my own that way, or co-parent.
Why?
Because like by my 30s, I'm sort of over, like I kind of have no interest in getting married. Like even if I met the love of my life outside this door in Red Hook, and maybe I will, I don't want to marry him. Like I'm just not into it. So like when you rule out marriage, you're sort of left grouped into this like other set of arrangements, which is like, co-parenting or like a long distance like these sort of like alternative relationships, which I'm into big time, but they're not necessarily conducive to having a child. So within that type of relationship, it would either mean getting pregnant by someone, whoever, which I'm so glad I didn't do. Or having some kind of co-parenting situation, which I'm also so glad I didn't do, because I can see that getting very messy. And then I had heard a friend of mine, her sister was using a sperm donor, was getting pregnant through artificial insemination, which is the worst term in the world. Like we need to rebrand this. But she was doing insemination, and the sister, I hadn't met her, but I knew she was like very cool and stylish and like fun and always had boyfriends. And again, that goes back to my own insecurity. Like my ego needed to know that cool women did this. And I don't mean like popular or like just like a woman that I think is cool was doing this. And so I invited her on a friend date. We went to City Bakery and we shared pretzel croissants and hot chocolate. And she was cool. I mean, she brushed into that cafe with like the right hat on and like the bag and like great posture and big like glowy skin. And she was just like, here's the deal, like fucking do it. Like this is the sperm bank you use. This is the doctor you go to. This is approximately what it's going to cost. And like, hopefully you're fertile and go for it. And I was just like, cool. All right. Yeah. And I went home that day and I went to the right sperm bank and booked an appointment at the right doctor. I followed all of her instructions, and before I knew it, I was pregnant. What a relief, because I'd been suffering for so many years from this childlessness and feeling so powerless over my situation. And, it's like I took control and like I was making it happen. Like in the click of a keyboard, I was like making it happen. Like I was on my way to getting pregnant, hopefully. So since that coffee and pretzel croissant with my friend and this moment, I've never had a second of doubt or nervousness. I've just been incredibly at peace and relieved and like thrilled and excited that then it was like that I got pregnant, and now it's that I'm a mom. I feel very much like, there's like that movement, like single mothers by choice, and I haven't really been active. Like I don't really identify with that group for some reason. I'm so happy it exists for other women, but because I just feel I'm not like a single, like, I'm not, that's not my identity, like single mom. Like, I'm just a woman. I still, like, I'm a woman who, and I guess soon I'll just identify as like a mother, but I'm just a woman like you, like the ladies on the bus and the women at the Soho House. I mean, like, at the end of the day, we're all going through the same shit, I think, and we're all a little bit scared, and we all, you know, feel fragile, and we all feel empowered. And I don't know, I don't feel like my situation made me any more like, I don't know the word, like fractured or vulnerable than anybody else.
So now your daughter is here. It's been 4 months. Do you find that the pressure of caring for her can be lonely making at all?
What I get during that sort of very private, very quiet time of the day, it's almost like a spirituality. It's almost like what I think people who really believe in God feel like they're never alone because they have God, and like everything's going to be okay because they have God or whatever. I can, in that very quiet moment, I can sort of look at my daughter and feel and like know that like life is good and everything will work out and I'm protected. So that's my quiet. Honestly, it's powerful, those quiet moments, but for me it's not focused on loneliness at all, because I have her. Like, I have her forever. No one's going to take her away from me. No one's going to, you know, tear us apart. Should we break into song? But so it's just, I don't know, it's really powerful in that sense that like we're going to be okay. Like, and for a while I wasn't sure I was going to be okay. And now I can look at her and she's like, everything, all the shit that happened with work or the TV deals or agents, whatever, I can look at her and like everything is reset. I get it. I get all of that. And I don't know if my journey towards motherhood is part of the reason why I have never thought about it in anything less than like a joyous, thank you, God kind of way. You know, like I moved mountains to get pregnant. I spent a lot of money to get pregnant. I went up against some friends and family members who didn't get it to get pregnant. And so now that I had a healthy pregnancy, that it worked, that I was fertile, that I had the baby, and that she's healthy and beautiful, I can only I focus on all of that. I don't really, so I don't know, maybe that's part of it. Yeah. I don't want to take any of it for granted.
And also it's so fresh.
It's so fresh, and I can remember so easily what it felt like to not have her and how sad I was to be childless. So
when you say going up against some friends and family members, what
for
happened
the
there?
most part, everybody in my life, from my best friends to like the lady at the dry cleaners, was like so supportive, like over the top supportive, loving, generous. I had one or two friends that said things like, I'm concerned, like, this, have you thought this through? And like, you don't make that much money and da-da-da. And I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it. And my philosophy was, if you're not going to 100% support me and my pregnancy, then you can't be in my life. You just can't. And I was pretty fucking harsh about it. It ended up in a catastrophic fight with one of my best friends, and she was just trying to be helpful, and it was coming from her heart, and I just fucking like voted her off the island like so quickly, and thank God we've made up. But I was very sensitive. Also, you're hormonal, and like you're getting fat, and like I was very sensitive during pregnancy. If a friend canceled plans on me, we all flake on each other all the time. It's like the New York way. And I've always loved friends who flake because it means I owe them a flake. But when I was pregnant, I would look so forward to seeing my girlfriends. And if somebody bailed, I was so hurt. I was like devastated. I really needed my friends and I still really need my friends.
Do you ever feel like the fact that you had a baby in a relatively unconventional way is a kind of boundary between you and other mothers or even other people in general?
You know, like, I'm Jewish, but, and I'm not religious, but I'm very sort of like proud to be Jewish, and I'm kind of active in like various holidays and stuff. And I go to the Chabad in Dumbo, which is like super religious people, but Chabad's whole way is like to not be judgmental and be open and be kind to all. And when it came to my daughter's baby naming, in traditional Jewish ceremony, you say like daughter of, and you name the husband and the father and the woman, and they went out of their way during this baby naming to never make it an issue, to not even let me know that they rewrote, the prayers or whatever. They just made it so smooth and natural for for Hazel, my baby, to only have a mother, and it's like emotional to talk about. If this rabbi was okay with me having Hazel through this like completely unconventional way, through like modern medicine basically, and an anonymous sperm donor, like that was so touching to me. And maybe it's because on a deeper level I feel like that means, God is okay with it or whatever. Now I sound like this Orthodox Jewish woman from...
No, but you're saying if he was okay with it, then friends of yours should be okay with it. And if they're not, you were really prepared to weed whack,
Oh, totally. And I still am. It's that like mama bear roars. You can be, I am alone a lot of the time without being lonely. Like, just because you're alone.
And part of that is the way that you're wired, and part of it, I think, because you're decisive, you've almost been decisive about not allowing yourself to dip into that place when you feel it. So you don't...
Can you write that down for me so I can say it?
You don't entertain loneliness, really.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Loneliness is that person I blocked from Facebook. I think it really does come down to that relationship with yourself. I really do. And if you can nail that healthy relationship with yourself, it's really hard to be lonely, because when you have a chunk of time when no one's calling and no one's texting and no one gives a shit where you are, you can either look at that as like, wow, like I am unwanted in this world, or you can look at it as like this huge opportunity, like great, I can like go sit at Balthazar and have that like glass of champagne like that I haven't had the chance to do for so long, or I can dig into this book, or call that friend in San Francisco. It's like, it's so how you choose to see these moments of isolation.
For more, head to thelonelyhour.com. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's a community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example. Or it could be social media's effect on us. It could even be motherhood. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes, I want to explore how we feel it. Over the last couple of years, OpenTable has seen a 62% increase in reservations for tables for one throughout the country. So is it because people like or are even growing to prefer dining alone, or is this just circumstance? In the case of food writer Jamie Feldmar, having lunch or dinner alone in restaurants can be a pleasurable thing, a way to recharge and enjoy just herself.
I wrote an article for Serious Eats a couple years ago called In Defense of Eating Alone, which was a personal manifesto all about the pleasures of dining for one. And I had a couple of points sort of ranging from the practical to the philosophical. So on a practical level, I occasionally enjoy eating by myself because it makes it easier to get into crowded restaurants. I can get whatever I want and not have to share it with anyone. I can those are sort of the practical reasons. And on a philosophical level, it really gives me a chance to have a little bit of a mental break and have a reset inside of my own head. My life and my work are very, very social and filled with a lot of stimulus and a lot of human interaction. And I love people, and I love having an active social life, and I love having an active professional life, and they bleed into each other. And that's really fulfilling for me. But it can be overwhelming. And I like spending a little bit of downtime, a little bit of quiet time in my own head where I can focus on the things that I sort of need to spend some time thinking about. I oftentimes come up with ideas for creative projects when I'm alone.
Including this article?
Including this article, which was written as a direct result of me going out to eat by myself. And, you know, it's a chance to be really selfish, which is something that I am a strong advocate for, not all the time in life, but it's a time to do whatever you want to do and only you, and not have to compromise with other people and not have to go through this social negotiation of interacting with other people. And I actually find it incredibly not only pleasurable, but necessary for me to take a break from the sort of constant socialization and stimulus that I'm subject to in almost every other aspect of my life.
Yeah, and it seemed to resonate with readers. Like in the comments of this piece, they overwhelmingly agreed, that they enjoy dining alone sometimes anyway. And as you said, not just as an escape from other stuff, but as a real moment, as a gift to themselves.
Yeah, the same way I think that, the human body needs to sleep every night in order to restore itself physically. I think that occasionally the human brain needs some alone time to restore itself mentally. And if you're someone like me who loves to eat, it's great to combine that alone time with the activity of eating. And I don't necessarily, it's not for everyone. Like, if you don't want to do it or if you're not comfortable doing it, then don't. But my point is that there's no shame in it. There should be no stigma attached to it. And actually, I have found that if you want it to, it can be a way to encourage social interaction. I've had really good experiences dining alone, talking to waitstaff or bartenders who've paid extra attention to me or been extra nice to me. I've met new people when I'm dining alone at a bar who are also there dining alone for whatever reason, and sometimes we strike up a conversation, and that's nice. So it's not necessarily like an isolating thing.
In a change of format from how we usually do this show, another person joined in my conversation with Jamie. Kef is a video artist whose short film Party of One focuses on the downsides of dining alone. Before we get into kind of a counterpoint with Jamie, I'll let him tell you about that project and why he finds the rise in solo dining to be worrisome.
The short film is basically a narrative-driven piece, kind of examining the culture of eating alone. It's done through the eyes of an immigrant who was moved to New York City and is unfamiliar with kind of like the culture of eating alone that's really prevalent especially in urban cities like Los Angeles and New York. And the immigrant is Taiwanese and comes from a culture where eating is, I would argue, kind of really one of the basic tenets. Eating together is one of the basic tenets of day-to-day life, and it's highly prized and highly valued in that society.
Why shoot it through his eyes instead of somebody who maybe is more practiced and comfortable at this?
Well, I wanted to kind of remind people of that I think for a lot of New Yorkers who've been here for a very long time, eating alone becomes you're accustomed to it. It's something that you see a lot of people doing, and the more time you spend in New York, the more time you spend eating alone, the less strange it seems. But then I think I wanted to use an immigrant's perspective to kind of not just create a stronger juxtaposition between kind of like his point of view and the environment he's in, but I also kind of wanted to remind people of how naturally we think eating alone. We start out thinking that eating alone is uncomfortable. I wanted to kind of like go back to the roots of that, and I think for a lot of people, seeing it, especially in places like LA and New York, and you know, just for people who have kind of grown accustomed to eating alone, it had become unfamiliar to them. So I wanted to remind them.
All right, Kath, in an email you sent me before we got together here, you wrote that you were concerned that the joy of dining alone coupled with the waning taboo of it could lead to a preference for dining alone, and that this preference may ultimately have long-term costs in terms of human happiness and health. Can you expand on that?
I eat alone quite a lot, and I kind of wanted to do something about the subject for a while. I wasn't sure what my point of view on it was, but what really kind of shaped my opinion was when I read there's a great book by a French philosopher named Jean Baudrillard called America. What he had done was that after he retired from teaching philosophy in France, he'd kind of come to America for the first time and just kind of wandered around, and at the end of it all, he kind of wrote down everything he observed and turned it into a book, which I thought was really, really like an interesting observation. But he had a nice piece within his thing about eating alone, and he said that eating alone is sadder than poverty and sadder than the beggar. He said that eating alone. He said that human beings and animals, when they're born, are either sharing in food or fighting over it. And he said that when someone chooses to eat alone, they're kind of foregoing their basic relationships to food, and in essence are dead, which is a little bit dramatic, certainly. But it was a very like interesting point of view that I thought about and like turned over in my head more and more.
Dramatic but echoed by the subject of your film, because, correct me if I'm wrong, at one point he said the more you eat alone, the more out of touch with humanity you'll become.
Right. And I think overall, as like technology seeped into our lives and stuff like that, I feel like people like civilization as a whole is kind of becoming in a way more like antisocial in a certain way. And I don't and it's interesting to me because it's often like skewed or presented as being like independent and empowering. And I saw this as another example of that, which is where like eating alone and all that is being presented as this like empowering, liberating thing, where it can be. But I also wanted to take the devil's advocate point of view on that. And I think that the more you eat alone, the more you kind of want to, because naturally you feel uncomfortable with it. I think there's a bit of cognitive dissonance that kind of kicks in where you need to suppress that discomfort as much as possible. And while I'm saying there are true benefits to eating alone, I think you might convince yourself more and more that those benefits are more like are greater than they actually seem. Then all of a sudden eating alone is the best option.
I actually think that the bigger potential repercussion on culture as a whole is if you deny your desire to occasionally be alone and you force yourself into a position where you're constantly socializing and not being lonely, or you're trying very hard to avoid loneliness. I think that that's actually setting humans as a whole up for failure. Like, that's a high pressure situation that's unattainable, and I think it's very necessary for humans to occasionally take a break from socializing.
We kind of take like two different extremes on the same thing in a certain sense. You're afraid that, I mean, I totally get the sense that like eating alone, you're saying, is basically recharging in a sense, is recharging for like later like social interaction and stuff like that. And I'm coming from a different point of view, which is that I think people gravitate to what's comfortable. Mm-hmm. And I think while people naturally and it's interesting because we've talked a lot about how eating together I think is a norm, but then I think that in this like culture where people were becoming more isolated, I think people are becoming more comfortable with being by themselves. So the thing is that I think that, and this is where the short-term and the long-term thing happens, I think that at some point many people start to transition from seeing eating alone as like a recharge from like social activity to a straight up preferred eating method.
And you think that that's going to like destroy humanity?
I don't think it's
turn
necessarily,
us all into zombies.
It's not going to destroy humanity necessarily, but it is going to lead to kind of it's a fundamental breakdown of one of the most human things we do, which is to eat together. By nature, I think like I maintain that all animals are natural, like by nature social. So you have that fundamental element where people desire to be in the company of others. People want to do things with other people. People are happier when they're in contact with people, with other people. Even there's been studies about people who have kind of gone freelance and how they've become lonelier because they don't have that everyday contact of just walking around people, or walking to an office and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's a nature element, which is that I think animals, human beings included, are by nature social. And then there's a nurture element of it, which is that historically, if you look at most cultures, they're built up in this culture of eating together. You have the Europeans who have you have the feast, and in modern times you have the Barcelona 3 to 4 hour midnight dinners where everyone kind of congregates together. In Asian culture, we're family, and family is essentially important, but eating together is so critical that one of the common greetings in Chinese is 你吃饭了没, which is have you eaten yet? That's how people just straight up greet each other.
Cultures evolve, though. I mean,
right.
Technology has evolved, and culture evolves along with it. Mm-hmm. So is it such a bad thing that perhaps humans are culturally evolving toward a more isolated eating experience?
I mean, that remains to be seen, right? I think I've certainly seen that happen. Not despite the sacredness of eating together in Asian culture, eating alone very much does happen, especially in Tokyo. And I think that it has to do with urbanization to a certain extent.
And there's obviously a lot of downsides to urbanization, but at the same time, it's not all evil. I mean, economy has flourished, technology has flourished. These things, it's hard to separate them.
Right.
I can't deny it, but it's not necessarily eroding. I don't think it's eroding fundamental human nature. It's just that human nature is changing and evolving along with all of these other things that we're creating around it. There was something you said in your email, and I'm just going to read it, about how loneliness is a reprieve from moments, a relief in between moments of social interaction. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to sort of know what you meant by that, because in the language that you used, the word relief almost made it seem like a positive thing, like loneliness could be a positive break from social interaction. And I just wanted to say that there's many times that I'm not necessarily socially interacting with anyone, but I'm also not lonely. I don't think that they go hand in hand.
You keep referring to communal dining as a fundamental thing we're kind of bred to do, but I don't know that that's true. I mean, we're eating alone from day one, right? Like a baby nurses on its own.
As long as you think that eating together with other people is the best version of or the best way to eat, I think eating alone is always going to be a little bit lonely.
There are many wonderful things about eating with other people, and I do think that you should do it often. I think it's very important for many, many reasons. Mm-hmm. But there is always an element of compromise, almost always an element of compromise that comes when you are interacting with other people, especially over food. Mm-hmm. You're negotiating what to order, you might be sharing food, you're dealing with people's dietary preferences, you're dealing with people's taste preferences. There's always a negotiation. Mm-hmm. And most of the time it's not a huge deal, and it's not insurmountable. But because most of us have to do a lot of negotiation all throughout our day with everything, not just with food. You know, one of the nice things about eating alone that I think really comes back to like one of the fundamentally great things about being human is that you can do whatever you want, and you can really like indulge and engage in your most pure desires in a way. You can be like 100% fully yourself doing whatever you want to do when you're not having to compromise with other people. So if I'm eating alone and I want to mix and match ice cream with Chinese food with, you know, a Polish dessert or some whatever,
Yeah.
I can do that because I want to. And that to me is so necessary in a life filled with so many compromises every day.
Great when taken in small doses, but I think if I'm really to put it in a nutshell, what Kef is getting at is, and you know, I stated this earlier, the question like, are our desires, you know, always what's best for us, or satisfying those desires always the healthiest thing for us? And you know, you keep saying doing what we want to do, you know, it's leading, doing what we want to do, meaning dining alone more. It's leading to this big preference for dining alone more. So we're all eating alone more, and ultimately we're becoming a lonelier people because though we've convinced ourselves we want to eat alone, it may not be the healthiest thing for us as a human people based on what you see in most like cultural histories, right?
Well, I would argue that it's not healthy to deny, in the same way that you sort of argue that it's not healthy to deny the natural discomfort of eating alone, I would say it's not healthy to deny the desire to occasionally eat alone.
Over the last 2 years, Open Table has seen like a 62% increase in tables for one throughout America. And I guess you could argue that, you know, that's great because people who might have been denying their desire to eat alone before, becoming more comfortable with it and satisfying those desires, but perhaps, I guess your whole question, Kef, in this film is like perhaps this trend is increasing and increasing to a degree that it ultimately might be bad for us as a human people.
Yeah, and you say that like people should be free to do what they want. And free to,
I don't
like,
want to take this to the most extreme.
I'm totally not making. I'm not.
For the record, murder is bad.
Yeah, I'm not making this about a thing about liberty and stuff like that. I want to, like, you know, so, you know, we have the evidence. It's great that you brought up that Open Table statistic. That eating alone is. I think that is an indication that it's become, in a lot of cases, already a preference, and so. You know, just as people occasionally have desires to want to eat alone, have a moment's break, we still have desires too to eat together. You know, like we want, like when the new restaurant opens, or when you want to get together with somebody, or something like that, or sometimes you just crave social contact.
Absolutely.
The problem is, in my opinion, that when you've become accustomed to eating alone, it's what you know so well, and it's what's so comfortable that becomes then the tables
you
are
choose
kind
that
of
over
precisely. So the tables are kind of turned in that sense, where you know you like what you really want is social contact, but it's so hard to go through your phone to get in touch with somebody. It's so hard to figure out where you want to go. There's so many compromises. So you've become so accustomed to you've already convinced yourself that the benefits there are so many benefits to eating alone. And without realizing you've already kind of preferred it, and it is the easier option. I can go get a burrito at my favorite place right now, and not have to wait like an hour for one of 3 people to text me back about food. And so in that context, then that's kind of like where, you know, you can tell yourself that like you still got what you wanted in the end, but I feel like then that becomes harder to satisfy, because it's one thing. It's one thing to like to kind of be in a place where eating alone is still uncomfortable, but then to still occasionally crave eating alone, and that's an itch you can scratch, because that's a low cost of entry. There's just no barriers to that. You can just there's a little bit of discomfort, but you pull your phone out, you look at some stuff, you don't feel so weird by yourself. To go from the other way around, which is that you're used to eating alone, to going back to like, okay, I'm ready to go eat with friends again. That's a very difficult thing to go back. And I think it mirrors kind of dating in that sense. Like to go from like being the person who goes out Friday night, Saturday night, and being like, you know what, like I'm tired of meeting like really whack people. I'm tired of like spending like $40 on cabs and like buying drinks and stuff like that. Like I'm just gonna be like a Netflix kind of person. Like that's super easy. It's super easy to go for that. But to go from to become used to that, to becoming used to saving money, becoming used to like not having to wear makeup and like constantly like look your best and going like, okay, I better get out. Like once you become like Netflix, then I think now is I just made that a verb. And I think this, it's kind of like appropriate because we've got this winter, like right now, like is when people are staying in the most. Like to try and go from that to like, okay, I'm going to dress up and go in. The barriers are like much, much higher. So it's the same thing of like once you become accustomed to like being alone and doing your thing, it's so much harder to go back to that.
I think that's so. I totally hear you,
Yeah.
and I understand, and to a certain extent, I agree.
Uh-huh.
But I also think that there's like a level of assumption going on here that if you go too far down this road of liking to eat alone, like you can't go back, like you can't reintegrate into society. And I don't think there's really any evidence to support that.
Well, it's you know, if you think eating alone is by nature a part of who, or if you think that like people are social, then eating alone is kind of like what, and even in that temporary reprieve, it's a severing from of yourself kind of from that. And so the question I'm raising is that like if you sever that cord repeatedly over time, you know, can you rebuild it? And for a lot of, so I think that for a lot of people, like the answer is yes, because they haven't really like gotten to a place where they've become so accustomed to it so they can go back easily. But I know for a fact there are plenty of people who have become so used to it and have essentially cut the cord.
And they can't crawl back out of it.
I think it's very, very difficult for them to do.
I find myself more annoyed sometimes with dining with people now because there are so many comforts that come
You've
from
gone
dining
to the
alone.
dark side.
There are times when I'm eating alone where I like to be social too. Like I like to strike up conversations with other people and stuff like that.
Right, we haven't even really talked about that. Yeah.
So there was a woman I'd met. She had been widowed for 15 years, and she was just eating. And she had like, as a result, she'd become used to eating alone. And she straight up told me when I tried to strike up a conversation with her that she didn't like talking to people anymore. That this was her thing. She had accepted that was the way it was, and so for her, like it was all she knew.
First-time novelist Stephanie Danler wrote a book called Sweet Bitter about her experience as a waitress at, what was it, Union Square Cafe? Yeah. And she references this one woman who's a widow. You know, she lives alone now, no husband, her kids are grown, and have their own families wherever they are. And her weekly tradition is to come into the restaurant, and that's where she has contact. You know, she knows all of the servers by name. They treat her well, she treats them well. It's this real, dining solo for her is this real way to get in touch with other people.
It's highly personal. It's highly personalized. It has a lot to do with what kind of person you are and what you do for a living and, you know, how you like to interact with other people or not interact with other people. Mm-hmm. It's hard to make generalizations about it. I know we've sort of spent the past hour doing just that, but it is worth it to realize that people eat alone for all kinds of different reasons. Lots of people eat alone because of work, because they travel for their jobs and they travel independently and they have no one to eat with. So they're sort of forced to. And maybe they end up liking it or maybe they don't. I will admit that when I eat alone, it's typically at a place with a bar where where it doesn't seem as obvious to be eating alone. However, I distinctly recall a couple years ago, I took myself to lunch at a restaurant called Perry Street that no longer exists, but it's like a John George restaurant. fairly high end, and I went alone and sat at a table by myself and brought a book, and they were great about it, and I felt about 85% comfortable. But I will admit that there was a part of me that felt self-conscious about it because I was so obviously at a table for two, and it was just me. And that was a little bit hard, but I'm glad I did it, and I would do it again. But then we'd get to the issue of the book, which is also a defense mechanism, slash potentially, a boredom mechanism. Sometimes you just want to go be alone and be inside of your own head. Sometimes you want maybe something to bring you out of your head. Sometimes maybe you just don't really want to think at all, so you're going to put something in front of you and have that there, and it's either for you to focus on or maybe it's to serve as a shield.
It can be both.
Part of the discomfort personally when I'm dining alone at a two-top as opposed to at a bar is because of the either the potential or the actual pity that's thrown my way from the wait staff. So, that's a whole nother issue, is that I would be 100% comfortable were I not receiving more attention very clearly from the wait staff.
It's obviously case by case, and it's tough to say, and I think that depending on where you're eating and depending on how well trained the staff is, that there is sort of a right way to handle it, and you have to read it's the wait staff's responsibility to read the situation. I think some solo diners want extra attention and they sort of want to be coddled, and some don't want it, and it's the onus is on the wait staff. And whatever the diner is feeling, if you're feeling that you're getting extra attention because you're alone, it's possible that that is the case. It's also possible that that's just an amplification of your own insecurity about being alone.
That's the construct, and that's the rules of society right now. Eating alone is weird. The society has kind of built it up, and the fact that you feel a little bit of discomfort eating alone is an indication that society has conditioned you to believe that eating together is the norm.
So I guess my whole point is that eating alone is not necessarily lonely. It can be, but it is not the same.
Amanda Cohen is the chef and owner of Dirt Candy Restaurant in New York City. From this February 9th to 13th, she's not only reserving all of her counter seats for solo diners, but she's also created a special tasting menu just for them.
And we like doing these nights because we get a lot of single diners, just even throughout the year, not even around Valentine's Day. And it does suck because they come in and they have one thing and they're like, oh, I wish I could have so much. And at the little place, we had time to say, oh, we'll split orders for you. We'll do what we can. But here we're a little bit busy, or it's a little bit more complicated. And this seemed like a really nice thing we could do, where you could sit down by yourself and actually have a whole adult meal and not feel rushed. I feel like often when you go out as a single diner, solo diner, the restaurants tend to make you feel uncomfortable, like you're taking up space. And you shouldn't be there for that long because they could take that table and give it to two people. And we really want to let people know, no, you're here. We are going to let you sit for as long as you want to sit. Take your time, enjoy it, have a really good conversation with yourself. I love my solo diners. They're usually the nicest customers. They come in, they're not grumpy, they're really excited to be here. In general, they tend to be more sort of destination diners. That's what I've discovered. You're out of town and you're like, well, what am I going to do tonight? I don't know anybody in this city. And so then you make a reservation and you go spend the night at a restaurant. So yeah, I love it. Absolutely. Yeah. And I've almost never had a solo diner not show up for their reservation. So that's a plus.
What about staff training? Do you focus on teaching the wait staff anything about especially dealing expertly with solo diners, or is it kind of the same rules apply to everyone?
I think the same rules apply, but we do talk about, going a little bit slower. They don't need to be hurried, or to watching them a little bit more, because the timing, I guess, the timing of how a solo diner eats is different than how two people eat. They could actually be going faster, they could be going slower. So you do have to sort of focus a little bit more. And work with their rhythm. We want to make sure they're really happy. So whereas sometimes with tables of 2, we can impose our rhythm, with a single diner, we can't. They can't be eating what, I mean, here a lot of our courses are shared. You know, it's a couple of different plates and they're all shared. So, but here we want to be really careful that we don't give them too much at once, or we only give them one at once, because it's too overwhelming. You know, you're sitting at a table and you're like, well, I ordered 4 dishes, but I didn't necessarily want them all at once. Whereas for a table of 2, that's what we would do, because, you know, that's how we send out the food.
Are you noticing a shift in the industry at all, like that with more people dining alone? Hospitality is accommodating them differently, or, you know, putting more attention on how to treat the solo diner, or even on building out new restaurants with solo diners in mind, like more, you know, longer, deeper bars, or...
Well, I think just sort of the, you know, so many restaurants now do have counter seating, or they do have bigger bars. And that sort of makes it so much easier for solo diners. So I think that does become a consideration. I think for other people, it is hard to, you know, have a solo diner come in and take up 2 seats. That is real estate.
Right.
But the more you can sort of sit at a bar or sit at a counter, it makes it really easy. So, and it's not, maybe 10 years ago it would have been weird, and now it's pretty normal to look over and see some single person eating next to you.
Yeah. Do you like dining solo? Do you do it yourself?
I would. I'm not often by myself, but I think I would. I'd go to my own solo diners. I mean, I wouldn't go to my restaurant because that'd be weird. But yeah, I think it would be great. And I think if you know you can go to a restaurant where you're going to feel comfortable, it makes it that much easier. So, you know, if you're traveling and, you know, a restaurant sort of has a program for a solo diner, then yeah, I mean, I would go there in a heartbeat. You know, it is awkward sometimes walking into a restaurant and being like, can I just sit at the bar by myself and have something to eat? You do feel weird. It's already awkward enough going into a restaurant. So being by yourself is even a little bit more awkward. But if you know you are going somewhere that's accommodating, it makes it that much nicer.
Why do you say that going into a restaurant is already kind of awkward?
I don't know. Even though I own one, and I've owned some, you know, you get intimidated. You walk in and you have to deal with the hostess, and you have to wait at the bar, and you have to get people's attention, and you have to make sure the server likes you. I don't know. I think I'm performative, so I always want to make sure, you know, a server is like, yeah, you're funny, of course, whatever. Or I'm doing the right thing, or I'm cool enough to be in the restaurant. You know, I always think of myself as a giant dork. So am I like the biggest dork in the restaurant at that moment?
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't thought about it that way, but there is that. You know, immediately you cross the threshold of the restaurant, and kind of because it's the hospitality industry, eyes are kind of on you, at least from behind the hostess table, and you maybe other waiters looking up to see who's the new customer who walked in the door. It's like there's a little bit of a spotlight on you.
There is, and are they going to talk about me? Are they going to talk about what I ordered? Did I order too much? You know,
do you know that from personal experience? Do you guys talk about diners? Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is we never talk about diners that order too much food, because, you know, that's awesome. We do sometimes, or like, oh, you only ordered that much. That's what the back whispering is about. So, but in my head as a diner, I always think they're going to talk about how much I ordered. But, you know, that's my job. So we order a lot of food. You know, and I apologize. I'm like, oh, I know we ordered a lot, but I'm really hungry today. Or, you know, whatever stupid thing it is I say. Because you feel awkward, as opposed to being like, well, I'm at a restaurant, I'm ordering food, what do you care? Even I know that the conversation isn't that I order too much. It's, wow, they didn't order enough.
Right. I like the way you put it with the solo dining program, because, you know, it's more than just reserving seats. It's also, you know, as you're doing, creating something special just for solo diners. Do you know of anyone else doing this sort of thing? Any other restaurants? Yeah, I mean...
Not yet, but I hope it takes off. And the response was always really good at the little one. We had sort of this core group that came back year after year. But it's been outstanding this time around and surprising. So maybe people will take note, and, you know, this is actually a program that'll take off. One of the fun things, too, is, you know, we do have this sort of core group who's come year after year, and there might not be friends outside of the restaurant, but they do see each other when they come into the restaurant, and they're like, hey, haven't seen you for a year. How's it going?
What about the most private kind of dining, alone and at home? Samantha Rose Witter just finished a master's in food studies at New York University, where she completed a project that studied the human emotions connected to this kind of solo meal taking. She called it bed spaghetti.
I eat alone a lot, which is what led me to this project. I wanted to keep with that projection of self and performance of identity. And I thought you can boil it down really easily to what you are when you eat alone, what that says about you. So there was a moment when I was, I think, deciding on what I wanted to do. I was eating a bowl of spaghetti in bed. I had stripped my bed of all the sheets. It was laundry day, and it was just a bare mattress and a bowl of leftover spaghetti that was gummy and pretty disgusting. And I thought to myself, if someone could see me now, what would they think? What does this say about me? Should I be guilty? Should I feel embarrassment and shame about this meal, or should I just feel fine? And I started to think, what do other people eat alone? This is such a common thing. Everyone eats alone. There's no instance that I know of where someone has not had this experience of eating solo. So I decided to title it Bed Spaghetti.
Awesome.
These stories are really important. They are poignant and powerful, and everyone has one. So I just created an open-ended survey, and I just tried to get as many responses as possible. And those responses were so beautiful that I felt I just needed a place to put them. And reading through them, the quotes were just visual to me. I thought they were stimulating visually. So I created a photo essay and attached these quotes to them.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit about, or ask you about something that I saw you write on the site. So it's bedspaghetti.com. You wrote that after conducting some research, or I guess those surveys, that you found that, quote, meals eaten in this solitary manner are deeply rooted not just in pleasure and delight, as I had initially expected when I started this project, but also in guilt, shame, self-consciousness, anger, and loneliness. So I'll get to the loneliness in a sec, since that's what we're concerned with here. But why did you expect pleasure and delight?
I think because I feel that. When I'm eating something, I am so excited to just binge. I love that no one will watch me. I can eat with my hands. I don't have to use a napkin. I can eat the crumbs on the table and not feel like, oh, someone's going to look at me and think that table's dirty. Why are you eating that? I ate an entire sleeve of cookies yesterday in front of the computer, and when my husband came home, he saw the empty package, and he said, oh, I saw you were eating cookies. And I'm like, yeah, I was. It was great. So I feel...
This is why I'm never getting married. There'll be nobody to watch, to call me on that kind of behavior.
You don't want to be called out. And you're like, oh, I did do that. That's right. I mean, I get a lot of pleasure from eating. I feel a lot of pleasure eating processed food. I think a lot of people don't. I'm an anomaly in that sense, at least in the program I was in.
Definitely. I mean, I would imagine that...
Yeah.
Is there some shame involved in that?
Oh,
So it's like 100%. That's your private moment when you can delight in it.
Right. I mean, a bag of Flaming Hot Cheetos to me is just ecstasy. So I was expecting this sense of delight, and instead I received a lot of guilt and shame, and it was enlightening to me. It definitely opened my eyes. It made a lot of sense also. I mean, there are a lot of people who have food issues, and eating alone, if you have a food issue, if you're alone with yourself, then of course that's going to be amplified. It's just you and the plate and the food. You're not going to necessarily have anything else holding you back or telling you to do something. So I was surprised, but in a expected way, I guess. It was yeah. Reading through them, and some of my favorite pieces just kind of had that a tone, a very specific feeling. So things like anxiety, there was one quote, I'm not even sure if this is the same category, but a story about how someone felt fear of choking when they eat alone. So they would exclusively eat mushy food alone. And or if they weren't eating mushy food, they would have a phone near them so they could call someone if there was an issue.
Wow.
Which to me was wild. I had never even considered that. This person, I think it was a man, but I'm not sure, who had very poor written skills and wrote all about how they used to eat poorly, used to eat processed food. Now they're starting to try to change the way in which they eat, and they're trying to eat more frozen food that's packaged but with fresher ingredients, etc. And at the end of this, and they started to write about how they eat when they're alone. And this person would say, you know, I don't want to watch TV, but I always find myself doing that because, and the last sentence was something like, I don't have nobody to eat with. And it was just so, I mean, all of these quotes, kind of the last bit of it is the crux of it, I think. A lot of people just kind of would write their thoughts, and then at the end of it they would say their statement, which to me a lot of it was loneliness. There was someone who wrote about how they will make like hot dogs and mac and cheese for themselves, and they said if I was with someone else I would probably eat better, and I would probably not watch TV, or I would, you know, try to do something else, but I'm alone in this, so this is what I eat. There are times when I eat alone and I know if someone else was there, maybe I would make something healthier. But I mean, for me, it's convenience most of the time. And because of convenience, that's why my tastes are swayed towards processed food anyway. I mean, I was raised in a household in which convenience was a necessity, so therefore we ate processed food. And if I'm alone, I would prefer to eat something processed. It'll be quick, it'll be easy, it'll be satisfying. But if I'm with someone else, maybe I want to make sure that that person feels cared for, and that they're, you know, I'm not just throwing Kraft mac and cheese in their face and calling it a meal. Instead, I'm going to make them something fresh and healthy. But
so true. Like, we care for others better than we care for ourselves a lot of the time.
A lot of people said that. So many people harped on that, which was, I was surprised about. I thought
how so? What'd they say?
A lot of people would say that if they were alone, they wouldn't even make themselves a meal. It could be just snacks or things straight out of the refrigerator or pantry or boxes, and not a full meal at all.
Yeah.
And they said if someone else was there, they would probably put the time and effort into making a meal. But if it's just for them, they didn't say they're not worthy, but that's the quality that I felt reading those statements.
One I found hilarious was in the satisfied category, and this person wrote, "There was a woman who lived across the street from me alone, and I would watch her rituals which paralleled mine, and I spotted her on her little balcony dining on salmon for one. It was a good recipe, but instructed to sear the skin and slip it off. I say live a little." I mean, only in New York, right? Like, it's, these people are alone together and spying on each other alone.
No, watching across the balcony, watching a paralleled experience. I had to really sift to find the things that were, you know, those joyous moments. There's one in which someone is writing about breakfast that they eat, and they'll make it themselves and eat it in bed, and it's this, I think she says it's like a hell yeah, I got this feeling. Those were so rare and so sad to me, because this is something that we all do. We all eat alone, and yet we're all sitting here alone in our homes feeling this guilt and shame, or, you know, not all of us, but a handful of us are all just kind of tortured by that. And I do think, I mean, I don't know how to make it emotionally, and I guess I have to just let it be and just have the quality that it needs to have. But I think it is unfortunately something that is painful for a lot of people and difficult. Yeah.
Like, is this a growing phenomenon? Like, you know, we keep saying it is a thing, so feel less bad about it. But is it a thing more than it used to be a thing?
I think it's a thing that we're at least addressing now, or we're at least talking about. Only maybe just earlier this week, there was an article published, I don't even remember where, but it was about how those who eat alone on a regular basis, or who, I think it's those who live alone, are eating unhealthy compared to those who live with others and are eating meals with others. So I think that...
Like nutritionally?
Nutritionally, yeah. Which was fascinating to me, and I think that we're just now addressing that it's a thing that we're doing. It's a thing that people are. I think we've probably been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
I think it's a city thing too. I think it has a lot to do with living in cities.
Yeah.
But who doesn't eat a meal alone? I mean, that's in the modern era. Who's not rushing out the door and snacking? You know, it's just so common to me that even if you're in your car, you may be eating alone. And, you know, yes, you're in that like transitional space between home and work or somewhere else, but I do think that there are these kind of bubbles in which we are doing this, and it's a regular thing that's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree that hopefully on the sort of individual level, the shame ultimately, you know, washes away from it. But when I think about it large, kind of the impact of, you know, as we said, in the modern era, more people eating alone, I wonder about the impact of that on our emotional health. And I guess you're seeing articles reporting on the physical health of it even, you know, because in company you kind of have those checks and balances. Mm-hmm. And the beauty of being alone is that you can do whatever the hell you want, but the potential, like, that there's something bad in that too. I mean, you could just run away. We don't always make the best decisions for ourselves, you know? So,
right.
As you pointed out, with like the hot dogs and the mac and cheese. And,
or even when we're not making those decisions for ourselves and we feel alone, that guilt is coming from that third party, which is society and our psyche, and that other thing that's kind of always on our shoulders saying something. So although we are utterly, completely alone eating the food and we're making those decisions as that person alone, we're still going to have that guilt and shame kind of no matter what, as long as there's that voice in our head.
For more, head to thelonelyhour.com. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's a community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example, or it could be social media's effect on us. It could even be motherhood. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes, I want to explore how we feel it. The greatest aims of literature were, according to the late David Foster Wallace, to connect, to challenge, and to make us feel less alone. The act of writing, though, is a solitary one. Thus, a career as a writer involves a lot of time spent alone. As another great writer, Ernest Hemingway, said at his Nobel banquet speech in 1954, writing, at its best, is a lonely life. Will Chancellor's first novel, A Brave Man 7 Stories Tall, was published in 2014, and he's currently in the middle of writing his second, called To Test the Meaning of Certain Dreams.
When I first wrote this, the book that came out in 2014, I was living in Pittsburgh, Texas, this little town in northeast Texas. My grandmother, my mom grew up in this town, and my grandmother had a house, but she was in assisted living, but we kept her place in Pittsburgh, Texas, right? Mm-hmm. So it was this house that no one had lived in something like 7 years, and it was run down in the middle of the woods in northeast Texas, and I went there for 8 months, and I was living, completely by myself. I would go to the grocery store in the middle of the night. There was a Piggly Wiggly that was open until like 10 p.m. and I would go at like 9:30 so I wouldn't see anyone, and I would just... So you wouldn't see anyone? Right, yeah. I mean, I just didn't have... And I would stock up on... Basically get like a month's worth of supplies. So I would get Newman's Sockaroonie sauce and spaghetti and then mac and cheese and almond milk, and then I would go home with like a month's worth of supplies, and I would just stay. I was in this house. There was no one that I knew in the town. I had a You know, there was an old rotary phone, like with a rotary dial, and I would talk on the phone to my parents every week or so. But I mean, I was really, really cut off, and
intentionally so. I mean, you went to the grocery store late so that you wouldn't see anyone.
I mean,
Why?
I was 22 years old, and I was really hard about what I thought my view of the world was, which is hilarious now. But like, I was just like, look, I'm going to write this book, and I need complete. I need to be cut off in order to do it. And the upshot of this is I've never been happier in my life.
When you were in that house in
which makes
Pittsburgh,
me
Texas, which I didn't know existed. I was like, Pittsburgh, Texas? Is that a typo in the email he sent me?
Northeast Texas, and I mean, like, maybe that makes me a huge asshole, or maybe it makes me, I don't know what, but like, I've never been happier in my life than I was then. And part of that is like when you're in that crystallization phase where things are just like lining up, and it's kind of close to The Shining, I guess, in some ways, but like, I guess it's close because then when you move out of that state of isolation and you see what you have in relief against a regular world, you realize that it's actually pretty bad. And that's what happened to me. So I wrote this 1,200 page draft in 8 months of total like shut down isolation in Northeast Texas. And then I moved to New York, and I managed to get a spot in the Chelsea Hotel. So I was living there from 2004 to 2006. And I think being in the heart of Manhattan and in really a creative center of Manhattan, and being around a lot of people who lived in the hotel who were photographers and painters and writers, really made me look at the work differently, and I looked at what I had in a more objective sense and realized that what I wrote in that cabin or in that house was horrible. And it was really, really bad. And eventually I got to a point where I just completely started over again. So I discarded that draft and began on page 1 again. I think initially I did need to go through that isolation in order to get to the point where I am now, where I can be, amidst everything, but also kind of cut off in my own way.
Let's talk about the first book, because I haven't gotten to that yet. So it's A Brave Man 7 Stories Tall, and I haven't read it yet. I will now. But according to Flavor Wire, it's a book about people who have had their hearts broken in different ways and what becomes of them as they run away to deal with their grief. Is this, you think, an accurate way to describe what it's about?
Yeah, I think absolutely. It's a story of, the title is meant to be playing around with the notion of what it means to be like epic, and and a lot of these notions that you form in your own head about the significance of your life, but then what ends up being the significant part of your life, I think, is your relationships and a lot of times, heartbreak, and trying to integrate that with these notions that you have of yourself as being like a brave man 7 stories tall, which isn't really meant to be that ironic. But yeah, I do think that that's an accurate description. I think it's how we come to terms with reality, specifically, romantic reality, when we look at ourselves in this, grander way, I guess, or in this bigger scheme.
Right. Well, so the main character, Owen Burr, some things happen. I guess he was a would-be Olympian, and his whole world gets thrown off course because.
See, here's where I greatly disagree with like the whole marketing apparatus.
He was
of this
not a
book.
would-be Olympian.
No, he's not the protagonist of the book. I think the book is about his father,
his dad. Yeah,
and or at least it's meant to be an interweaving of the two. But there's a tendency, when you're a young guy writing a story that has one of the characters is 22 and one of the characters is 50.
You are Owen.
Right. So which one is the center and which one are you more like?
Right.
And I mean, in reality, I don't know, I'm much, much more like the father to the extent that I'm like either one of them.
Well, but you did, so to tell, listeners who don't know kind of who these two are. So Owen was a water polo player in like one of his final matches in college, gets his eye poked out, can't go on to be a professional, kind of runs away. Well, not kind of, very much runs away, and cuts off contact with everyone in his life, including this father who comes running to find him. Yeah. So why are you like the father? When you're the one who put yourself in Pittsburgh, Texas, cut yourself off for a month.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think his question is he's looking at his son and never understanding him. I mean, he's like, who is this guy? And meanwhile, his son is like, well, where did these people go? Like that old, like, Ubi Sunt, like, where are they? Where are these brave men 7 stories tall? And the father is like, who is this guy? And that was a central question for me. At least where this book came from, I guess, was this one. I was a freshman in college, and it was actually my very first seminar, and we're sitting around a conference table, and the professor puts up a slide of a statue of Poseidon and says, like, all right, what do you guys think about this? And everyone's really nervous. No one says anything. And then this one 6'8" water polo player in my class raises his hand and he says, well, I don't think it's that accurate. And the professor says, accurate's a really interesting word to use. It's a statue of a god. What do you mean it's not accurate? He says, well, I always thought Poseidon would look like me. and so
I dated a water polo player all throughout college, and I can say that attitude is accurate. I can also say that it's not too crazy for, I didn't know before being closer to this sport through him how vicious it can be. I mean, some of these guys like grew their toenails long to under the water, scratch at each other.
And you file your nails down to a point, and yeah. Well, I mean, so that's actually, so I wasn't a water polo player before. I actually played for 2 years to research the book. So I played on a team when I was doing postgrad work, and in something unrelated to writing. But that process of playing polo was me kind of trying to figure out the same thing. And I think what you were
how real could it be that somebody's eye actually got poked out?
No, just figure out the mentality of this. So that comment that he made was really I tried to get past that for a couple of years, but then it was just so firmly seated in my head of like, who says something like that? Like, who is this person? And that's the stance that the father Burr is coming from, which is also there's Owen falls in love with this woman. It remains to be seen how much she loves him, but she's trying to figure out who he is the exact same way that you described it, like that look in your eye just then when you were talking about that. Like that's what I hope I captured in her eye, and what I hope I captured in the father's eye as well, of like, who is this person, So the book always was going to end in Iceland. There are 7 chapters, and the last chapter's in Iceland, and I was firm about the fact that it was going to integrate that, because it talked about some of the things that I wanted to discuss, or just the way that I saw it. I didn't want to talk about it, but I just saw this book in Iceland the whole time. So I hiked across the country for 2 months, and that was total. So I flew into Reykjavik, and I had this refrigerator box that had 4 boxes, kind of like a shoebox size inside it, right? And once I was in Reykjavik, I mailed each one of those to a different place throughout the country, and I left it post restant at a post office. So then I took a bus to the westernmost tip of the Snæfellsnes Peninsula of Iceland, and I spent 2 weeks hiking to a post office. And then once I was there, I would send the film from my camera back to Reykjavik, and
This is a Wes Anderson film.
yeah, I guess. But it was like, I don't know. It was funny because there was absolutely, you get outside of Reykjavik and there's no one in Iceland, but the country is something like 300,000 people and 250,000 live in Reykjavik. So, as you're hiking across the country, you see what looks like a town on the map. And then you get there, and it turns out that name on the map was a person, and that's his farm.
Wow.
And so it's funny. It was really like 2 months of trespassing, like in the middle of nowhere, because I was on someone's property, I guess, the whole time. Like I wasn't hiking on a trail. I made my own route and was like, okay, here's the westernmost tip. Here's the easternmost tip. I'm going to find a way to hike across the country in order to do that. I think that as a writer, you're first a reader, and that you're reading. Every writer whom I respect spends a ton of time reading, and that's inherently a solitary activity. Like I think that my friend had a nice quote. She said, writing, it's where you put all your reading, and I think it's really true that for me at least, whenever I'm reading a lot, I can't help but write, and those two go together. And I think it's first the solitary activity of reading, which for me requires that deep, solitude in order to read well, to totally close everything out. And whenever I'm reading a lot, writing is almost like a byproduct. It's not that. Right. I think the only reason I'm a writer is because I'm a reader. And I think that time allocation, you have to make a very conscientious decision to not do all of these other really fun things and read, but then you get to a point where there's nothing else that's even comparable to reading. Like right now, I mean, I'm reading, I'm on a huge Zadie Smith kick right now. And,
aren't we all?
Yeah, but the last 2 nights, 2 nights ago, my best friend came over and we watched not to be like all fifth grade, my best friend, but like my BFF came over and we watched a movie for this thing that we're going to write. We're going to do a conversation about. And then last night I went out to dinner with a good friend of mine who's, a fantastic conversationalist. But the whole time I was thinking, I'd really rather be home reading Zadie Smith. And I bet, since both of them are writers, I bet they were saying at the same time, I'd really rather be home reading whatever than talking with Will, and I think that's the solitary pull of reading is what, I don't know. I think that's all of the writers that I like spend a ton of time reading. Mm-hmm. There's also something, I haven't talked to enough people about this, but for me, whenever I'm reading something, I'm reading it through the lens of the characters who are in the book that I'm working on. So
the book that you're writing,
mm-hmm.
you read the book through that lens.
And it's almost like
method.
Yeah, well, no, it's more like obsessive. There's nothing else. There's absolutely nothing else in my world than the characters in, and this is, I think maybe I'm a little bit different like this. Like my interiority is really the interiority of the characters that I'm writing about,
But they are you, right? In a way.
No, not at all. This is...
they come from your brain. They could be very different people from you are, but you are creating them, so...
Yeah, I get... to be deterministic about it. But, right. I don't know. I think it's... I'm writing right now about a woman named Yvonne in 1925 Copenhagen. And, everything that I'm reading, I'm trying to piece together, how would she interpret this? How would she see this? And as much as possible to read through, from her eyes. And that requires, I think, being a little bit quiet. There's definitely that all-consuming aspect of being in the middle of the process where every single input you're thinking about it in terms of the book that you're working on, but really the characters that you're writing about, and your own character ends up taking a back seat.
Does that affect? Well, actually, so one question: when you say input, what do you mean exactly?
I mean everything. Like this interaction right now. Like there's some part of my brain that's thinking about how, first of all, I guess, like just rifling through almost like the index cards of the next book and being like, oh yeah, is there any moment where this like slots in to where, you know, there's any kind of conversation that like maybe an interview or a public kind of conversation that my characters, I guess, could go through. And then there's a second, you know, there's this second deeper level of the emotional connection, like, you know, how, you know, just connecting to a person and thinking about how a character would, you know, would connect. Like, and then there's maybe the superficial level of like, you know, where would she sit in this room? Like, how would she feel about the sunlight, like, you know, backlighting her? How would she feel about the sound of a dog whimpering in another room? Like how would she feel about being in a neighborhood where she's a little bit, you know, that's unfamiliar to her? Like, is that a source of excitement or trepidation? And that's not really me, you know, like I mean,
who are you then? I mean, it's like, so I imagine this process you've been describing of yours, or whatever your inclinations basically when you're working, which is ostensibly all the time, you know, does it affect your sense of identity?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think like I try to be as open as possible. Like that's really, and then I also try to be as intuitive as possible, like, and rely completely on, you know, whatever the intuitive impulse is. But yeah, I mean, I'm a dad, and you know, I have a 5-year-old daughter, and she's with me for half the week, every week, and you know, I'm in a totally different mode when I'm with her. You know, that's like actually me as a person. Like, but when I don't have a responsibility to someone else, to care for someone else, and then yeah, like I'm typically not there, I guess, in the way that or at least the times when I feel like I'm the most myself, or the times when I'm the least present, or the least there in a self-aware sense, and more in a sense of trying to process the world through someone else's eyes. And to me, that's, you know, that's what's great. That's why I'm doing this with my life. That's what's great about books, is it gives you the opportunity to leave your own subjectivity as a writer, and I guess primarily as a reader, like, or initially as a reader, that, you know, you're able to detach from your own gender background, you know, and feel what the world is like from someone else's point of view. And Rivka Galchen is a novelist whom I like a lot. Heidi Julavits is the same way. Their work is I guess fleet of foot is maybe a better description. Like it's light in the sense that it doesn't get caught with the weight of existence that really is there. Like, it's a refutation of how serious things are and how weighty things are. And that seems tied to how I view solitude. Like, my entire life has been an extension of like what I was like when I was 5 and I was alone in bed thinking about, like, you know, solitude to me means you're in some kind of dialogue with nothingness. And I was 5 looking at the spackling ceiling of my bedroom and started to think about death and nothingness, and couldn't sleep. And so I had insomnia, and had to, like, I really probably should have been in therapy, but my parents were like, well, no, we'll take you to the pastor at the church. And so
where is this? Where do you
this
go?
was I was in Hawaii, and then this was actually, like, by the time I was talking to a pastor, we were living in Texas. So, you know, but his reaction was, and he was like, well, what exactly is the problem? And I was like, well, anytime that I'm alone and like before I go to sleep in bed, I start thinking about, what happens if there's nothing, and what happens if there's nothing after death. And he's like, well, maybe it's just like before you were born. And he didn't realize that was the horror for me.
Right.
Like the void of non-being from before birth was exactly what, was horrifying about being alone like that. Right. And I don't know that I still haven't found a therapist. I still should probably go, but like it's, that's the weight of alone that's there. There's always that weight, and that's always, and that weight is present, and the writers whom I admire are able to stay light in the presence of that weight. The closest thing that I have to a method is that I will write in complete isolation. I write on my kitchen counter a lot. So I'll write in complete isolation, and then I'll edit in public. I'll edit at a bar.
It's because that brings you more into the mind of like, oh wow, people are going to read this. I need to be thinking of it as a reader and not just me.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as far as getting caught in self-indulgence, that's definitely what I'm always, even in a conversation like this, right? Like just trying to avoid being too self-indulgent. And
it's about you though, this interview, so take it away.
So here's my song and dance number. But I think it's important I think doing that act in public of editing does reinforce the fact that you're trying to avoid being self-indulgent and to make something that appeals to someone else, because that's really the point.
Andrew Friedman has made a career out of chronicling the lives and work of some of the world's best chefs. Frankly, it would take the rest of this show to list all of his projects. Head to his website, tokeland.com, and you'll see what I mean. But he's penned over 25 cookbooks, numerous articles on kitchen culture, and he's the co-host of the Front Burner podcast on Heritage Radio Network. An avid tennis fan, he also co-authored the New York Times bestselling memoir Breaking Back with American tennis star James Blake.
Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a writer of some kind. I wanted to be a screenwriter, and I ended up being a prose writer. And I love having written things, but I find the act of writing to be very difficult. And of course, there's all the typical writer's block things that every writer talks about. But for me, along with that, as an overlay to that, is the fact that you're alone all the time. Writing is, maybe not by definition, but by inescapably, it is a solitary act. You sit and you type words onto a screen, and that is something you do on your own. And I'm a deeply social person. I'm probably the only writer I know who looks back to the years when I had a day job and worked in an office and had a staff and would gather people in my office or around a conference table and, roll your sleeves up and tackle a project or have several status meetings during a week and engage in these team activities in what to most writers would probably be a sort of anathema. This very kind of corporate business setting. I had to wear a suit and a tie. I didn't like what I was doing, and I desperately wanted to be a writer, but the social aspect of that kind of work was really satisfying to me. The team aspect of that kind of work was really satisfying to me. And I actually do get very nostalgic for those days. I wish I could walk to a little employee gathering place like a cafeteria or the snack room or whatever existed in any place I worked periodically during the day and just kind of take a break and talk to people. I think in some ways, email and social media fill that function sometimes. You can kind of have this virtual water cooler, but it's not the same.
Right.
The ideal of being a writer for me are the sports writers I've known who are at a tournament or at a big game and see it happen, and then go back to their desk in the media center and kind of put their head down and bang out, a couple thousand words in an hour or 2, 3 hours, and then it's online and all over the world. There's a sort of kind of grin and bear it aspect to it that I really respect and try to live up to. And so, part of me has always tried to just squelch this feeling I have, but it is an inescapable feeling. I very often will, and I've learned this, try to get some kind of a little bit of a social fix in my morning. Especially if I'm deep in a project or I'm approaching a deadline. The tendency, I think, is if you're in a good space and you're rolling on a project, to not let go of that. Work late at night. I'm sure every writer knows this feeling. Work late at night, almost fall asleep at the desk, maybe even nod off, and then, make your way to bed, get up in the morning and just write back to the computer and try to just ride that wave as long as you can. But what I've learned is there are little things I do that are a way of connecting with the outside world. And some of them have nothing to do with even communicating with other people. But for example, opening my windows, opening the shades, opening the blinds. That's not a normal thing for me because it pulls focus, but you feel more connected to the outside world. That's something I've been doing just in the last few weeks. I've just learned to do that. It sounds counterproductive, but I may make myself a breakfast appointment with a friend, or a morning coffee, or a tennis game. If I can do it early in the day, I find that having that out of my system very much enables me to focus. Right. And a lot of writers, especially I think in big cities, certainly in New York, I've had this conversation with countless writers where they will tell you they do their best writing after 11 or 12 at night because all the static has fallen by the wayside. They're not getting texts from people saying, let's grab lunch. They're not getting emails from editors and friends, and they're not even really getting junk mail at that hour. The social media stuff has died down. There's not really anything really good on television. All these things that can pull your attention during the day, they fall away. And I think that's why, for a lot of people, the late night hours are great because you're supposed to be alone late at night. That's kind of a natural thing. There's not a lot of other options. So I think that's why so many people are drawn to that time of day. The thing about writing is that it's all mental. So if you are, you have to get to a place where you are in sync with what you're working on and in a flow. To me, music can be very helpful for that. But it can take a little while to ramp up in the morning and get to that headspace to kind of shut out whatever else you've had to deal with or might be on your mind. Whereas in most jobs, there is a certain amount of, I don't want to call it busy work, but work that doesn't require full mental engagement. You can write a memo that conveys information. It doesn't have to necessarily be written in the best way. It doesn't have to be an expression of yourself. It doesn't have to be a piece of art if you're aspiring to something like that. You just have to convey the information. You don't really get judged on style in a memo. You can clean up your desk. You can work on a schedule. These are things that really, when you're a writer, you don't have that kind of work. All of your work is writing. So if you're not in a good place for that, it can take a while to get there. And that can, on a bad day, that can take a few hours. And then if, God forbid, you have a phone call scheduled or a lunch appointment, you can lose, I used to refer to it as you lose the scent, and then you have to start over again.
What does your office setup look like? Describe to me the room in which you write.
I have a home office. I have a desk that sits under a window. And yes, it has kind of levelor type blinds. So you can open the blinds or you can pull the whole thing up. And very much on purpose, I face the window and my back is to everything else. My back is to my research books. My back is to even my wife's desk, which is over my left shoulder but behind me. It's to my back is to the rest of the house. Really, if you went beyond the room I'm sitting in, it's really designed to sort of put me at a remove from the rest of my life, so I'm not distracted by it. when I lived in Brooklyn, which I don't anymore, I now live north of New York City in Westchester County. But when I lived in Brooklyn, I joined a place called the Brooklyn Writer Space, which was, simply put, it was a space that had 18, I believe, study carrel type desks with little just partitions. It had a little room in the back where you could go and eat food, but the whole idea of this place was that you were to keep as quiet as a monk, basically. You weren't allowed to talk. You weren't allowed to eat at your desk. If you were listening to something on a headset, it had to not be audible to anybody. And it was, the great thing about it was, and I would liken it to, a lot of people work out best when they belong to a gym, because they go to a gym and you're surrounded by other people who are working out, and you're seeing them working out, you're seeing them put forth an effort, and it makes you want to put forth an effort. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say you're inspired, but almost just out of pride or not wanting to embarrass yourself, you keep going.
It gets you in gear.
It gets you in gear. So this was a similar thing. It was very comforting to have just this. Basically, all you heard in this place was other keyboards. Other writers typing is great background noise. There's got to be some kind of subliminal effect that takes hold just by having people around you producing. Although what I will say is funny to me is, you might be in that space and there would be 18, 20 people, because there were also some couches and things like that. So there could be more than 18 people there. But I don't believe I ever heard 18 people typing all at once. I think there were a lot of other people who were sort of, going through what you go through, which is like not having the next sentence or needing to think, and of course doing research and things like that. And I'm sure a fair number of those people were also probably surfing the internet and doing these other things that can pull you away from your writing and in their own virtual way connect you to the outside world. Part of this is also, writers are, historically very well known for procrastination. So, how much of this is trying to remedy loneliness and how much of it is just kind of a very sort of dolled up procrastination? I don't know. I think that's a fair question. That's a question, if I were interviewing another writer, I would ask them that. Isn't this just some high class version of procrastination? There is also the isolation of your brain versus your body. I think a lot of writers, again, especially when you're deep into something and you kind of neglect any kind of exercise, I think there's a connection that a lot of people do not honor or don't realize. I think I became a runner in the last year, and the days when I run, the way that I land at my desk after a run and a stretch and a hot shower and a healthy breakfast, and I mean, my mind is so... It's like this perfect blank slate at that point. A lot of writers, I'm a writer, I sit at a desk, and, I don't go to the gym. No, I'm a writer. I'm a mind person, not a body person. You hear people talk this way. Those things are very connected. I mean, if you're not... my productivity went through the roof when I started running. I remember very vividly years ago when I was trying to write screenplays, I took a course by Robert McKee, who's a very famous screenwriter, did a very famous course that he would do several times a year in both Los Angeles and New York. I think it was simply called Story. And he was at one point, and he could be very dramatic and melodramatic, but at one point he said, you guys, is everyone here sure they're up for this? Do you want to be sitting at Thanksgiving dinner wishing you were back at your desk because you really ought to be working on the thing that you're trying to finish? Is that the life that you want for yourself? And I remember at the time I thought, gosh, that's really melodramatic, but that's a very true thing. Writing is, in some ways, and it sounds very pretentious when people talk like this, but it is true. In some ways, you can't necessarily control when you do your best work. You can't control when you're going to be riding a wave, or when you're on a roll, or you're having a runner's high or writer's high. That was a Freudian slip, but a writer's high. And when you have that tiger by the tail, you don't want to let go. You absolutely want to get everything out of it you can before you're stuck again or not in such a rhythm.
Does that mean, like, if your kids want to play ball in the backyard and you're on a roll?
Right, when you're on a roll, you don't want to let it go.
Yeah.
You don't. So that can affect your relationships. I think it can affect friendships. I've for sure canceled plans with friends who are good enough friends to understand because I'm on a roll and I don't want to stop working, you know, and I feel like I don't want to. It's kind of the flip side of the morning thing and opening the blinds and all that.
Yeah.
There are times when, you know what, I gotta be alone with my work. But I think what I would say is when your work is going well, it doesn't feel like you're alone. I think what feels like you're alone is when your work isn't going well. When you're actually producing and you're in a great place and it's just coming to you, that's not lonely. That's why you want to write, you know.
Right.
But when it's not coming and you don't know when the tap's going to open up and you're just waiting for that moment.
For someone to pick you to dance.
Or getting picked. Well, that's your. Right. This is funny because I would say getting picked for, you know, the kickball team or whatever. But when you're in that place and you don't know when it's going to end, that's, I think, what's lonely, and that's what's hard to get through.
Andrew is a big collaborator. All of the cookbooks he's written have been done with chefs such as Alfred Portale, Laurent Tourondel, and Michelle Bernstein, to name a few. And, of course, there was the memoir with Blake. Here he talks about that process.
If you do it well, and you're working with someone who is not capable of writing their own book, because that's not what they do, but they have a point of view, they have ideas, they have things they want to share, or they have a life story they want to tell, and you're able to conjure them up on the page, and you're able to give a structure to their story, I think of that as a kind of a gift. And I don't mean a gift that I have or that people who collaborate have, although maybe it is, but I think it's like a gift to the person you're collaborating with. I think it's a really great thing to be able to help somebody do that. I know it's not thought of that way, and I don't think it should be necessarily considered on the same level as, you know, writing your own things. I do both. I write my own things and I collaborate. But I have formed lifelong friendships out of collaborating, even with people I'd never met before. Almost in every case every project I've worked in has led to a friendship. And I think it's because you kind of go into this mind meld almost, you know, and that's a very special thing.
Andrew is currently hard at work on his second nonfiction book, An Oral History of the American Chefs of the 1970s and 80s, to be published in 2016.
As we sit here in February 2016, I'm in the alone phase of the book. The first phase of the book was deeply social. It was a lot of travel. I really believe in, whenever possible, doing face-to-face interviews. So I was paying for airfare and hotels and all that to get in a room with people. And met a lot of people I'd never met before. A lot of them are legends in the food business. And that was an amazing period of time. And now I'm in the making sense and order of it all. It's a good example, you know, making sense of literally tens of thousands of pages of transcripts, literally, was very lonely work, and very time consuming. And the ultimate structure wasn't clear when I started. It sort of is now. But that was a long process. That was a very long process and a completely individual one. Frank O'Hara, the poet, wrote a thing called Personism, a Manifesto. It was this thing that I loved, that I read in college. And really, really, really super oversimplifying. He talked about writing poems as if they were directed to one person. And he talks about having had this epiphany one day where he realized instead of writing the poem he was writing, he could have just picked up the phone and said what he was saying to the person. And to me, this is sort of around this subject we're talking about. That's sort of the real irony about writing is, you know, I think most people write, whether they'll admit it or not. Ultimately, you write to be read. You know, you write to have this connection to the reader, but the price of doing that is being alone with your work. You know, it's this real irony. You know, you do want to have people get you or understand what you're trying to say. I think most people at heart most people want to be, in their dream, a best-selling author and make a tremendous living off their writing. Well, what would happen if they did that? That would mean they were connecting with an awful lot of people, but again, from John Grisham on down, everybody needs to be alone in a room with their thoughts and a keyboard to produce that. It's a really, to me, double-edged sword of the profession.
Carolyn Murnick is a senior editor at New York Magazine by day, but she's also working on a memoir for Simon & Schuster.
My book is a memoir about my relationship with my childhood best friend who was murdered when she was 22. And that was 15 years ago, and I'm writing a book that explores her life and death and the court case surrounding her murder, which is an alleged serial killer and that's taking place in Los Angeles in the next couple of years. So the book explores themes of female friendship and how you can sort of start out in the same place as someone and through subtle life decisions end up taking different paths.
How does this book's work differ from the work you do during the day?
It's something I realized maybe strangely late over the past few years that, wow, I have been working in media for many years, but I feel like I have no training at all for the kind of reporting that I'm trying to do in terms of, attending court hearings and getting court documents and talking to detectives and trying to find out things that haven't been looked into before, and that's not what food writing and travel writing is at all,
right. Did that ever throw you off course? I mean, was trying to hack at that research ever so intimidating that you thought, I can't do this, or were you committed?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I mean, I felt like I couldn't do it, and, every day, really. Hopefully that's something that comes across in the text in a way that makes the narrative relatable, because while not everyone has a friend that has been murdered, and maybe not everyone would even respond the way I have in terms of wanting to know more, that's perhaps part of maybe a writer/reporter attitude when something confusing happens that you want to dive into it and other people might distance themselves. Maybe they can't relate to exactly my behavior, but I think they can relate to how I describe how weird and overwhelming and confusing doing all these things is. That when I'm showing up in court, not really on a small level, am I press or am I a friend of the victim? I'm sort of both. The press treats me one way, but then they actually, some of them want information from me, but then the friends, the detectives see me as a friend of the victim because I'm not treated the same as the person from People magazine or Dateline, because there has been other media attention on this case for lots of different reasons, and that it's LA and a serial killer and there's celebrity aspects to it. But so there's that basic thing is continually confusing. How do I define myself when I show up there, and how weird it is that she died 15 years ago and this is still this major part of my life. And it feels, I've through the writing and research process, I've connected with other childhood friends of ours that remembered her, and I've made connections that way, and I've made connections with her friends in LA in the last year of her life that I didn't know. And so, I've had a lot of moments of connection through this research, but ultimately I'm the only one that can tell the story that I'm telling. I'm just sort of by definition. And so I'm alone in that story. And I think that definitely informs my point of view when I'm writing. And the process has been painful for sure.
I know from personal experience, like I have been toying around with writing some personal essays recently, and some of the things that I chose to include pissed off some members of my family. And, you know, I realized that was the first time I realized, like, wow, this, yes, it's my story, you know, so I'm entitled to share it, but it also affects other people. And that I felt really alienated from them, and like that they also didn't understand that some things are necessary to include. I wonder if you, how you negotiate what to include and what not to include based on how you feel,
absolutely,
how important it is to the project, but also how you feel it might affect other people who are in her world.
Yeah, that's a great and, you know, real consideration that I think that I'm just sort of starting the process of figuring out. I'm doing final edits on my manuscript now with my publisher, and I sort of have always felt that, okay, it's still ahead of me, the moment where I'm really going to have to make peace with the fact that this is going to be out in the world, and this person that I wrote about and this person that I wrote about, how are they feeling on it? And so I think I will, at a certain point, give pages to some of the characters, some of the people I interviewed that were in it, not as I think that that's usually protocol from other memoir writers that I've written, and someone that you were close with, that you just want to make sure they're comfortable with it. You kind of imply that I can't really change anything at this point, but it's important for me that you know what is coming, you know? So certainly names and details are changed, and I think about trying to be true to the experience of the time I spent with this person that I was talking with, but also this is a very sensitive topic, and we're all, and that was another difficult thing. A lot of the people that I spoke to in sort of interviews for this, you're kind of bringing up this trauma again with them, and so we would have emotional experiences all over again just in this interview process. So I have to be sensitive with that as well. I certainly do not want the book to be published and have all these people feel offended and regretful, you know. But also I think as a writer and as a journalist that you can't really think about that. I definitely think I could not have done it if I was page by page thinking about, oh my God, how's this person going to take this, or my parents, or all of these things. At least for the first draft, I have to put all of that out of my head, that it will be out in the world. It's still the story that I have to tell. I have tried over the years. I have written at cafes sometimes. I have written at my office after hours. That's actually something that maybe one of the more successful things I've tried, being in my office, but everyone's gone for the day and I'm still at my desk. And one other tip that I developed was that it takes me a long time to kind of get psyched up to have to get back into the story, you know, every day, even if, especially if I've missed a day or so and everyone's saying you have to do it every day. And I think you really do, because we have so many, at least I have so many, like, psychological resistances toward getting back into the story and putting yourself in the space. You have to really push yourself to do it. So doing it every day helps. I think I have always been pretty conscious and actually worried about getting too far into this loner writer headspace in a way. And I live alone as well. So I have always prioritized trying to have social time and like physical activity throughout all these things. Not that I'm this model of balance, but I probably wouldn't, I don't think I ever canceled plans, because I would be the opposite of that in a way. I would be like, I need to push myself to see people because I just spent all day inside and this is doesn't feel emotionally healthy. And considering that I've lived alone for a long time, I recognize that time on your own, loneliness, spending time on your own and loneliness are not the same thing.
Right.
But there's this soup of we need a balance between connections with people and solo time, and it is in the same way that you probably don't want to. It doesn't feel great to kind of, binge watch Netflix and eat takeout food for 3 nights in a row. I guess I've always had a sense of that it's not the healthiest to, stay inside for 3 days writing and reading either, because then when you go out into the world, you feel a little out of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
It takes you longer to actually, in the same way, takes some time to get back to get into the writing headspace. Then the flip side is then it'll take you a while to get back into the space of being with people. I mean, sometimes I'll just be like, I am sick of myself. This is just me, and emotions and deep thoughts, and I'm writing about loss and a girl's identity and sexuality and just deep stuff that I would just be like, I wish I need to go watch The Real Housewives now to just balance this more frivolously. So for this project, the writer headspace to me felt heavy, deep, like profound issues. I have to get into taking myself very seriously and parse over words and word repetition and how many sentences are here, and let yourself go off on a different tangents where I'd be like, I'm writing something about this cop and what kind of beer would a cop drink at his backyard barbecue, and let's Google that. And it feels, the writer headspace is just sort of this, I think, erratic inner monologue of self-involvement. I've started writing groups. I've had 3 different writing groups over the past 5 years through working on this project, and that writing groups can be difficult to kind of balance all the personalities and different people's work styles. But yeah, my groups have lasted anywhere from 6 months to a year or so, and they've turned out to be all female. The first one was people mostly working in media, and then another one was more fiction writers, and we would meet every 2 to 3 weeks and read each other's pages. And for me, every so often, people would say something that I would end up using that would end up informing my writing. But more often, it just felt like it's nice to have a little bit of a feeling of community with people that are trying to support each other here. And to me, someone reading my pages felt like a real gift, and a real gift of support, that someone wants to invest in this with me, and then that's much easier for me to be able to talk about my characters and what's happening and what did you think of that, and have someone that's invested to be able to have the other side of that conversation with me. Yeah. So yeah, I've always been a writer where I'll let anyone read what I'm working on in progress if they show an interest, because it's very flattering. And I also know that, when this gets published, I'll have to deal with all sorts of readers, and it's practice in letting go of your work, and the reality that our end result, if things go well, is that this is out in the world, and most of your readers are going to be people you don't know. And so I'm glad to share what I have right now with anyone. In my first draft of the book, most of it is written in the first person, but I have a section that's third person, and one of my readers that I was going over this with was remarking on how defensive I am about most of the book. But then when we got to the third person part of things, I was much more mellow about accepting feedback and changes. And then I was like, that's interesting. Maybe, maybe that's because criticism of the rest of this is you're criticizing my soul, pretty much. You're criticizing like my actual life and thoughts and, how I'm expressing what was my own experience. But this third person part is closer to, is just a regular artistic work that I've reported on and written.
Right.
And so, yeah, there's something to that with criticism to a personal narrative feeling, at least to me, very penetrating. I guess I've always understood that when you're a writer, this is, and you're publishing with a publisher, this is, you become a brand and you're a commercial product for them, and so a lot is out of your control about how decisions they make about what kind of brand you are or your book is, and that's scary for sure. But I have to have faith in the process that it will be okay, and it's happened to everybody. I think that this particular book and this process feels to me, at least at this point, the most exposure I could imagine in a way that of writing. Both, I'm using the narrative this is in the first person. I say I like over and over again, and it's about my whole life, starting from age 9 up into my 30s, and my picture is going to be out there, and I feel, and I'm writing about very sensitive stuff, and we live in this climate of pretty harsh internet criticism, and I understand that what I have in store, and that I'm realistic about the level of kind of strength that I have to shore myself up for to what this could actually be like. I imagine that we as writers perhaps feel loneliness in a more acute way, when at the same time, paradoxically, we have to be alone to write. We're perpetuating the loneliness. It's just who we are, I think.
Mm-hmm. What is the writer's temperament that you're referring to?
Sensitivity and going towards discomfort often, and asking difficult questions of others and yourselves, wanting to shed light on what's going on, even if that might upset people or things. And if you can tell a story well, and often can be what you think might be the most sort of extreme and individualized story, that is what can really touch people that perhaps have nothing in common with you, but sort of the weirdest parts of you, if you tell them plainly and empathetically, that people connect with that, and that's the most powerful thing that writing can do. And so I know that this story of Ashley's life and death, and me as the friend that is going on in life and finding meaning about remembering her in this way, I know that is something that connects with people, and I know that everyone has complicated feelings about their friends, or friends from the past, or loss.
To listen to past episodes of The Lonely Hour, or to see what's coming up next, head to thelonelyhour.com. This is The Lonely Hour, produced by Pale Groove. I'm your host, Julia Bainbridge. I'm an editor and a writer, mainly about food, but I also have a lot of feelings, loneliness being one of them. I want to explore that feeling because it's pervasive, but the literature on it is not. Each episode of The Lonely Hour is going to focus on a particular topic, whether it's a community or a profession, an age group, or an activity that seems to arouse feelings of loneliness or aloneness. That could be mental illness, for example, or it could be social media's effect on us. It could even be motherhood. The idea is to catalog tidbits on this very human feeling. Because we all feel lonely sometimes. I want to explore how we feel it. According to the Small Business Administration, there are nearly 28 million small businesses operated in the United States. And of these, 78.5% are individually owned. We idolize the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world, but many of those entrepreneurs struggle through anxiety and loneliness on their way to the top, if they ever reach it. Brian Bordanik is on his way to reaching it. The owner of Dinner Lab, a member-based pop-up dinner event company that spotlights up-and-coming chefs, his company is growing, and fast. What started as, well, a startup putting on dinner parties in New Orleans, Dinner Lab now operates pop-up restaurants in cities nationwide. The company scored $2.1 million in seed funding led by Dr. John B. Elstraut, the chairman of the board of Whole Foods, in 2014, and last year raised a $7 million Series A led by James River Capital.
We thought we were throwing parties when we started, and now I think we're in the business of building community. And I think that that's been a really interesting sort of shift, a paradigm shift, if you will, but something that we're really proud of and we take very, very seriously. So, you know, the future for Dinner Lab is really continuing to build on that community as we continue to grow, but really starting to offer, you know, really cool tailored experiences for segments of our community. So, you know, whether that be for single people in our community or whether that be for people who are really into fashion and things like that, we're finding other really cool partners that we can work with on events to release new products or release new like sneak peeks at things and just sort of segment our community into these different little buckets now that it's getting a little bit bigger. So something that we're super, super happy about, but that's a lot of the work that we're doing moving forward. And a lot of the conversations that are happening around the table are certainly related to food. I mean, we work with the best chefs in the world and we're super fortunate for that. But a lot of the conversations are really about using food as that focal point to bring together a community. And that's sort of the future for us.
Right. At the same time, you know, of course, like the growth is great and the nature of your work is social in the sense that like it's dinner parties and you're bringing people together around the table. But, you know, I want to refer to this entrepreneur.com interview that you did. And you said that during this growth, quote, everybody wants to talk about all, you know, things all the time and ask you about the business and you're stressed out. And that's a hard place to be as an entrepreneur. It's a really lonely place to be. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, you know, so entrepreneurs